Hi, I'm Lynn Gray, Chair of the Hillsborough County School Board. I want to welcome you to Hillsborough County Public Schools. We serve more than 200,000 students. That includes children in preschool through our Adults in Our Workforce program.
Hi, I'm Dr. Stacy Hahn, the Board Vice Chair. Our district is the 7th largest in America, and our team is made up of more than 24,000 people working at nearly 250 sites across the county.
We are diverse and dedicated. Our board meetings are held in our board auditorium on select Tuesdays at 4 p.m. The best way to serve our students and our community is to involve you, the public, in what we do.
You are welcome to email or meet with any of our board members and follow our district on social media. Board meetings are covered live by Hillsborough Schools TV on Spectrum Cable Channel 635 and Frontier Cable Channel 32.
Meetings are streamed on our website at hillsboroughschools.org. Closed captioning is provided on all broadcasts, and past meetings are available in our online archives.
We are interested in what the public has to say. We'll include time for audience comments before we address our business items. Our agenda and any supporting materials can be viewed online in advance. They're posted 7 days before each meeting on our website at hillsboroughschools.org.
Our vision is preparing students for life, and that means all students, every day. Todos los estudiantes, todos los días. Thank you for your interest in education. With your help, we're making decisions that shape our community's future.
The board meeting of April 13th, 2021 will now begin. I'm calling to order. First off, we're going to have a moment of silence and reflection. Member Hahn, would you do us the pleasure of a moment of silence followed by the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes, actually, we're doing a reflection. Thank you, Chairwoman Gray. Appreciate it. As we begin our meeting, we ask for the gift of grace and balance tonight. May we invest ourselves in our work and engage in meaningful discussions, allow us to grow closer as a group, and nurture the bonds of community. Bless this meeting today, all those present, as well as the lives of those we will encounter afterward. Ready us to make every moment count.
Thank you, Member Hahn. And Member Hahn, will you please acknowledge the wonderful students that shared, actually a solo and songs. Oh, first we're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance and then share that. Pledge of Allegiance, Member Hahn?
Yes. Please stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. I think I drank a little too much coffee. Member Hahn, will you please acknowledge the student entertainment? Yes, thank you. I'd like to thank the Bloomingdale High School ambassadors for performing before our board meeting this afternoon. Thank you again for the lovely entertainment before our meeting. If you didn't catch the performance, we posted a portion of it on our district Twitter account. Okay, so I also wanted to say real briefly, we are celebrating the month of the military child, and I know that each of us have a ribbon that signifies the respect that is so much due. And also we have we're wearing blue. I don't see that I have blue. Purple. But I know we have purple for the military, but it's blue, I found out, for the Autistic Awareness Month. So we have red and blue. We're perfectly dressed, but it certainly we are very happy to recognize both occasions. So first off, we have a special recognition. Titus O'Neill, if you can get yourself ready, all the muscles included. But a week ago, and I have to read a little bit so I don't mess up any of the titles that you have accrued. Myself, along with Member Combs, Board Member Washington, and Superintendent Davis, had the honor of accepting an award on behalf of the teachers, administrators, and support professionals in our district. In celebration of WrestleMania 37, which was in town this past weekend, our superstar, WrestleMania, Titus O'Neil, was honored and has honored the district once again with the 2021 WrestleMania Community Champion Award. The WrestleMania community, the Tampa Bay Sports Commission, and the Bullard Family Foundation thank the employees in our district for their timeless and tireless, selfless efforts over the past year to provide the necessary resources for students, our community, and families. And also, we want to recognize our men of vision, Ross Anderson, who were also recognized not only by Titus, but also WrestleMania for the group's community involvement during the pandemic in partnership with Feeding Tampa Bay, another great partnership. Two students, and I hope they're there or here, Angel Mendoza from Hillsborough High and Chiron De Freitas from Jefferson High, joined Mr. Anderson to accept the WrestleMania belt and the award. So, board members, I wanted to give the opportunity for each of you, if you should want to share your appreciation. But Titus, did we want to go ahead and take a picture with the award that... would you like to say some comments first? And then we'll have a picture. I believe we have the award shown. Is it right on the... It's only right in front of me. So let's go ahead and hear from you, and just know that we really appreciate you as a human being, as a leader, as a community advocate, and personally as an athlete and a Gator.
That's the most important part.
So, okay. All right. Let me have you speak before they get carried away with their Gator talk. Go ahead.
Well, I was part of the host committee for the NFL for the Super Bowl, and they acknowledged some heroes in the space of healthcare, and rightfully so. But I also feel like our teachers and students have been heroes as well throughout this whole pandemic, and I just think it was right for us as for WWE that our focus is on families and putting smiles on people's faces, and obviously it was very hard to see people's smiles on faces with a bunch of masks running around. But we also know that smiles were put on people's faces when they were able to go to class, whether it be virtually or brick and mortar. These teachers have been under an intense amount of stress throughout this pandemic and then coming out of it. And I'm a huge proponent for education, especially public education. Even though my kids go to private school now, they were in public education all the way up into 8th grade. It was a decision that we made just because that's what we wanted to do. But at the end of the day, these teachers and students have been working very hard under very tough situations, and I just wanted to acknowledge not only the work that and the leadership of Addison Davis and the school board, but the teachers the teachers, the janitorial staff, they're all the real MVPs in this situation because they're the ones that have to deal with these issues day to day. You guys make decisions on their behalf, but they are warriors. So I don't like getting into the politics or nothing, and everybody knows that I'm not a politician, don't desire to be and never will be. I can say that on record and it'll stay there forever. But thank you to every single individual in here that continues to keep community first, continues to keep families first, and you do it under a very tough job. You pay money to run for an office to try to make things change, and you come under a lot of criticism. And so Addison has the actual big title, which, maybe a teacher or two probably want to fight you for that anyway. This is to the board, and it's just to represent the school board and their, what they do to kind of continue to make things go forward. That title is for everyone involved, and it's I consider all of you champions. Sometimes champions lose, and sometimes champions win, but at the end of the day, that doesn't change the fact that you're a champion. And if that's the message that we're relaying to these children on a day-to-day basis, that whether they pass a test or fail a test, they're still great and they got potential to be greater, then that, at the end of the day, that's what I hope to, the message is continued to throughout this community and beyond. So thank you guys so much for continuing giving me the opportunity to partner with you, not just at one school or another, but throughout all the schools. And let's all just continue to do the work. The politics, well, that's what they do. That's what they do. I just want to do the work.
Well, thank you. And I believe we have some board comments that would like for you to take a moment to listen to, if you don't mind. And then we'll take a photo of the of us with the award. I don't know where the belt is, if it's coveted by our superintendent. But Member Hahn, would you like to say a few things?
I would. And first, I don't know about Mr. Washington, but I know our buttons are not working. So I couldn't put. But thank you so much. Long before COVID, you have really given so much to the community as a whole, and really in very inspirational ways. During COVID, you stepped up, you mobilized this community around our schools and our teachers and the people that were working during COVID, and I can't thank you enough. It's really inspirational as a community member, as a school board member, to see someone like yourself give so much to our schools. I have worked in education over 2 decades. I have never seen one person give so much heart and soul to a school district as you. I mean, it's really a wonderful example. I hope other community leaders follow in your footsteps, and though many of them are already involved, I hope that you encourage them to rise to the level of your involvement. So thank you so much for taking the opportunity during WrestleMania and to recognize the district and the teachers. It's greatly appreciated and really means the world to me personally and professionally. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Hahn. And I believe we have, we have 2 different directions.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Okay, so Member Washington.
First, I would like to thank you for all you have done, man, in the Tampa Bay area. You have really displayed what people should do in Hillsborough County for their community. And I always speak about the community because I'm a community person, and I just admire you for coming back and giving back to your community. If we had everybody come back to the community and give like you, we have a great community. We really would. And I just want to thank you.
We do have a great community.
Let me reemphasize that now.
People
I
need to
tell
be
you.
better.
No. I got the floor. You might be the champion, but I got the floor.
He does have the floor, Titus. Don't mess with
That's right. But when I said great community, I mean greater than what it is now. Because we do have a great community, and plus, we want people to come back and give. Because when you come back and give the young people, then they see how you give, then they want to come back and give. Because it's a change. See, it's not a separation now. And I truly thank you for all you have done. And I know you will continue to do the great things here in the Tampa Bay area. Again, thank you so much, Titus.
No, thank you, Member Washington, so heartfelt. Member Snively, followed by Member Perez, followed by Member Vaughn. Member Snively?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will echo the sentiments of my colleagues when I say you are a true inspiration to our community, to the children in our community. And I know what that means to you growing up, the way that you grew up, and the way that you inspire others by your background and knowing that there is no such thing as a bad kid, because you are a perfect example of the endless possibilities for our students, no matter who they are, where they come from, what color, what religion, it doesn't matter. You are a true role model and inspiration for our school district, and thank you for your tireless efforts. I turn around every time I turn around, you're doing something for students and the schools, so thank you. And go Gators.
Those are actually heartfelt tears that Member Snively has given you as well. Member Perez?
You know, when I first started as a board member, I met you, doing these activities, and forgive my voice going in and out. It's not growing pains. But, to see and you're putting effort. It's your heart into our children, and I see you seeing our community, our children, as your own children. And for me, that says, it speaks to your character. It speaks to who you are. And when I look at my lens from mental health, I see what you're doing for our children, because nothing speaks more than seeing someone out there in the community who they can look to, who strokes them to define them when they get older, someone they could look to. So I so appreciate you. And we had words this afternoon that, you know, your kindness and your generosity will live much longer than you know, and that your words could espouse. So I so appreciate you, that is. I so appreciate what you do for our schools and for our students. Thank you, always, from the bottom of my heart.
Thank you, Member Perez. Member Vaughn?
Hi, this is my first introduction with you, so I don't have the experience to speak to, but just hearing you speak today was really inspiring, very humbly and directly, and especially speaking to our teachers and what warriors they are, and mentioning the janitorial staff and the school staff, and not just highlighting, you know, all the members that it takes to make our education system work. So I really appreciate that. And as Dr. Hahn said, I wish more members of our community were contributing to the public education and being strong advocates for it. And, you know, I appreciate everything that you give to our district, and it's nice to meet you, and I look forward to working together.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Member Combs?
I also want to thank you. I taught at Sly Middle School, and to see all the hours and all the energy that you're putting into that school and turning it around, I just want to say thank you so much. Also, I want to recognize all the opportunities that you gave students and teachers this past week to attend WrestleMania. I know that some of the students or some of the teachers and students that went, that's an opportunity that many of those children would never have. I think we take for granted some of the experiences that some children have and some children don't, and I want to thank you for inviting those teachers and those students being able to participate and be involved in WrestleMania. I received a couple texts from the students that we selected, their deep appreciation to have an experience like that. And I do think it's really about bringing the community in. The more people like you, the stronger our district is going to be, and the more recognition that we received all the way from the teachers down to the custodial staff, like Mrs. Vaughn said, it's really important. And thank you, and let's continue to grow and expand and bring more and more community in to support our public schools.
Thank you, Member Combs. Superintendent Davis?
Yes, ma'am. I won't let him out of here without saying something to him. But, 13 months. I've never met a trailblazer such as you in education. It doesn't exist. And when we talk about creating exemplars and role models and advocates for education, you are the perfect model for that for that title and for that stance. And we hope others will gravitate and learn from what you have accomplished in a short period of time in Hillsborough County. We have so many kids in District 5 or throughout the school district at scale that have never left their community. They've never left their school. They've never been into a sit-down restaurant. And not only have you created that and made that a reality for them, you have flown kids across this country to see a playoff game. In Green Bay, you've taken kids to the NFL experience. You've taken kids to WrestleMania. You've brought different experiences to the school with STEM, robotics, you name it. You provided kids with a sense of hope. And you didn't stop at Sly, which you very well could have. You expanded it to other elementary schools within that particular region, and you seek to duplicate it not only here in Hillsborough but across the nation. And for that, I'm proud to call you a friend, a fellow, and a fellow educator, and a true advocate who wants to create and will create change, does create change in our school district. So hats off to you, and thank you for everything you do.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. And of course, in a nutshell, you're emblematic of a community leader and a partner for hopefully, I want to say, life. Please stay with us and watch us grow.
I'm not going nowhere.
Okay. All right. We're going to hold.
Living in Tampa.
Yeah.
As long as y'all do y'all job, I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're going to do our job.
Through the chair, he calls me if I don't.
Very good. So let's go ahead. Board members, can we go ahead and rally right in front of the area here to take a photo? Yes, ma'am.
I lost my purple.
Let her go. Okay, let her in. Let her in. See you later.
All right.
Thank you, Board, for indulging in a very well thought out, meaningful message of gratitude to a wonderful partner, Titus O'Neill. Now we're going to go ahead right to our proclamation, and Member Hahn, I believe that you are going to be in charge of this very wonderful and necessary proclamation, and I put it to you. You may comment however you wish. So, Member Hahn, I'm going to turn it to you, and this is the Military Child Proclamation.
Yes, thank you, Chairwoman Gray. I appreciate it. April is the month of the military child. Purple is the signature color of that month. So most of us are in purple. If not, we have our purple ribbon. Before I read the proclamation, Pablo, could you show the short video for the month of the military child? Thank you.
Military children have long been recognized for being resilient, resolute, and relentless. Here in Hillsborough County, we know our military students serve too. In the longest war in American history, where our war fighters have raised children who are now serving in the same war they fought in as a life of service to their country, we know the sacrifice for a nation requires the support of a nation. Today, we celebrate our military children. We celebrate the bravery of the military child who will bloom wherever they land. Their bravery inspires us in our home front mission to support each military child in Hillsborough County Public Schools through policy and programs so that they may reach their highest educational potential.
I want to thank Ms. Josephine Amato for creating that video. She's an advocate for our military families in our community. So I appreciate that, Ms. Amato. So I'm going to read the proclamation. Members of the United States military do not serve alone and instead require a deep, loving commitment from their families. More than 4,600 children of our men and women in uniform are students in 217 of our public schools, where they bring a spirit of leadership, caring, and achievement to our campuses. An extensive partnership exists between our district and MacDill Air Force Base, known as the MacDill Council for Educational Excellence, or MCEE, creating a collaboration between military leaders, educators, and our community. April has been dedicated nationally as the month of the military child, and everyone is encouraged to wear purple on Wednesday, April 21st, as a visible sign to thank military children for strength and sacrifices. I'd like to take a moment to recognize Colonel Johnson, the wing commander, Colonel Lischinski, Commander, 6th Mission Support Group at MacDill Air Force Base, Amy Doyle, Deputy Director of MacDill Air Force Base, Venetia Waters, School Liaison at MacDill Air Force Base, Ken Jones, Florida Defense Support Task Force, and Kim Sukash, Hillsborough County Public Schools Military Liaison. Can we just take a moment to thank them for being here tonight?
Thank you. I need a motion and a second to approve the month of the military child, April 2021, Intellectual Disabilities Awareness Month, March 2021. I have a
Oh, it's a motion, okay.
Okay, we have a motion by Member Snively, and we have a second by Member Perez. Any discussion? Okay, we have Member Snively, and then Member Combs, followed by Member Washington, followed by Member Hahn. Member Snively.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to say thank you first to Ms. Amato for that video. That was very nicely done. I don't know if she's in the auditorium right now. I thought I saw her outside of the auditorium, but I want to thank her. She's a force in our community. I live in the Fishhawk Ranch community in eastern Hillsborough County, and we have quite a few military families that live in that community. In fact, probably feels like 1 out of every 4 families is a military family in that community, and there's a lot of support for our military children. And speaking personally as a military child, a child of my father, who was in the Army for 32 years, retired lieutenant colonel. He's since passed away. He served in World War II, Korea, and Vietnam. And growing up as a military child, it shapes who you are and who you become. And everything that you do in life, it looks through the lens, that lens of service. It is probably no coincidence that I am a public servant, because my father was a public servant, but I contribute all of that to the fact that he served his country first. And so I want to especially thank all of our military families and all the people who support our children who are in the military families, because they are very resilient. They have to be resilient, but they need that support. They need as much support as we can give them, because it is so challenging to change communities every 2 to 3 years. It's just, they need as much support as we can give them. So thank you to our school district for being recognized as one of the leading school districts who gives support to our military families. And I'm very happy to support this proclamation today. And thank you for bringing it forward.
She stepped away. I'm so sorry. Member Combs.
I just want to say thank you for making sure that we have this proclamation. We have a large number of students who are affected every day, being in a military family, having to travel, and also just not seeing their parents for a long time, and making sure that we provide that support. I know in my own home, my husband grew up going to 4 or 5 high schools. I think it's very difficult and challenging for our students, as well as just not sure what the future holds, and knowing that their parents are overseas, and making sure that we are providing those wraparound services to support those children and those families throughout when their parents are placed overseas. So I just want to say I think this is wonderful that we're recognizing all of the things that our children and our students have to deal with as their parents are serving our community and our country.
Thank you, Ms. Combs. Mr. Washington?
Thank you, ma'am. I just want to say I really like to thank the military families, because I know how difficult it is to be a family traveling around the country. It's very difficult because you're there 2 years, you may be going somewhere else for 2 more years. But what I respect the most, I'm a former military man myself. I did 22 years in the military, but I did 2 years in the regular army over in Germany, and I was away from my family, and it was very difficult. So I am a great supporter of the military, and always will be. So I just want to thank you for all you have done for this country too. Thank you.
Member Hahn?
Thank you, Member Gray. In District 2, I'm honored to represent the children in the military, children whose families are in the military, and honored to work with the MacDill on our Educational Excellence Committee. You know, I too come from a military family. My husband, his brother, my husband's father all went to the United States Naval Academy and served. And I'm sorry, go Navy. Sorry. So, you know, again, like many of my colleagues here on the school board, we have family members and know firsthand the impact that it has on the children of military families. You know, the children are considered the military's youngest heroes. In many ways, they serve too. So I'm just so excited that we have the month of April to recognize those children and celebrate them and all that they do. So thank you to all our military families in this room and across our district and nation who serve and make countless sacrifices for our country. So thank you. This is a really exciting month, and we have a lot of great things to come. This is just the beginning. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Hahn, and indeed, this is just the beginning. You hear that this board is so very supportive. Background also, my father served in the Air Force, 3 bullets, and my nephew right now is serving in Afghanistan as a ranger. So, you know, the heartfelt alliance that we have on this board to you all is without a doubt extremely strong. Inclusive is our superintendent. We pray for the safety for every one of our military. We know that they are in harm's way so many times, and even this pause of honor is not even enough to give towards the service that they give to our country. So. We are very appreciative and happy to have an occasion such as this to honor them. And I want to thank our biggest advocates here in the military, Member Hahn and Member Snively, who always capture the importance of this. And so thank you so much. And I'll conclude with that remark. And right now we're not going to further, other than we're going to vote on this. So please vote when your lights are on. Let's see. We had, oops, that's, voila, okay.
Lights up.
Lights are on. Got to get warmed up. It's unanimous. Thank you, and thank you for your service and for being here. Who's next? Okay, so I don't know if they want.
go back to our regular schedule here. We have no withdrawn items today. I do need a motion and a second to adopt the agenda. And I have a motion by Member Snively and a second by Member Combs. Any discussion? Seeing none, please vote when your lights appear. It is unanimous. Thank you, Board. Roll call. Let the record reflect that all board members are present and none of the board members are remotely tuned in. We're all here physically. We have two sets of minutes to be approved today. We have 2.9 2021 school board meeting and 3.9 2021 school board meeting. I need a motion and a second to approve the minutes. I have a motion by Member Combs, a second by Member Vaughn. Any discussion? Seeing none, please vote when your lights are on. It is unanimous. Thank you, Board. Board members, we have a time certain at 5. Member Co-Chair Hahn, please remind me when we get to 5 o'clock. We have a public hearing. Board members, I'd like to go over the format of tonight's meeting. We are permitting up to 50 people in this boardroom. Given the size and orientation of the boardroom, we can do this safely. Members of the public may sit in every third seat in the auditorium. The lectern will be cleaned after each speaker, and we want to thank Mr. Figueroa for doing such a wonderful job. As a reminder, this is a nonpartisan board, and the number one priority is the welfare of all of our students. Board members, you will have 3 minutes to speak with 30 seconds for final thoughts. You will hear the bell after 3 minutes. 3 minutes is your time to make your comments and form your questions. Afterward, the staff will respond accordingly, and if further response is necessary, we can go back in the queue, or you can talk one-on-one with the staff member if necessary. The public is reminded that as part of the district's reopening plan approved by the Florida Department of Education, face coverings are required to be worn at all times, including ROSAC employees and including our site. Those not wearing a face covering will be asked to wear one and will be provided with one if they do not have one. Should someone not have one or refuse to comply, they will be asked to leave the premises. Board guidelines. Member Hahn, will you now read the board guidelines?
Thank you, Member Gray. As we begin this afternoon's meeting, let me quickly review the format of our school board meetings. Please silence all electronic devices. There are speakers in the room behind me that allow board members to hear the meeting upon stepping away from the dais. This meeting can be viewed with closed captioning on the live webcast, on cable TV, and on video monitors here in the auditorium. It can also be viewed with the closed captioning in the online video archive.
Thank you, Member Hahn. We have one item scheduled for time certain. At 6 p.m., we have employee input. At this particular time, and I'm just trying to gauge the time, Mr. Porter, shall we do the public hearing right before the board, the comments from the public?
The public hearing cannot be held before 5:01, so if you can get through public comment and then immediately go into the public hearing would be the best approach.
Excellent. The board welcomes comments from citizens and values your input to the board. In order to provide the most comprehensive response to your comments, our staff will follow up with you and will keep our board informed about the responses. Our school board respects the public's right to speak to the board, and we appreciate you taking your time to be here. However, it is requested when you address the board comments that they are not directed against us personally or an individual staff member, but rather keeping to the issues at hand. Any behavior intended to interrupt the orderly conduct of this meeting will not be allowed. Our civility policy is in place. When addressing the board, please state your name and speak clearly into the microphone. Each speaker will have, at this point in time, 2 minutes. I will now call upon the first speakers. I'll probably go into about the first 4 or 5. So you feel free to line up and stretch the legs a little bit, get up and get ready to speak. So we're going to go ahead and begin with Curtis Hubbard, Jessica DuBois, Paula Castano, James Castano, and let's go ahead and begin. And good evening.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Curtis Hubbard, and I'm a 30-year Department of Defense veteran, Army Special Forces for 30 years, and I use the Troops to Teachers program to become a first-year teacher this year. I was here about 3 weeks, got cut from the first round of cuts. Then I was reinstated, moved to a lower-income school where I loved those kids, but what had happened there was because of all the impacts of all the cuts of all the units, all the band and orchestra kids, yes, I'm a Green Beret band and orchestra guy, okay, I'm just throwing it out there. But what I wound up was 50 kids in my classroom, 36 brick and mortar, 14 online, none of them signed up for band orchestra. None out of 50 for each of my classes, okay? These are the impacts of some of these things. I don't blame the administration. I love my administration there, love the kids. Problem is, they have nowhere else to put the kids. They have no one else to give them to, so give them to the band director. So I'm not there anymore. What I learned from those kids is more important than anything I taught them. I learned that the minority kids at many of these schools need our attention and help more proportionally than the other kids in less disadvantaged places. And what I'm concerned about is the cookie cutter solution to our cuts treat everybody exactly the same. And those kids out there, I could teach 50 or 100 in one school at the elementary or the middle school I was at. I can do about 15. That's the first thing. Second thing I'd like to make a point is the counselors. Please do everything you can to get funding to preserve all the counselors. Please, please. They are so important, and they're not just important to the kids, so it's not a math problem again with them. Because they're counseling PTSD folks like me trying to keep myself together. They're helping the adults at home. They're helping kids, and we keep expanding their capacity. They don't have any more capacity. When you keep expanding, we're hurting our kids. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, Ms. DuBois, followed by Ms. Castano, and then James Castano. Just trying to remember if I taught the Castanos. The name sounds familiar. Go ahead. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Jessica DuBois, and I represent thousands of Tampa families via several Facebook forums. The pandemic is having a lasting impact on our children. Everything from their social circles being shattered to an irregular school year with less teacher interaction and less resources has had a silent but prolonged effect on our kids. ERs have seen a 24% increase in mental health visits from children year over year. Cutting counselors, assistant principals, wraparound services is the last thing our children need right now. The board is telling us 1,000 teaching jobs need to be cut. I'm here to challenge that. We deserve transparency from this board on where every tax and CARES Act dollar is being allocated. Funding for charter schools with little structured oversight at the end of the day is doing our students a disservice. Many would argue the watchful eye needs to turn to Tallahassee. But first, we have got to get our house in order here in this boardroom. We believe in the right to a quality public education. I'm a product of public education. Cutting teachers, again, I'll say it, is a last resort. We don't know what will happen with the American Rescue Act funding. Hillsborough County could qualify for per pupil funding to mitigate some of these cuts. We as a group are asking that a citizen advisory committee be formed immediately, as is in place in Miami-Dade, for financial oversight. We need a second pair of eyes before such a drastic decision has a lasting impact on our kids. These 1,000 jobs, 7% of our teacher workforce, may balance the budget this year, but at what cost? The cost of our children's future. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Paula Castano. James Castano's next, followed by Dr. Godhigh, followed by Christina Matasini. Good evening.
I want to get my granddaughter up there, same age.
You wanted to take part in this.
Oh, thanks.
Hi, my name is Paula Castano. I'm here representing thousands of parents supporting teachers. I am a former public school teacher and intelligence analyst for the FBI. This district sadly reminds me more of the FBI with all of its bureaucracy. We demand the school board and Addison for better communication, transparency, and accountability for the mismanagement of funds in this district. We want a citizen advisory committee established immediately, like Miami-Dade, to solely oversee the budget with you. If cuts are necessary, we demand the school board to hold Addison accountable. You are his boss. All traveling literacy teachers are cut, but managers will not be, to include his friends like Terry Connor and Megan Parento. All college counselors and student success coaches will be cut, but the superintendent's cabinet is left intact. Come on. We want you to tell us why Tallahassee is withholding funds from the CARES and Recovery Act. And why are you not pushing back on them? We're asking you to work with us, the parents. We have thousands of people in a group. We are willing to help mitigate this problem. We want to work with you. We're asking you to push back with us. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. James Castano? Welcome.
Thank you, thank you. Good afternoon, my name is James Castano. Born and raised in West Tampa. My family's been in Tampa for 100 years. And proud to be a native Floridian and Tampan. Went to school at Plant High School 30 years ago under the leadership of Beth Shields. She was my principal and then my superintendent. Well affiliated with the public school system here. And not only did I go to because of my public school upbringing, I attended the Naval Academy. I was a first responder at the World Trade Center during 9/11. So I was an FBI agent at the time, also a Navy reservist, active duty 7 years, and I finished out 20 years in the reserves. But I attribute all those accomplishments to my public school foundation, which I received 30 years ago. Transporting that today, I see those cuts and those lack of resources hurting our students today. I would not have those. I don't think I could accomplish what I have accomplished in my life if I was going through the public school system today, not receiving the full services I've received 30 years ago. It just doesn't make sense that things were better 30 years ago, which we've had so many more developments and resources available, but cutting those resources is not the solution. For instance, I heard at Gaither High School, there are students that don't have a full-time English and chemistry teacher since the beginning of the year. So that's unsatisfactory. I've heard, at the beginning of the presentation here, we're focusing on our students today for the future, but it doesn't seem that way according with the cuts that are happening.
Final thoughts.
Final thoughts. We're the third largest state in the union by population. We're the 8th largest school district in the nation, but our funding levels is at 45. We're at 45. So it seems like we're putting our kids down here at 45, which should be in the top 10.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Castano. Dr. Gadhi, and you'll straighten me out with that last name. Sorry. Christina Matasini, Mr. Martins, and Bianca Goolsby will be next. Good evening.
So my name is Dr. Anjali Nirmalani Gandhi. I'm a board-certified child and adolescent psychiatrist, and I've treated hundreds of underserved minority children in Hillsborough County through my work at a community mental health center. and I'm here to represent those families who cannot be here today. I'm very concerned about the recent announcement of further cuts to school personnel. We already went through personnel cuts in the fall, which greatly impacted many of the high-risk children I treat. Why are we cutting teachers and school staff when there have been no cuts to upper management? I'm concerned about the lack of transparency in regards to salaries and the spending of the superintendent and the school board. We need accountability. I'm proposing a Citizens Advisory Committee to provide financial oversight and transparency to the spending of the superintendent and the school board. Furthermore, I'd like to see the superintendent and the school board be vocal with the lawmakers of Tallahassee about the negative impact of charter schools on our children's education. Not only do they take funding from public schools, but I have seen firsthand their inability to educate children with special needs, whether that be those special needs be mental health related or learning disabilities. I've seen children be kicked out of charter schools when they become a behavioral issue and sent back to their neighborhood public schools to manage. Also, I feel like it's incredibly short-sighted to have cut school psychologist positions given the increase in mental health issues I've observed over this past year during this global pandemic.
Final thoughts?
Huh?
Final
Okay. Yeah, just that mental health issues are expected to rise over the next few years, and at this time, it is next to impossible for me to get a child into a school psychologist, and I cannot imagine what it's going to be in this next year with the amount of cuts to the school psychologists.
Thank you so much. Next, Christina Mattasini. Good evening.
Good evening. I stand before you today not only represent my own children who attend public school here in Hillsborough County, but also their classmates, the teachers and faculty at our school and every school in Hillsborough County who cannot voice their opinions for fear of retaliation, and thousands of Facebook friends and groups that are representing our cause. We refuse to stand by and watch Senator Davis year after year cut the teachers, staff, and programs that we need in our education system. Superintendent Davis says that budget cuts are necessary while continuing to pay himself and his appointees six-figure salaries. I don't have time to go into Achieve 3000 either. These continued budget cuts are not benefiting our kids now, nor in the long run. Instead of spending funds to fix the failing schools and recover from the academic slide, the plan is to cut great public school programs that we need, arts, music, physical education, and fire teachers, while also spending money on charter schools. I watched the workshop this morning and I was appalled. You, the board, are invested in the power to fire, hire, and counsel Superintendent Davis. And you need to consider this role in regards to these position cuts as well. You, the board, can also form a community advisory committee on budget and audit matters to assist in bringing accountability, transparency, and direct communication from Mr. Davis to the community. We need you to represent the interests of the kids in the district above all else. I am a great example of a believer in public schools. I am a product of the public school system. It took me out through high school, and I attended college and graduated as an attorney. I pulled my children out of private school during COVID. I pulled my children out of private school during COVID because I was able to compare apples to apples, the curriculum. We have a great curriculum. We need the teachers to help teach and enforce it. My children are thriving more than ever at their school, and we need to help the children who are not and keep the programs and not restrict the children who are doing well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're going to next have Mr. Martins, Bianca Goolsby, Stephanie Baxter Jenkins, Cal Finera, followed by Ellen Lyons. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time. So my name is Oleg Martins. I'm a parent to a second and a third grader, and I'm here in support of the teachers and public education at large. I'd like to start by thanking the board and the administration for keeping the schools open this past year. I know it wasn't easy. I know there was a lot of opposition, but frankly, for a family like ours with working parents and for many of our friends in the district, that was hugely important. For the mental health of our kids, that was important as well. And so we greatly appreciate that. We know it's been a challenging year, and with that, I think there's been challenge in communication. When I talked to all the parents at our school, nobody was aware of the cuts. Nobody was aware of the scale of it. Nobody understands it. Adding to this, there's a concern from school staff, including the principals, vice principals, and parents, that there hasn't been consultation, that they were told about the cuts, but they weren't given a chance to react or add to it. And, you know, that's a fait accompli. That has, frankly, created a lot of distrust towards the board, and it's eroded the trust towards the board and the administration. I fully support some of the comments that came in earlier about a Citizens Advisory Committee, because I think that would help rebuild the trust. Right now, there's just not enough communication going on back and forth. I'd like to end with a suggestion. I understand that, and correct me if I'm wrong, it won't be until the fall that there'll be a 20-day count, and that schools will be given additional units if they so need them. I don't know if you're considering this yet, but perhaps it might be useful to start communicating with the principals in June and July and ask them about their enrollment numbers at this time. They have some terrific teachers they're having to let go right now. They know they're great because they performed admirably during this past year. It would be fantastic if they could keep them rather than letting them go to other districts. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Bianca Goolsby will be the next speaker. Welcome, Bianca.
Thank you, board members. Thank you, Superintendent. The School of Hope conversation was so timely. It was a narrative that was painted that we're losing our students due to charter schools. And while that might be necessarily true, it's disingenuous to leave out the critical part of the equation. Superintendent, we cannot compete when we have more failing schools than any other district in the state of Florida. Based on the most recent FSA data collected, which you've all now have it, Miami-Dade had 7 D schools, 0 F schools. Hillsborough had 27 D schools and 7 F schools. Years of not being intentional got us here. And your actions of desiring to make drastic changes without following the money caused a major blow. And that's on the board for not advising you otherwise. So I just want to say that I am very thankful for School Board Member Jessica Vaughn and School Board Member Nadia Combs. I appreciate you two particularly for operating in accountability, integrity, and in transparency, especially during this time. And on behalf of Teaching for the Culture, we have our awards for you both to just say thank you for just being transparent and honest with the folks. And so I just wanted to just hand this to you guys and just say thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Bianca. And next we're going to hear from Stephanie Baxter Jenkins, then Cal Fanera, Ellen Lyons, and then Steve Armstrong. Welcome. Welcome.
Welcome. Hang on. Sorry. Still haven't figured out how to not have my glasses fog up with a mask. Good afternoon, school board members, superintendent. We're here at a really interesting time. I think this is a day you should, and actually intended to celebrate our teachers and all of our school employees, including our principals and assistant principals who opened up our schools. Although our legislators still aren't letting people in, we opened our doors in August and welcomed kids back. We taught them from home. We taught them anywhere they needed to be taught. And we're going to thank everybody for being those kind of heroes, with cutting 1,000 of them and doing so in a manner that I don't think is particularly well thought out. And I think you all need to think about this, because as much as I heard you this morning worried about assistant principals, and believe me, I don't represent them, but I don't think they're being treated well either. You're worried about them. Teachers do have pool rights, but not all teachers are going to get the rights to those pools. And that is a decision that's going to be made by the superintendent. So you're going to lose far more teachers potentially than the administrators you're concerned about, which is not to say you shouldn't be concerned about all of them, because the reality is probably a lot of kids are going to be back. We're making cuts at a time when the numbers are not accurate, simply because of COVID. We're making decisions that it's almost as if we want to drive families away from our schools. I mean, don't think that some of this conversation is not intertwined with the other conversation you had this morning. And to act as if it isn't is, again, disingenuous, because I can't tell you, as we're making all these announcements, how many ads that are on Facebook, on all these places, for charter schools to hire our teachers, for private schools to hire our teachers. This is, we're engaging in a scenario where we're making cuts. They are going to harm programs, harm people, harm our students, and it's going to have the exact opposite situation we need, which is keeping kids here. Thank you.
Thank you. Cal Finera, then followed by Ellen Lyons, Steve Armstrong, Cass Miller, followed by Mary Cushion. Welcome.
Hello. Good afternoon. I am the band and orchestra director at Chamberlain High School, and I first would like to actually give credit to the superintendent and the my principals, Jake Russell, and other principals and the area superintendents for fighting to keep my job and my chorus teacher's job. Initially, the discussion was to merge our programs, to have one person do everything, and they fought to make it happen, and I'm really grateful for that. And a lot of other programs are also really grateful for the attempts to keep all of our jobs. But I do feel as if there was a severe lack of that sympathy for our elementary and middle school programs. There is orchestra and chorus, specifically, and elementary music that is being cut in our district. And me as a high school band and orchestra director, I go down to the middle school and I see the light in these kids' eyes, and I'm like, okay, come on, join the band, join the orchestra, join my program, because you're in it and you know what it's like. That won't be a thing with these cuts all the way down to the elementary. There's little Lin-Manuel Mirandas that we see on Hamilton that are at these elementary schools, that are at these middle schools, wanting to be that next Lin-Manuel Miranda, and we're cutting that opportunity of them. And I mean, it's gut-wrenching. And over the weekend, there was a award for the Hillsborough County for 2021 Best Communities of Music Education from the NAMM. And it is a very big honor for our county. And when I first applied to this job...
And final thoughts?
Sorry?
Oh, final thoughts.
Oh, okay. Well, when I first interviewed, I saw this award and was really honored to take this job that I have right now. And seeing this award again in 2021, I am embarrassed. So I hope that we can go back to the drawing board and see what we can do about all these jobs that are being cut. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And now we'll hear from Ellen Lyons. And board members, I am aware that we have a public hearing, and we're going to await till after the speakers, and then we'll go right into that. Thank you. Oh, good evening.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Ellen Lyons. I am the South Region Representative for Hillsborough County PTA. I'm here about the 1,000 pending cuts to positions within Hillsborough County. I see these cuts as resulting from both migration of children to charter schools, and that is an issue that needs to be addressed through staffing, but also a fundamental philosophical change as between the prior administration and this administration when it comes to school staffing. And I see the 22 college and career readiness counselors that are potentially going to be eliminated through these cuts as an example of that philosophical change that I think is going to have a great impact on our high school students. I also have concerns about the timing of these cuts. I think cutting the positions are short-sighted. I think that many people will be able to talk about the good things that college and career readiness counselors do. I also think that in light of the $260 million that we may receive in CARES 3, that putting a pause on these 22 position cuts is probably wise, given that we're in the middle of a pandemic, and that the other school counselors are going to be very busy when all of the students come back to school. So I asked the district to consider pausing that particular position cut, and I would also ask you to please consider a Citizens Advisory Committee on budget issues. It would be very helpful to our community. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. Next, we're going to have Steve Armstrong, followed by Cass Miller, followed by Mary Cushion, then Isabella Maxwell, followed by Edward Vaughn Maxwell. Good evening.
Good evening. I am Unit 204330 and soon to be former chorus director at Alonzo High School and Smith Middle School. And I want to bring to your attention how the 35 per student classroom mandate affects my school, my life, my students' life. Great choir out here, right? You guys saw applause. That choir could not exist under that mandate. There's 30 kids in that choir. So you're going to throw it away because there's not 5 more kids. Take away their opportunity for that. I had a 3-minute speech written out. I have to skip some of that. I have 19 years experience, a couple master's degree in my field, long track record of superior choirs, first place in state, those type of things. I came in to start a program, 2 programs that had been killed, and I was told there'd be support for that. This was last year. So at the beginning of this year, my position got cut, and then at the rally before that, they reinstated it. Now they're being cut again. I grew the program 3 times. I grew from 40 students to 150 students this year, still being cut. Half a year with students is not enough to make a chorus program work. It takes years and years for a chorus program to build, and it takes one stroke of the pen to kill it.
And final thoughts.
Yeah, that's it. I think that you're going to come to see your mistake once the once thriving music department in this county is destroyed. But I hope that you come to your senses before that and change course. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Cass Miller, followed by Mary Cushion, Isabella Maxwell, followed by Edward Vaughn Maxwell.
Thank
Welcome.
you so much. Thank you. Again, I'm Cass Miller. I'm a mom in the district. I'm speaking today to represent the 300, now I think it's up to 375 parents, caregivers, taxpayers, and concerned citizens who have petitioned for Mr. Davis's resignation. In the past 5 hours, the petition's been active. I want to make it very clear, it is not my intention to assert that Mr. Davis is a bad person, as I am certain his intentions are good. However, what he and Mr. Kemp are bringing to the table at in Hillsborough County isn't working for our kids anymore. In the petition, you can see several bullet items showcasing the blind spots Mr. Davis holds adversely impacting our children. I would be remiss not to mention the fact that Black and brown children are being disproportionately disparaged by these cuts. Additionally, ESE students, such as my very own daughter, are experiencing loss of educators, paraprofessionals, and support staff. And during the worst time in their young lives historically, children are losing not only mental health professionals they have access to, but all of the support structures that are laid out for them. This is all that they have. Many children do not have access to mental health care because it's not accessible. For these reasons, I believe it is in the best interest of our Hillsborough County Public Schools, children, educators, our support staff, to see Mr. Davis send in his resignation along with Mr. Kemp. Truly, it is not in my interest to malign either of these people for doing their jobs. I wish I didn't even know their names. I'm just a mom. I want to be with my kids tonight, but as a guardian of our children's future, I am being required to be present today. I am required to be here before the board, before the district administration. I am required to stand up and be a voice to the voiceless. With that, honorable members of the Hillsborough County School Board, I implore you to request Mr. Davis resign from his position.
Final thoughts?
Yeah. If you list the mask mandate, parents will be removing their kids from schools, which is a loss of the FTE dollars. Thank you for your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next will be Mary Cushion, Isabella Maxwell, followed by Edward Vaughn Maxwell, then Shay Hughes, and then Frank Reyes. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Mary Cushion. I'm a mother of 4 children that attend the public schools here in Tampa. This past year, we made the decision to pull our kids out of private school to attend our local community public school. And we're really glad that we did. One of the biggest challenges that we've had this year, though, has been the shuffling around of teachers that we've already seen. My 7th grader has had more language arts teachers than I can keep track of. 6 or 7, she's not sure. I think as adults that we may forget how big of an impact that this type of disruption can have on our vulnerable youth. As parents, as elected officials and neighbors of these kids, we have an obligation to provide them with the resources that we know that they need to succeed. We know that having things like smaller classrooms, creative arts programs, readily available counselors and psychologists on campus is in the best interest of our children. Taking away resources from our children should not be the answer. We have to find other ways. I implore you. I implore all of us. We need a citizen advisory council to figure this out immediately. Please and thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Isabella Maxwell. Good evening.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Isabella Maxwell. We all want the best for our children. I relate to the children in Raskin Elementary, where I teach because of my background. I was born and raised in poverty of communist country of Poland. I graduated from the University of Physical Education with master's degree. I was lucky to have the opportunity to move to the United States of America, the best country in the world. After 12 years working in different professions, I gained more confidence in my English, and I became a certified Florida physical education specialist. I was thrilled to be assigned to Raskin Elementary, because I'm an immigrant, so 90% of Raskin students. Through my 16 years, I supported and served students and the community with all my heart and extra time. I involved my friends, family, and local businesses in giving financial and moral support when we needed for the unexpected family hardships. I raised funds to purchase additional equipment and teaching materials to better serve the children. Last Thursday, April 8, while at home, I received text message with some strange kind of screenshot from Principal Rebecca Salgado, saying that I was sent to pool. I'm thinking, what is this? It surely must be a mistake.
Final thoughts?
It is cruel. Oh, sorry. It is cruel to be informed of a life-changing event in such a way. No face-to-face meeting, no explanation, nothing. I'm terminated from the school after 16 years of dedicated service to many immigrant children. Don't we education teach our students that the gay behavior,
Thank you,
studies,
Ms.
and
Maxwell.
hard work? We do. All is about the
is
community
completed.
and the children.
Thank you, Ms. Maxwell.
Thank you very much. You guys, we wanted everything we can do for the community. Thank you.
Thank you. And then this will be Edward Vaughn Maxwell.
followed by Shay Hughes, followed by Frank Reyes, Scott Height, and followed by Rick Warner. Good evening.
Good evening, or good afternoon.
Yes.
My name is Vaughn Maxwell. I'm a local businessman and husband of a longtime physical education teacher, 16 years at this one school. I've spoken there several times at Great American Teach-In and seen the shyness and reluctance of many of these kids to speak, especially to a stranger. I've also seen the positive changes after a couple of years of instruction by a caring teacher. These cuts and transfers hurt the children by removing long-time trusted figures from their lives. The way in which some of these teachers were notified of these draconian cuts was uncalled for, shabby, shameful in the highest degree. This damages teachers. It crushes their spirits. In some teachers, it will lead to physical and emotional issues. Overall morale will suffer. This, in turn, hurts the children, which is the heart of this matter. Remember, the teachers nor the children brought about this mess. Thank you.
Excuse me. Thank you. And next we'll have Shay Hughes, Frank Reyes, Scott Height, Rick Warner, followed by Josephine Amato.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for taking the time to allow me to speak. I'm born and raised here in Hillsborough County. I've attended public school here, and I'm here to speak on behalf of all the teachers. And so things that are not necessarily done right, that the truth comes out and the goodwill of all is cared for. I'm a friend of Isabella Maxwell, who just spoke. That lady, guys, has given her all for 16 years. I've donated thousands of dollars to help these kids with programs where the parents don't have enough money to attend an event where their child may be, or the school doesn't have money for equipment. I've seen her passion. I've attended teach-in days, and I've come down there to speak to the kids and talk to them about business. I've owned and run 4 corporations with over 350 employees. I understand what it's like to meet budgets, how to deal with people, how to be an owner, run an organization, all those kind of things, and how you have to have good judgment and financial responsibility, but you also have to have a heart, and you have to look into the matters of things. For somebody to receive a text message saying your job is now sitting off to the side, you've worked there for 16 solid years, you're loved in that community by kids, parents, siblings who now go to the school because their sister and brother had Coach Maxwell, and it's just not fair to teach somebody like that. But 2 people are going to, here's the message, 2 people are going to come down there 3 days a week to do her job. Why can't she be that person and let those 2 people be substitute teachers elsewhere? Thank you.
Final thoughts? Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you all very much. Okay.
And we'll get let's see, we're almost getting to the end. I think we have next Shay Hughes, Frank Reyes. Was it Frank Reyes? I've always said plural. Scott Height, Rick Warner, followed by Josephine Amato, followed by William Young. Good evening, Mr. Ray.
Good evening, Superintendent Davis, School Board, Ms. Porter. My name is Frank Reyes. I am the president of the Hillsborough County Council PTA this year, and as well as a parent for at least a few more months. I would like to address 2 specific areas, our school counselors and the college and career readiness. While we're looking to cut positions in counseling and student service staff when our kids aren't just dealing with the day-to-day anxiety and stress of school, but they're also doing it during a pandemic that has changed their life both in and out of school. Instead, we should be leaning on our counselors even more. Our children's mental health has never been more challenged than it is today, as many of them have hit a social and emotional wall. Those words actually came to me from a counselor, not my words. And on college and career readiness personnel, I've learned just today, college applications are down this year. In addition, their jobs are to help the efforts to set up SATs, ACTs, and AP exams, as well as FSAs. They also work closely with students dealing with socio-emotional challenges. And finally, they work directly with parents and students to provide the blueprint for post-high school plans in the workforce, technical, or college. So my simple ask today is that you consider these cuts. You will also consider the long-term effects they will have on our kids as they move forward. Money should never be a reason to shortchange our kids' education, even in the most difficult times. We have to do better. We have to be better. Thank you.
Thanks, Frank Reyes. And we're going to follow this, your discussion with Scott Height. And let me get my glasses on. Scott Height, Rick Warner, followed by Josephine Amato, followed by William Young.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
So optics and intent. Optics, they've never looked so great for Addison Davis, especially in the middle of a pandemic and a financial crisis. It doesn't look great when Addison started within 90 days. Spent $11.1 million on an Achieve 3000 contract where his brother was an executive. Gave a 15% raise to his cabinet over the summer in the middle of a pandemic, as well as facing the first round of cuts, and then appearing unmasked at the Super Bowl. Didn't look great. Addison's one of the highest paid superintendents in the United States, and in 2020, Addison Davis and Melissa Snively knew the budget was short, but investments were still made where he saw fit. Achieve 3000 raises for the cabinet, while teachers were terminated and programs cut. But here we are. Let's talk about federal relief. Contrary to the narrative given in the media, the state owes us money that absolutely can help us stop these cuts. No, it's not a permanent solution, but why would we not use this money when it would give us a fighting chance to come back from under-enrollment caused by a pandemic? Do these extraordinary but temporary circumstances justify these cuts? I don't think so. We need to push back on the DOE and the state legislatures who fully intend to shrink funding down to nothing, scare parents away, and leave them with the choice between prison-like public schools, private schools, or what they are selling, a for-profit and tax-siphoning charter schools like Schools of Hope and a voucher system that takes public tax dollars and reroutes it to private enterprise. But this is the real hope is federal relief to the ship in Tallahassee's thief in their understanding. We need relief to help our current temporary crisis, but we need time to fix the long-term issues. We can't afford to do this by start cutting and scaring away parents and losing some of the best programs in the country. Did you know we just got awarded by NAM? This is a hard thing to do. This takes action, caring. The optics are not great. What is the intent? We have to make sure it's not someone else's agenda. It has to be ours. We care about our district. I hope we do. You all do as well, too.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Rick Warner, followed by Josephine Amato. Then we'll have William Young, Tina Williams, and then Alan Brewster. Good evening.
Good evening, everyone. I see 2 minutes on here, okay? At the March 25th School Board Budget Workshop, the administration presented the status of the effort to survive this year's budget crisis and to bring next year's spending into line with anticipated revenue. Those projections indicated 1,080 staff positions would need to be cut to bring school-based staffing into line with the standards in something called the staffing allocation model, which is based on funding per full-time equivalent students. Employees affected by those staff reductions were advised last week in a move no one wanted to make but was deemed unavoidable. Additional budget cuts are also planned in other areas. Developing those projections is an exceedingly difficult task due to the continuing inadequacy of funding and the many required estimates in this highly unusual year. And I'm going to have to leave out the list of many unknowns here because of the time. Unfortunately, the financial picture will not become much clearer until mid-June, when the actual results through the end of May and the timing of the receipt of the federal relief funds is known, which I'm sure everybody knows that Tallahassee is still holding on to that money.
And
While the
final
district
thoughts?
continues to focus on the current budget crisis this year and next, education advocacy organizations need to join forces to inform voters about the facts of school district funding and spending, and to demand that our legislature begin taking meaningful steps toward the goals of both adequate and equitable funding of K through 12 public education.
Thank you.
And last sentence is, parents upset with the impact of budget cuts on their child's educational opportunities should examine the voting records of their state representative and senator.
Thank you. So next we'll hear Josephine Amato. And just speakers know that we can hear you even though you don't see us. We're in the back room.
Good evening, Board. First Lady Dr. Jill Biden stated, giving military-connected kids what they need to thrive isn't just a nice thing to do. It's critical to our national security. In the longest war in American history, our military-connected students have been especially vulnerable to educational loss due to highly mobile, high-stress lifestyle that comes with their parents' service to the nation. This is especially true of our most vulnerable military-connected students with disabilities. Our amazing military-connected students are known to be resilient, resourceful, and relentless. Military students have always played an important role to ensure equal access to free and appropriate public education for every American child. Military students were among the first to desegregate public schools in America. A military child was the first student to desegregate Hillsborough County Public Schools. Though this took decades, the first step was taken by a military child. Bravery. That brave and historic step was taken by the daughter of Joseph T. Elliott of the United States Air Force. From 1950 and well into the 70s, Public Law 874, now commonly known as Title VII Federal Impact Aid, from the Every Student Succeeds Act, funds local public schools. The current Succeeds Act funds local public schools $860 billion a year. This primary purpose is to ensure every American student, including our most vulnerable children, have equal access to free and appropriate public education. That door was opened by a military child. Courageous. Title VII, the Every Student Succeeds Act, Federal Impact Aid law to support military-connected students, clearly states its purpose is to help military students meet the same challenging state academic standards. I'm going to tell you what I found after much discovery. Tinker Elementary, 100% military-connected students. 34% of our military-connected student populations are below state standards. 71% of our military kids with disabilities are below state standards. Let me say that again, 71%. Our students are resilient, resourceful, and relentless. That means they have obstacles along the way they had to overcome. Our job is not to make it harder. I will continue to speak for military child because remember who modeled resilience and relentlessness to them. Please help our students and celebrate them by giving them equal access and support them to reach state standards as required by law. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Amato, and thank you again for the video that you put together to celebrate the month of the military child. Our next speaker is Mr. William Young, and then we have Tina Williams. Welcome, Mr. Young. You have 2 minutes. Thank you for being here.
Good evening, Board. Given the abbreviated time, I just want to state that I believe it is time that this Board reconsider its way of work. This Board's way of work is what has gotten this district to where it sees itself today, where senior leaders at the table behind me who seem very concerned with their future ambitions are making decisions that this very Board should be actually stopping. The excuse that our hands are tied by the state legislator seems ludicrous, as your own statement of responsibilities from the district's website reads, the school board is responsible for the organization and control of the district's public schools, and it is empowered to determine the policies necessary for the effective operation and the general improvement of the school system. Then on tonight's agenda, item 4.01, it states in part in its description, Florida statutes, state board rules, and Hillsborough County School Board policies require board notification and/or action regarding decisions and recommendations of the superintendent related to personnel matters. Furthermore, Florida Statute 1001.43, Section 11 states, as I'm sure you're all aware, that the district school board may adopt policies and procedures necessary for the management of all personnel of the school system. You have the power to change what is happening here in Hillsborough County right now if you don't let your way of work, as it's established, get in the way. Please remember, 4 of you Hillsborough County parents and community members elected you educators to run this district, not the leaders sitting at this table behind us, and certainly not Mr. Davis. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Young.
Thank you, Member Hahn. Let's continue with Tina Williams, followed by Alan Brewster, then Letty Escalante, and then Yvonne Fry.
Hi.
Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Tina Williams. I'm here again to address the board about the lack of professionalism in our schools. I agree with the gentleman. Now, I understand the cuts have to be made. This is long overdue. I'm not here to talk about that tonight. You do what you have to do. However, something that the board can deal with is the lack of professionalism. We have admin, staff, they're not professional. They don't treat the students like they matter. They don't treat the parents like they matter. Tell me, how does a parent make an appointment and the principal refuses to see them? 45 minutes later, still no appointment. Tell me how middle school testing, parents call to find out when their students are being tested, no information has come out. That is the lack of professionalism at its finest. How can we expect our students to be successful if we don't show them the proper way to be successful? Mr. Davis, still waiting on a parent meeting. We're still waiting. We've requested, still haven't met. We don't need admin. We don't need others to speak for us. We can speak for ourselves. The lack of professionalism. Leadership. What is a real leader? What are we showing our students? Just think about that.
Thank you. Alan Brewster, Letty Escalante, followed by Yvonne Fry, and that concludes our speakers.
Alan Brewster, board members, superintendent. When I come up here to this podium, when I speak about topics or issues, I'm not attacking anyone, especially not the leadership. I'm saying that there's issues and there's growth to be made. Middleton High School is going down. It's going backwards. The staff, the head administrator, the school is in turmoil. The academics, it really is. And it saddens my heart to hear that the only high school in Hillsborough County that offers Chinese is no more. A few board meetings ago, you said that how can we get minorities more involved in these advanced courses? Well, taking away Chinese is not going to help. My daughter went to a Chinese event in Miami almost 2 years ago, and she competed in the Chinese competition and saw how other cultures compete at what their level, and it does something to her. She came home, was teaching her little brothers and sisters Chinese, and so now they're interested. But guess what? No more. You're letting a great teacher get away, a teacher who spent several years in China. Now there's no more. She probably is going to go to private or charter school. How are you building these students up? By taking it away. You open the door, but now you close it.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Letty Escalante, followed by Yvonne Fry.
I came out of 2020 with a newfound appreciation for what it means to be an American. I've never been the patriotic type, not because I didn't love my country, but because I took my constitutional freedoms for granted. Fast forward to now, after seeing how little some of our elected officials actually care to honor our Constitution, I have a new outlook. I now understand why they say freedom comes at a heavy price. Typically, the saying brings forth images of brave soldiers putting their lives on the line for that one document that makes America different. Now it has a new meaning for me. That burden actually doesn't only fall on the shoulders of our men and women in uniform. It falls on every freedom-loving American. It means standing in opposition to unconstitutional measures adopted by despotic officials, even when some members of your own community stand against you. It means setting aside your dignity and pride for the sake of what is right. As a first-time mom, I somewhat dread what is supposed to be a proud milestone for every parent, and that is the first day of school, which will come in the blink of an eye for my small son. Instead of excitement and anticipation, I worry for the world that we adults are collectively creating for our children. We are teaching them that their bodies are not their own, but the state's. We are asking them to quite literally sacrifice their well-being and childhoods for the sake of the greater good. We are stripping them of their individuality. And for what? How much time needs to pass? How much more data do you need to acknowledge that we made a colossal mistake in addressing this novel virus? How many more states and counties need to eliminate their mask requirements before we can do the same for our children? Does it matter that our lenient state has fared far better than even New York and California, who stooped to the most tyrannical lows in addressing COVID-19?
Final thoughts?
The World Health Organization themselves made it clear long before we had all this accumulated data that our own experience, that our children are not super spreaders of this virus. So why do we continue to place such a heavy burden on them by robbing them of a carefree childhood? I implore you, please do the job that you were tasked with. You are not my family's doctors, and you do not hold the keys to my family's freedom. Thank you.
Thank you. And I was remiss. I wanted to say good evening, and I missed that. Good evening, and thank you for your comments. Good evening. Good evening, both. Go ahead.
Yvonne Fry and
Danny McIntyre.
we are board members of the Future Career Academy, a program put on by the nonprofit Workforce Development Partners Corp. And we're in our 6th year. We're here tonight to spread the good word of next week is our big hiring event open to seniors that are graduating across the county. All schools are invited to participate. We've got some great employers with amazing jobs and career paths available to our students that are entering the workforce right out of high school. And I've wanted to bring Danny with us tonight. He had a few remarks as well.
Yes, thank you. We want to encourage you to talk to your high school teachers in your districts and make sure they engage the students in this event next week, because the goal is to bridge from high school to employment right away without a lapse of time, keep them on the right path for a better future for themselves.
Thank you.
Well said. Thank you. This concludes our public comments, and we're going to go right now into what seems to be a little bit overdue, public hearing. I will now open, and Member Snavely, do I go ahead and pound this?
If it says that you need to...
Doesn't say. So...
Adjourn the meeting? Yeah, pound it.
Okay, I will now open the public hearing for the instructional materials adoption process. This is a requirement pursuant to state law and board policy. This is an opportunity for any member of the public to speak about the instructional materials that are recommended for adoption by the board and to provide input to the board. The materials were advertised and have been available for public review. I will now ask Terry Connor, Deputy Superintendent for Instruction, to present this item. And after his presentation, any member of the public may speak to provide input to the board on the proposed instructional materials. Mr. Connor, you're on.
Good afternoon, school board chairs, board members, superintendent, and staff. At this time, the board is conducting a public hearing on instructional materials being recommended for adoption. The list of materials attached to the agenda item includes materials for English Language Arts, K-12, and International Baccalaureate Social Studies. These materials have been reviewed by a district adoption committee and are being recommended for adoption. As required by state statute, a 20-day public review of recommended materials and a public hearing is required before the board can vote for the adoption. The public review requires that the district provide digital access to the recommended materials via the district website. The public review was conducted beginning on March 23rd, 2021, and ending on April 12th, 2021.
No, I don't think so.
The public hearing this evening is to provide the opportunity for the community members to share comments about the materials with the board. The board does not need to take action at this time, but will be asked to vote at our next regularly scheduled board meeting on May 18th, 2021. At this time, Board Chair, you may call for public comment.
Public comment. Are there any individuals who would like to make a public comment regarding this at this time? Seeing none. Mr. Connor?
You can close the...
I'm going to close it. Thank you. We're now going to continue our recognition/proclamations, and actually we have proclamations. We have the next one, and Member Combs, you'll be presenting this, Teacher Appreciation Week, which is from May 3rd to the 7th, 2021, and National Teacher Day, May 4th, 2021. Member Combs?
This is my first proclamation as a school board member, and probably the most difficult proclamation to make right now because of what's occurring in our schools. I think it's very difficult, and I want to say that I'm very understanding, and I think it's very important that even though this is a very difficult time in our schools, it is a very important time to recognize our teachers. So teachers fill many roles as listeners, explorers, role models, motivators, and mentors. They continue to influence us long after our school days are only memories. Teachers open children's minds to the magic of ideas, knowledge, and dreams. They play a crucial role in shaping our children into the people they will become and supporting them through their youth. Teachers keep American democracy alive by laying the foundation for good citizenship. And we have over 14,000 teachers in Hillsborough County Public Schools. And I want to say, as a former teacher who taught in Hillsborough County Schools, there is no question that teachers play a vital role, not only in our schools, in our society. And it is by far the most important job. I know for me, when I came to the United States in third grade, Miss Wilson is who gave me the confidence, to be anything I wanted to be. And I know for my own children, I have two children in Hillsborough County Public Schools, and the type of effort and time that their teachers make to influence their lives, I am so appreciative of it. And I know this is a very hard time in our district, but I just want to say, just listening to the speakers today, it is such a difficult time in Hillsborough County Public Schools, but I just want every teacher to know that I'm speaking for everyone, how much we appreciate all the time, the effort, and the impact that they make on children. And thank you so much to each teacher throughout our district and all the employees in our district.
Thank you, Member Combs. I need a motion and a second. I have a motion by Member Perez and a second by Member Vaughn. Will there be any discussion from the board members at this time? Member Perez?
As Member Cohn said, this is a very difficult day to be speaking about our Teachers Appreciation Week. But you showed up during this pandemic. You were there for our students, and you were there for everyone. I truly appreciate everything that you've done, and have been doing throughout this time, what you've done for our students and what you continue to do. Thank you so very much for who you are and what you came to this district to do for our students.
Thank you, Member Perez. Member Vaughn, followed by Member Washington.
Thank you, Chairwoman Gray. Every day throughout my existence, I hear or read of stories of teachers that have touched people's lives in a way that have made an unbelievable impact. And thank you, Member Combs, for being very delicate in the way that you've introduced this. I just want to echo what my fellow board members have said and say thank you so much to our teachers who show up every day and give so much for so little. And when I mean little, I mean pay. But who do it because you love our students and you have a passion for education. And for all the parents out there, if you have the opportunity during Teacher Appreciation Week, please find a way to show how much your teachers, how much you appreciate them, because their jobs are much harder than most people can understand. And I just want to really express my appreciation. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Member Washington, followed by Member Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I too echo the same thing about teachers. Being a former teacher myself, I have the empathy and I understand what we are going through now. I myself was cut in 1977 as an assistant teacher. I had to go find another school to work at. My wife has been cut before as a teacher, so I know how the feeling is. And also as a principal, and I said it this morning, as a principal, the worst part of my job was calling the teacher in to let them know that they were being cut. That's really difficult because we want the very best teachers in jobs. And it's hard. People, it's really difficult. I've had some sleepless nights. This is not easy what we are doing now. It's very difficult. But we got to continue to work and do what's best. And every day is Teachers' Day. Not just a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Every day should be Teachers' Day because all the things that they do in Hillsborough County for our students. And I want to read something from Sidney Hook. He said, everyone who remembers his own education remembers teachers, not methods, not techniques. The teacher is the heart of the educational system. And I can always go back and remember my 5th grade teacher, Mrs. Lomas. And that was a long time ago. But I can remember. You know how I remember Miss Lomas? Because my mother died when I was young. And she took time out with me. She took time out, and I always admired her. I always came back, even when I was in high school before she passed. I always came back to see her. Teachers are important in every person's life, so we can never forget that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Washington, Member Hahn, and then Member Snively.
Member Washington, you are always a tough act to follow because you speak so eloquently from your heart. And I certainly echo many of the sentiments of my school board colleagues. And Member Washington is so right. You know, so many of our childhood memories are wrapped up in our school memories. And as a former teacher and someone who prepared future teachers, you know, he's right. Every day we should be celebrating our educators. They have a profound impact on children for many reasons. And, you know, I do look forward to the week of May 3rd when we can take every day that week and celebrate them even more in this district. Many of our community leaders step up and participate in celebrating our teachers. I know some of our schools have their PTAs are not as strong as some of the others. So if there are schools out there that are struggling to provide the celebrations for Teacher Appreciation Week, I would encourage you to reach out to us as board members, and we can help connect you to PTAs that are willing to partner with schools to make sure that you're able to celebrate your teachers. because it's, I know for many of our schools, it's sometimes that's challenging, but we can help with that. I'm sure between the people we know in the community and working with our PTA and our Hillsborough County PTA, we want to make sure that every school has the ability to celebrate teachers equally. And thank you again for everything you do each and every day. And I'm proud to be an educator, to be a teacher. It's something that, we just carry with us in our heart, no matter what job we move on to throughout our careers. So thank you, Member Gray, for the time.
Thank you, Member Hahn. Member Snively?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I look forward to this week every year to show our appreciation to teachers, but I believe that Mr. Washington is correct. Every day should be Teacher Appreciation Day. And our teachers have been through some tough times, some ups and downs, especially during this pandemic. And we've asked them to do a lot of things, but they truly are our heroes. And as a parent of children in the public school system, I've never been a teacher, but boy, do I appreciate the teachers. I know my children, they were not e-learning. They were back in school, brick and mortar, because that is where they learn the best, from the classroom and the teachers in the classroom. And the teachers, the teachers who are e-learning too, they are trying to do both. They are amazing. That's another conversation we'll hopefully have later, because we need to really consider how much we're asking our teachers to do. But I look forward to that week. But you're right, teacher appreciation should be every day, because they truly are the most meaningful, impactful relationships, just like Ms. Combs mentioned, how she remembers her teacher. Those teachers that make those impacts will last a lifetime. So thank you for bringing this forward again this year for a proclamation to show our appreciation.
Indeed, as the late Earl Leonard said, and I know Member Snively has heard this before, but the teachers are the train that moves the schools. And we say that, I think I say it every year, because superintendents very much realize that the teachers are the ones that count. The final analysis, they are the reason that us board members are here and the Superintendent Davis is here. It's because of the teachers who absolutely make or break the trajectory, not only mentally but academically, of course, for our children to succeed. I always think of a solution, what can we do better? And I think Member Snively was kind of alluding. I remember, and I've been a teacher most of my life, I remember that Teacher Appreciation Week and how it made me feel, because the kids would, they'd bring, in elementary, they'd bring the nice cutie things, and then when I got to high school, it was, bottles of wine and other celebratory gifts, but nonetheless, it made the teacher feel very worthy. What can we do, teachers, to not only show that, we're showing our appreciation, we need something better than that. I asked Superintendent Akins last time when he was serving as a superintendent to make sure that he says say something about teachers every time there's a board meeting, and I know some of you remember that, because we cannot forget who they are, what they've given, and how they will help and actually succeed with our children's needs. So I will also keep my ears open, Superintendent Davis, with the board, with the sentiments you're hearing. Let's really put our heads together and take some action steps. What can we do to absolutely show appreciation, not just this week, but each and every day? I better not say each and every day, but most of the days. We've got to get a little bit better than just one proclamation. And thank you, board members. So I just need to go ahead and we'll conclude with that. And at this point in time, please vote when your lights are on regarding this proclamation. And it is unanimous. Thank you, Board. And our next proclamation, this will be the National School Library Month, and it's associated with the arts also, which, you know, I put a lot of time into the arts, into the media, because, and actually Member Hahn does as well, but because it's the largest learning place in the school, and because if we go back in history, one of my best friends was a media specialist, but I think that, and I'm going to read the proclamation right now. The school library media program is to ensure the students and staff are effective and ethical users of ideas, information, and technology. The role of the school library media specialist is to provide the leadership and expertise necessary to ensure that the library program is an integral part of the instructional program of the school. The school library media specialists of Hillsborough County have dedicated themselves to work for quality library programs for all. The school library media program contributes to the individual growth and development of all students, while fostering both excellence and equity in education. I need a motion and a second to approve the National School Library Month. I have a motion by Member Hahn and a second by Member Snively. Any discussion? And here we go. I'm sure board members will want to share their thoughts. Member Hahn?
Oh, look, I just want to be buried in a library. I probably to do it again may even be a media specialist. I think the school libraries are a special place. Public libraries are a special place. Kids, it opens up their imagination. It builds a love for books, which, it builds a love for reading, which lasts a lifetime and is the foundation for everything we do in life. So it's just with great joy that, that we read this proclamation today and celebrate the school library media programs. And thank you to all of the media specialists in our schools who instill a love for books in all of our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Hahn. Member Vaughn?
Thank you, Chairwoman Gray. As I've toured my schools in my district, the heart and one of my favorite places to visit is always the Media Center. I'm always blown away by the collection of library books that we have, the series, the inventive way our media specialists do displays, how they reflect the communities that they live in, things that were happening, and they connect those real life experiences to the love of reading and literacy. My own son, who is an extremely he has a love of reading. We've taken him to the public library, and he's never shown much interest. I think that's because he has such a great library at home, but he loves the library at school. He comes home every day telling me about the books that he's got, so excited, and they add such value to our schools. So I just want to say thank you for this proclamation, and I love our libraries and our media specialists, and they provide, such a heart of our schools. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Member Snively?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to shout out to our media specialists out there who have really stepped up their game during COVID. And, when you go out to the schools to visit, I'm sure board members, when you go to the media center, because I think that's where we all like to go when we visit a school. It's always a fun place to go to the media center. You bury me next to Dr. Hahn in the library. But our media specialists have been very creative during COVID because, especially early on when children weren't really coming into the media center in groups, they had a lot of creative ways of getting books into the hands of students, like traveling media specialists, and making sure that the books were disinfected and making sure that that children, even if they couldn't maybe come to the media center to read, that they would get those books into those children's hands in their classrooms. And so I just wanted to kind of shout out, because every time I visited, especially in elementary school, they get really creative in how they can get those books into children's hands, and it's very impressive. So I just want to give a shout out to the media specialists for that. Good job.
Thank you, Member Snively. Also, if I can just make a comment, I want to thank Carol Vick, also Aaron Saladino, and Melanie Melanie, let's see, anyway, she is the captain of the ship. Sorry, Melanie. But I know all three of you do a wonderful job. Every year they present what is called SLAM, and that is the Student Literacy and Media. They do a big, with a big shirt. They do it.
Why don't you let her hold it for you so you can talk in the microphone?
Okay. Okay, so my Vanna White Hahn will hold this. But, every year they put this show on, and this year with COVID, although it was a limited display, and I know, Member Perez, you went to one of the slams. I think it was your first year. I remember that. And what goes on is this year they're adding cultural, demographic related books such as the Hispanic culture, the African American history, Asian American. They're really identifying the groups in our schools and matching it with books. And not to mention Stacy Hahn, Member Hahn will go on and on about Mayan, but the contributions from our partners are insurmountable. So I want to thank the media centers for embracing diversity and really putting the touch, the careful touch for the eyes and the interests of our students with a great book. So thank you, and thank you, Member Vanna White, for holding the shirt and folded up nicely. So members, if you'll vote at this time, please vote when your lights are on. And let's see, get Lynn out of here. Okay. It is unanimous. Thank you, Board. Okay, we're going to carry on. Let's see.
Madam Chair, you'll note that it is 6 p.m. and that's the time for employee comment.
Yeah, we're really kind of maybe making perfect time. Thank you, Attorney Jim Porter. So at this time, we have employee input, and we have Rob Crete, Kimberly Enriquez, and Greta. You'll be the first three, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So let's try to abide by 2 minutes if we could. And Mr. Crete, you're first. Good evening.
Hey, good evening, everyone. As a career Hillsborough County educator who loves this district, I am thoroughly disappointed and disheartened by where we stand today. These cuts are not good for students, schools, employees, or our communities. They may be great for our S&P and bond ratings, but quite frankly, I don't care about that. I only care about the students and employees of Hillsborough County. It is imperative that when we make these cuts, that we are protecting our students and employees. We need a comprehensive plan for continued employment for any employee affected and work proactively to minimize the negative impact that these cuts are going to have on our students. Mr. Davis, we appreciated your willingness to keep employees whose units were cut in the fall, and we ask that you do it again. I noticed that vacant was the cut that was made the most at the district level for positions. These are the vacated positions that will not be filled. It seems that vacant really took it on the chin down here at ROSAC. Happily, I don't advocate for a vacant, but I do for all of the hardworking district employees. I ask that we wait until they too are vacant before we cut their unit. We all know that we're going to need these professionals next year, so let's commit to all those affected and giving them a pathway to continued employment now, please. And once we do that, our job is not over. Once we save the employment of these professionals, we need to engage on how these schools are going to continue to be driven and to do more with less. Until this state respects every student's right to a free and high-quality public education, school districts will be continued to be forced to build their houses, their proverbial houses, out of straw instead of brick. Let's save these employees and let's leverage our lawmakers to fund our schools and districts appropriately. Thank you. Let's do this.
Thank you. We're going to now hear from Kimberly Enriquez, and then Greta Patnob, and then Dana Cook, and followed by Emily Lee. perhaps we don't have Kimberly Enriquez. Greta? Thanks. Good evening.
Totally vaccinated now. Good evening, y'all. When I come before you, I'm speaking usually on behalf of those who are not able to self-advocate. Most of the time, that is students and their parents of ELL, ESC, disenfranchised students. But today, I want to speak on behalf of the faculty whose positions have been cut. I want to make it clear that government service is not the private industry, and we do not conform to the same definition of profit, and our value to the community is obviously that, as we've seen this year, as an essential worker. We are called public servants because we accept employment at a compensation level far below what is appropriate, with the expectation of stable employment and retirement benefits. The security and benefits are no longer there. Therefore, the excuse of, well, businesses simply terminate without cause does not hold muster in this case. And private industry also does offer retirement packages to make it through these times of financial stress. And oftentimes those close to retirement, like within 5 years, they'll be bought out and offered retirement packages. And when people dedicate almost 30 years, 3 decades of their lives to serving the children of this community, we don't throw them to the wolves. In addition, for those at other stages of their careers, because education is a career, and we are a single employer in this area. Hillsborough County Schools, private industry offers settlements. And these settlements allow employees to continue fulfilling their daily obligations until their last day, for many which will be June 1st. And then they have some paid time to find new employment. And that's not happening with my coworkers. To be clear, 74% of educators are women who go into teaching to be able to continue to be a primary parent with a schedule that matches their children. And some of these mothers are the primary breadwinners in their houses. And when I speak with my fellow coworkers who show up every day to work, even though they've been tossed out, they are fully aware that come June 1st, they are unemployed with dependents, and they're going to have to sell their homes, and they and their spouses will be forced to leave their community in which they were born and lived for 30, 40
Final
years.
thoughts. Oh, perfect timing. Thank you. Thank you, Greta. Okay, next we're going to have Dana Cook, followed by Emily Lee, followed by Angie Snow, then Valerie Churchman. Good evening.
Good evening. I want to start out by talking about the charter school business that was brought up this morning. I want to make it very clear, after spending 10 years both in Polk County and here working in Title I middle schools, that this solution will absolutely not solve the problem you want it to solve. By drawing off a part of the population, you will only help that small part of the population, and you will effectively leave behind to suffer everybody else who stays at the public school. Please understand that the true need is wraparound services for the schools that already exist and community infrastructural need and support, not another shiny Band-Aid, multitasking as a true fix. I'm looking at you, Achieve 3000. So, I also want to address the unit losses that are both mind-boggling and unconscionable. You need to understand that we are underestimating the numbers that we will have next year. Every single person I have talked to, absolute experts at understanding how to build master schedules, say that my school, which is looking at 20 unit losses as a high school, is underestimating the number of students it should have by close to 400. That we were asked to build a schedule under the 400 that we think we will have. And you can say all day that that is perhaps accurate, but I can stand outside my classroom and see the cranes building new townhouses next to my school all day long. So I find it a little odd that I'm having to ask my coworkers to jump into the pool while construction continues all around me. Arts and electives are being absolutely cut at the middle school level. We are undermining our children's education. Please put pressure on the people behind me to change this immediately.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Emily Lee, Angie Snow, Valerie Churchman, and then Jenny Dial. Good evening, Emily.
Good evening. This is a quote
My goal is to make our schools the most attractive option in Tampa Bay. Those were your words from this morning on the news, Mr. Davis, in reference to the worry about our students leaving our traditional public schools for charter or private options. Families generally choose private and charter schools for a few reasons. They want smaller class sizes so their students get all of the support they need. Many times there are a robust variety of choices for the students in specials classes and programs offered both during and after school. Many private and charter schools offer more field trips, more authentic learning experiences, and they allow autonomy for their teachers to plan truly engaging and rigorous lessons across all subject areas, not just the testable ones. Due to instructional cuts, the opposite of these experiences will be happening in our school. We will have class sizes so large that the kids will not have their needs met, whether they are remediation needs or the need to be challenged. With less adults, safety issues will arise more frequently. Without consistent specials teachers at elementary school, families will have no concerts or after-school programs to attend for engagement. Without middle and high school electives, we will have lowered engagement in school for many students. Without college and career counselors, how do we prepare our students to be college and career ready? These are barriers that are being erected when they should be taken down. You either care about the kids and the people wanting to keep the kids in our schools, or you care about the money. There isn't room for both. This isn't a business, and our students' backs are not rungs on a ladder to climb up and impress politicians in our state.
Thank you. Next, Angie Snow. Good evening.
Good evening. I stand here before you guys to speak of the word of the day, which seems to be equity. I speak to you about equity in our transformation schools. Here's what I discovered about equity today when I ran my own numbers. In Hillsborough County, we have 113 elementary schools, not K-8, just elementary, which is going to see 371.90 unit losses. Of those elementary schools, there are 22 transformation elementary schools, not K-8. 22, which will be visualizing 127.97 unit losses. That is not acceptable. It is not equitable. And there are numbers that need to be visited. We have magnet schools losing lead teachers. How are we going to attract a transformation magnet schools when they're losing the lead teachers that go out into the community and promote our schools? These are schools that I know are close to many hearts sitting up here. Many people I have spoken to personally. We need to take a look at this and see what's going on, because if we expect to get out of this, we've got to make sure, just like the cartoon, and I'm going to try and do it the right way because I said it wrong earlier, with all the animals standing at the bottom of the tree. You've got penguins, you've got polar bears, you've got squirrels, you've got fish. Everybody doesn't get to the top of the tree the same way. We need to look at equity in our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. We're now going to hear from Valerie Churchman, followed by Jenny Dial, followed by Carissa, Denica, followed by Heidi Glick. Good evening.
Good evening, board members. Chair Gray, you know, it's Choochman, like a train.
Oh, sorry.
It's all right, man. All right, so I'd like to begin with a quote. Addison Davis, 3/25/21. The biggest thing is to protect the classroom, those who generate FTE, those with students in front of them. When I look at these unit cuts, I don't see the district protecting the classroom, protecting the people who generate those FTE dollars. The people who work with kids every single day. School board members, we've heard you ask for these cuts to have little impact on our classrooms. We're told that we've lost students and that we're over allocated. However, teachers are being told to expect increased class sizes next year. And to be clear, I don't mean the rare elective class with 9 students. If grant-funded positions have caused the overstaffing in our district, why are teachers being told to expect an increase in class size? Aren't grant-funded positions the ones who are not in front of our kids every day? I want to introduce you to a new word being used in our home. Adispin. You may have seen it on TV. An example of Adispin is the claim that millions of dollars have been saved by reducing his cabinet. While this is technically true, people were shifted and added new layers underneath his cabinet. Dr. Hahn, I'm curious if you've received the visual you requested at last month's workshop, the one that details those district level changes. Sulphur Springs, minus 8.8, Memorial, 10.92, Sickles, 13.26, Gaither, 15.29, Riverview, 20.75, Leonard, 26.37. I'm asking you to please revisit these school-based cuts, take a harder look at those who do not generate FTE dollars, don't balance the budget on the backs of our schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Valerie Chuchman. Next, we'll have Jenny Dial, then followed by Carissa probably, Carissa Denica, Heidi Glick, Johnny Green, followed by Carrie Heldman. Not sure of the spelling here. Okay, thank you.
Good evening, board members and Mr. Davis. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I am both a teacher and a mother to 2 amazing children who attend Hillsborough County Public Schools. They go to school with, and I work with some of the best teachers in the county. Teachers who work hard every day to make sure that our students are well equipped to tackle life as a well-rounded human who can think critically, read, write, do math, and treat other humans with genuine kindness and understanding. Teachers who, if we all think back, we can picture in our minds as having made an impact on us. Unfortunately, due to circumstances beyond their control, my children and others like them now attend school in classrooms with too many other children. They have gained and will continue to gain students in their classrooms due to unit losses. My children don't deserve this, and neither do anyone else's children. All children deserve a teacher who's able to help them with that individualized attention that they deserve and is based on their needs. As educators, we all know that kids develop at different rates, and teachers make a difference daily, but a teacher with too many students can't give that individualized attention. They're left burnout and frustrated. Teachers and instructional staff in this district are held to high standards, and we rise to that occasion continuously. This year alone, we've learned new curriculums, new technologies, new health and safety protocols, all showing up while concerned about our own health and safety. This year's instructional staff has maintained rigorous instruction that builds on student knowledge, fills in gaps, as well as meeting their social and emotional needs. Some of our students have stable home environments where they're loved and nurtured, but many others don't, and they rely on school staff for this. We can't give these kids what they need if we have too many kids and not enough adults. Our culture puts an emphasis on making sure everyone's needs are met, but we just can't do it. Please don't cut teachers. Cuts hurt kids. Our kids are begging you for the teachers they deserve.
Thank you, Jenny. Next, Carissa, followed by Heidi Glick, Johnny Green, and Carrie Heldman. Good evening.
I'm Carissa Denica. I have some questions for you, and just please know that I am greatly concerned about my well-being, about my position, what kind of things are going to happen when I ask these questions, but be aware that I'm direct and that's just how I am. Why have the cuts in unit allocations been so quiet this year? There's a lot of talk about transparency, but there's not a lot of evidence of this. In the past, information wasn't always forthcoming in rush, but information wasn't impossible to get. This year, these past few weeks, we aren't hearing anything. In fact, over 15 units are being cut from my school, and I learned about it from Tampa Bay Times. Number 2, did you think about having less APs, how that will affect our student safety and behavior? Our already overwhelmed assistant principals are going to become even more overwhelmed. 3, did you think about how fractioning the units affect the students? We're all coming off a very difficult year, and now we will be sharing a full-time psychologist. What's your plan for the student who needs to meet with a psychologist while they're at another school? I thought SEL was an important focus this year. Why cut those positions now? In addition, I am greatly confused, and I'm a math teacher, about how I am going to be scored with my VAM. I teach Algebra 2 along with some other courses. However, none of my students have an assessment this year. How am I going to be judged on my teaching? Is it going to be based on how they did on their English FSA? Is it on their Algebra 1? There's a million different ways. In the information that came out, there was an elementary example, there was a middle school example, there was no high school example that was related to what I'm dealing with.
And final thoughts?
I appreciate you letting me talk and answer these questions, but I hope that some of these become more transparent in the future. Thank you.
Okay, next, we're going to hear from Heidi Glick, Johnny Green, Carrie Heidman, Ryan Hasinski, and Chris Rusnak. Ms. Glick?
Good evening, everybody. I want to start with a positive change that I have seen here. I know, anybody, defibrillator? Okay. That's happened at some board meetings, that when people speak and they need some help, they have, as I said, Mr. Davis, you've been directed to send people out to help, and I'm certainly hoping that's going to hold through today because I have some questions. As you are all aware, and you have been reminded all day long, there have been tremendous cuts that have resulted in program cuts, even though we were told that was not going to happen. When you have 2 teachers in a department and one is cut, the department has now been cut in half, and so have the choices. These cuts are going to result in larger classes, less time available for our students, less time available to plan, less time to stay in contact with our stakeholders. I live and work in this school district. Both my children are very successful Alonzo grads. There can be no doubt for anyone listening that I am very proud to work in this school district. But there have been so many negative things lately, it's getting harder and harder to feel that way. So I have some questions that I would like answered. Ms. Tuchman talked about some of them. I would like to know how many district staff have been cut. I would like to know how many of those have not already been rehired back with different titles. I would like to know the actual dollar amount in savings. And I don't mean any disrespect, but I would like to know how many new employees from Clay County will not be returning to Hillsborough County next year. How can you expect to see scores and graduation rates go up if we have fewer teachers, fewer ESPs, and fewer administration to help keep our students safe? I really would like answers to those questions, and I would like them on the record.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Glick. Superintendent Davis, can we have someone honor those questions? Okay, Ms. Glick, they'll be addressed. Thank you. Next, we have Johnny Green, Carrie Heidman, Ryan Hasinski, and Chris Rusnak. Tell me, no.
So I'm not going to say something that hasn't already been said, but I really want you to think about cuts. Take, for instance, that what happened this morning in the workshop was mentioned about some programs at Blake. So the creative writing program, for instance. My son is in that program. He had to apply for that program. And when I say he applied, he had to write up some stuff to get in that program. That program is a world known program. Now, I understand that the teacher did retire early in December. We had to fill another teacher in that program. But now he's scheduled to start taking dual enrollments this summer as a 11th grader. So now what happens to him the last year and a half that we must choose what his education is all about. So we think about these cuts. These cuts may not affect you, but they're affecting other people. And what we have to do for our kids. These employees, teachers, our ESPs, especially our ESPs, have gone the whole year without a raise. I understand we're talking about job cuts, but again, during the whole pandemic, have not got anything. Now we're talking about cutting units, creative writing units, other elective units. That now parents got to sit and decide what we must do to get our child to graduate. So again, you know, nothing is easy, but when you think about this, it's not your family, but you're affecting other people's family.
Excuse me. Next, we're going to hear from Carrie Heldman, and I've done it in this name about 3 different ways, so you'll correct me. Then Ryan Hasinski, Chris Rosnek, and then Josh Newhouse. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Carrie Heidemann. I'm a licensed clinical social worker with 40 years of experience, 23 in this system as a school social worker. I would like to preface that I'm probably one of the few and very fortunate to enjoy going to my school every day. But I'm here today as a CTA representative for school social workers. I provide mental health counseling to students every day as other school social workers that exhibit signs of anxiety and depression. I believe a major factor in the number of students that I'm seeing is low staff morale. Teacher and staff morale is being hampered by stress, pending cuts, poor communication with administration and staff, overwhelming changes in technology, and excessive demands. And I ask that you don't let the COVID overshadow these mitigating factors. In addition, those tasked to provide the mental health services, it seems like district is going to lessen their days. We have projected lesser days in our school counselor and our school psychology positions. It is important how we make those decisions and how we work with one another. How we treat each other makes a difference and makes a difference for social emotional learning. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Well said. Next, go ahead, Ryan Hasinski and Chris Rosnek, and then Josh Newhouse. And that will complete the employee comments. Good evening.
Good evening. Let me be unequivocally clear. What you are about to do will bring irreparable harm to our district and to our community. The financial impact, being one of the largest employers, goes without saying. If you recall, Mr. Davis, April 7th, 4 p.m., we met. One of the things that we talked about at length was the lack of funding. From this board, largely, all I ever hear is nothing but silence on that point. There is no advocating. In fact, I would say Member Vaughn has probably talked more about this in her first 5 months on the board than many board members combined. When will you raise your voice? It is criminal, the lack of funding here in Florida. If Florida says that they care about their kids, they should be putting its money where its mouth is, because it does not. Does not care. Period. End of story. You can't be 43rd in the United States for funding and say you care about kids and their future. Completely incongruous. Doesn't make sense. And with my last few seconds, let me just say this. Everybody in this room, except for maybe the teachers and educators who have spoken, who have not been in the classroom for the last 5 years, which is the majority of the people behind me, have no clue how difficult it is to be a teacher in today's day and age. And I will tell you, as an IB teacher, of the last 5 years, That has been the hardest job I've ever had, and I've given everything I've got to those kids every single day. And I did 2 jobs. I was the theory of knowledge teacher and the extended essay coordinator. Am I going to have a 3rd job, a 4th, a 5th? The cuts that you are going to bring are going to destroy what little morale is left.
Final thoughts, Ryan.
Thank you. Sorry for yelling.
Thank you. Thank you. Excuse me. Next will be Chris Rosneck, and then followed by Josh Newhouse.
Hello, everybody. Thanks
Good
for having
evening.
me. So I want to talk to you today as a parent. You've heard a lot of my colleagues talk about what it feels to them as an employee, but I'm a parent of 2 students in our district, and I have some thoughts about what's about to happen. And first, as Mr. Hazinski just talked about, since we're the 3rd largest employer in Hillsborough County, what impact is this going to have on our local economy, and how might this come back to affect us in the future? How might the decrease in adult supervision impact the safety of our students, especially in the event of an emergency, or in their normal daily lives, or on the bullying that we're trying so hard to take care of in our schools? How will this impact students with disabilities? How will they adjust to having less support in the classroom? How can we possibly meet legal class size requirements? Do we really expect teachers to be effective teaching upwards of 40 students in a class? What's going to happen to student access to art and other programs like that? My daughter lives and breathes art. When she's not in school, 90% of her time, she's painting, drawing, writing stories. We know this is good for them. We know students do better on standardized tests when they have access to these type of programs. They're a necessity. And speaking of mental health, what cost are we going to pay for losing counselors in our schools, especially at this time? Right? We need them more than ever. And some students have no access to any professional counseling outside of school. And what will this do to the morale of our essential workers in these schools, our teachers, our ESPs, our paraprofessionals, bus drivers, custodians, you name it? They were there to take care of business when it needed taken care of so that we could function as a society. Right?
Final thoughts.
Where are they? My final thoughts are, what are we doing to talk to Tallahassee? Why aren't we getting those funds and requesting we spend them the way that we see fit? Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Our last speaker, Josh Newhouse. Good evening, Josh.
Good evening. Josh Newhouse, Blake High School School Library Media Specialist. So first I want to say thank you for recognizing us this month. It's always appreciated. And also thank you for the shout out to SLAM. Kim DeFusco, John Milburn, Carol Vick, the Arts Council, they all did a fantastic job, and we were very proud of Blake to host it. I wasn't going to speak tonight. I was kind of on the fence, and I listened to that, and I thought about the role of the librarian as you mentioned it. And one of the things I think was not mentioned was what I consider to be one of the key roles, which is a collaboration engineer. That's the one who goes out into the school and creates collaborations, creates meaningful collaborations. I'm at Blake High School. We are one of the most successful magnet schools in the district. And if I'm not mistaken, we're losing 21 people. 21 out of 100, give or take, people at a school which doesn't lack for numbers. I mean, maybe this past year because of COVID, but that's going to rebound significantly. We're losing 21 staff members. And my thought isn't just about those individuals who I'm not going to see, but about the ones who aren't going to be brought in. We've heard about all the veterans, and believe me, my heart goes out to them. What about the new teachers? What about the inspiration for new teachers to come to our district? Where is that? Because I'll tell you, it's not going to be based on 2 COLs in 1 year, in large part of teachers without VAM. We've got some brand new, some of the most enthusiastic teachers I have seen in my life, people I'm looking forward to collaborate with, especially post-COVID, who are going to be gone from my school. 21 people from a successful magnet school. I'm not talking about our magnet AP, who does a phenomenal job of keeping that program running. 21. Future Ready is about being a librarian. It's also about people. We need to have teachers want to be here in the future. This is going to discourage that. we need to pause and think carefully, not just about the current impact, but about the
final
impact.
thoughts?
I'm almost done, yep. Thank you very much. About the impact on teachers, new ones with fresh ideas, new teachers who are going to be someone's favorite teacher who make a difference in their lives, who will not come to our district because of these cuts. Please consider, and thank you once again for your support.
Thank you, Josh. Okay, that concludes our employee comments. And board members, we're going to take a 3-minute break, but not just yet. I just want to go ahead and do one more thing. I need a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. I have a motion by Stacy Hahn, Member Hahn, and a second by Member Snively. Any discussion? If not, please vote when your lights are on. Thank you. It's unanimous. Board members, just take a 3-minute stretch break. It's a healthy thing to do. Superintendent Davis also, and you're up next, Superintendent Davis. Oh, you want to do a 5 minutes?
On school board days, I think you can eat whatever you want.
You got your mic hot.
It is, or it's not? It's hot now?
Yours is hot.
Board members, if you will, please show up to the dais. We're going to get started. Superintendent Davis. Superintendent Davis. Member Vaughn. We're going to have a quorum. Superintendent Davis, you're going to begin. And good evening, Superintendent Davis.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Through the chair, thank you so very much, Ms. Gray. First and foremost, let me thank every teacher, every parent that spoke this evening. As always, it's very courageous to be able to have conversations related to cuts. And I've said since day one, upon arrival in March, so much enthusiasm, March of 2020, so much momentum ready to be able to do and implement some transformational strategies and innovative strategies for Hillsborough County, understanding where we were from an academic health perspective. And in that time, I'm just going to tell you, I didn't know that Hillsborough was in any type of a financial deficit. Nothing that they would potentially face. Now, as superintendents, you see legislators and legislation who control budgets, that funding fluctuates from categoricals. But always superintendents, leadership teams, school boards work together to create that balance, to ensure that services continue to do so in a proactive way that furthers protect our children. As coming in, we get to July. We recognize a deficit. $32 million, which then went to $72 million. And openly, me as superintendent and the team, in this board, in this entire organization community, facing a $72 million deficit, which grows greater, and getting to a point in November where we're potentially not able to make payroll. That is a reality. That is not something we throw on the wall and see if it sticks. It is a reality, and I understand no one feels that reality until $1.01 is not put in place into their bank account. Hence the reason we had to go out and obtain a TAN, a tax anticipation note, to bridge the gap, to help. And in that process, me being very early in my superintendency, had to look at not only cutting district positions, but also cutting school-based positions. With that said, and I thank Mr. Creek, because he said it, we worked very hard through human resources and the staff. While we cut positions, close to over 500 positions, we protected people. 40 people or less were removed, and those were individuals in temporary, and we thank them for their efforts. But it was a hard decision that we had to be able to make. as we peel this onion back, at that point we're like, okay, we're starting to catch some momentum. We can really focus on how we move this district forward. Focus on getting through a pandemic. Focus on morale, galvanizing everybody together. And then we find ourselves once again of a potential opportunity of not hitting payroll in June, which is a reality. And we need to find, and I've said it before, $100 million revenue to help us with that process, which to date we still haven't received. Haven't received CARES 2 Act funding, and we haven't received CARES 3 Act funding. With that said, CARES 2 Act funding, if received, what it does, it allows us to meet payroll, and at the same token, what it allows us to do is hit a 3% reserve where we don't have to commit and write a letter to the Department of Education to tell them that we're under 3%. If we get to a 2% reserve, the Department of Education takes over this organization. And we might say, we have never had these types of cuts before. We've never had to face this financial deficit. That all may be true. I sat with business leaders in this community. I sat with elected officials in this community, in which one individual elected official said, we met in 2018 with leaders, prior leadership, and told them and informed them, in 3 years you will be bankrupt. Look at go back, look at the Gibson report. Look at the Great City Council, Great City Schools report. All of that is talking about where we are financially. Ford and Associates, from a financial perspective, talked about where we are. While everyone, this week, many across this school district were impacted by the financial challenges. And I want you to know, it's not easy. Those weigh on my heart, on my shoulders. And I agree with everyone that spoke tonight about protecting positions. Everyone on this board agrees about that. But everyone also agrees that hard decisions have to be made to protect this organization. No disrespect to Tallahassee, but they will come in, and I've seen it done in Jefferson, and make deeper cuts, unsurgical, and tell this district what to do for every cent and every dollar. Take all the power, financial power, away from this current board and superintendent and team. We're trying to make certain that that is not a reality in this organization. We talk about sleepless nights. I've been here 13 months. I moved with my wife, and I moved with my 15-year-old daughter. We know no one. Come to work 18 to 20 hours a day that I work, that I give Hillsborough County Public Schools every single day. There's decisions we make that are going to be positive. There's decisions we're going to make that we can improve upon. But when we talk about it, sleepless nights, my wife and my daughter see the heartbreak that I go through in trying to not spend time with them to find and protect every position that we had to cut. Every position. They're on the phone with me all the time. When they talk about their weekends, I apologize, I take them. I take their weekends. I take their time away from their family, all to figure out what we can do to protect this organization every single day. Every day. I apologize to each of you because nobody on this front row created this problem. Addison Davis didn't create this financial problem. But I'm here trying to find solutions to this process. I protected teachers in the first half and employees other than 40. I would do my best once again to protect everyone in this organization as much and often as we can. It's going to be difficult. It's not easy. As an instructional leader, which is why the board hired me to lead this work, why I chose to come to Hillsborough, because it could have gone to other school districts throughout the state of Florida. I chose Hillsborough because my skill set aligned with a match of the needs to be able to transform the work instructionally. Is there a different push from prior administration? The answer is yes. It's accelerated. But is it for kids? The answer is yes. As we transition to next year, you will see everything we do will focus on going deeper in the work and not having wholesale changes. The recipe has worked in 2 other school districts, and it will work in Hillsborough County. And we will work every single day to do everything that we can. And in these positions, the future of our school district is majorly pressing. We're at a point where we're expanding charter schools. We're losing students, which is equivalent to losing leaders, teachers, district staff, and support staff. That's a reality. Those adjustments can't continue to not be addressed. In us sitting on the sidelines and not marketing our schools and highlighting our programs can no longer be able not to be addressed. And we will create a rigorous marketing plan to make certain that we can recapture our students. When we look at master schedule reviews, we've looked at 3 to 5 year trend analysis to look at the overarching enrollment of our schools. We're working with HR right now to double check, to triple check, to make certain that we're not only looking at FTE, what's the enrollment, what is the forecast before, and we talked about it. Here we are with COVID, it looks a little bit different, and we've included those who are remote learning, brick and mortar, and projectedly have left to go somewhere else, trying to make certain that we provide the resources needed. Master schedule reviews will continue during the summer to look at enrollment, determine what we can gain back. We're working with human resources to make certain we have a pool of teachers that are ready to go versus stripping everything away and figuring out how we scramble to hire. That doesn't make sense. It's poor management. Are we going to have to hire? The answer in some particular areas, it could be yes. We have hard to fill positions in areas to do that process. But I want to address some of the issues that were raised this evening. I think the community members and willingness to be able to help us with that process. We have a community advisory council to help our school board to continue to meet on a monthly basis. But I want to make certain that when we talk about advocacy, that we're armed with accurate information. The College and Career Council position may be eliminated in position, but we fought to give every high school another school counselor. 23 of the 28 college and career counselors are certified to be counselors and will move into those positions. Of the 5, 1 retired, 2 other found other positions. We're down to 2 to be able to assist. For us to, for me, I went out and tried to find additional categorical money to save those positions. Those individuals will continue the work. College and career counselors are extremely important in that process. But another school counselor, put them in a school counselor, which they should be school counselors leading that work, allows them also to continue to address the mental health side of the work with our students and our employees. We continue to offer assistance through our EAPs. Also about salaries. When I first came into this role, and I would say it may have been when we identified the most diverse cabinet that we've put in Hillsborough County, openly, Ms. Sokol wrote an article about where the salaries were. And in that process, it identified it and talked, and I provided to the board at that particular time, and new board members as well, related to industry standard salaries. Cabinet members are underpaid related to looking at like-sized school districts in the state of Florida. And I say that, and Mr. Farkas, I'm sorry to use your example, $60,000 to $70,000 more the position in another county, smaller than us. And I can go all the way through that list. And I'm grateful to be able to be competitive with who we hire. We've been very transparent about salaries. We reduced the executive team members. And I'll go through that process in a minute. As it relates to communications, we have over-communicated to where we are from a budgetary perspective. Overly communicated. And, when we talk about sometimes there's not enough communication, which I heard coming in from leadership, not enough communication, individuals that know where we stand. I over-communicate, and there's probably, minuses to over-communicating. I've been in media tours in the last couple weeks speaking about where we are financially. I've been speaking to business leaders, chambers, councils, everywhere to talk about. It hasn't been a secret. We started this process with principals in the fall, and then went through being able to February. We talk about master schedule guidelines and staffing adjustments and how we do this with care. Those have been articulated. We will address, if validated, if someone received it in a different platform, which openly is unprofessionally and never should happen. We are people. We are here to support them in any way during a very difficult time. As it relates to learning platforms, when you transition the bulk of your body to be able to go to learning platforms, you've got to bring in new solutions. We took every single solution we brought in, whether it's Achieve or iReady, it was already being used in this district. We just expanded it. And I speak to so many teachers in schools that really love that treatment because it allows them to differentiate and have enrichment opportunities to push children. And it's all about individualized, independent learning. So when we talk about our work, we've been very honest and open about it. And we will continue to do so. And I thank Mr. Warner for always being an advocate about what we can do to push Department of Education to help us because, we are 43rd. We do need additional money. And if not, we've got to find additional revenues to help us internally. And I'm willing to champion that in this district. So one of the questions was about district cuts. So let me provide some relevance and some information. So originally we cut 129 positions in May of 2020 when I came in. Of those 129 positions, which all were filled, they were not vacancies. 91 of those were actual cuts. 38 were repurposed to other positions within the district that may have already existed. And it was over $6 million that we saved in administration. Going back from that was in May, starting in June 2020 all the way until March 2021. At the district level, outside the schools, we've had over 158 people in leadership positions or positions that are outside the schools that have left that we have not hired for. Why those positions were filled. They weren't vacancies. They were filled. And as people left, we stopped because we knew where we are financially. That's $11 million of active payroll that we will see at the end of 21-22. So right now we're at $17 million that you will see the benefits to help us with our fund balance or support schools at the end of 21-22. In this current proposal to the board, which the board has all this information, we identified another 82 positions that we will remove from the district level. Of those 82 positions, 68% are filled with people. 32% are vacancies. That's another $6.9 million. So I'm close to $24 million that you will see at the end of saving money outside of the schools. That's a reality. And this is not about people, well, it's a people or it's a vacancy. I'm open. Listen, I want to protect every individual that I can. The same way I did teachers in the first wave. The same way that we will work to do it in the second wave and hope the final wave of this process. But when you look at the overall fund balance, I've got to look at dollars. No matter how I recoup funding for reoccurring payrolls for general revenue, I've got to look at the dollars and what we can save. So we've taken proactive solutions. There's no joy of bragging into any of those relevant numbers that we provide. There's no joy into that. And when we start becoming, we have to start to move during these very difficult times in concert. It's hard to do when you're cutting. I get it. It's very difficult to do when you're cutting. But everyone that spoke tonight, everyone on this board, everyone here, everyone in this community, we all want the same thing, is to help children. And as it relates to the assistant principals, I would love to guarantee every assistant principal a job. I have a contract I have to follow. Teachers have the first right in that contract. And we will follow it along the way. And what we will work after we exhaust every educator from teachers that are in current positions to help them find a credentialed job they qualify for, we will transition to the phase of administrators. When we start to look at it and get closer, we will determine if there's other pots of money that we can be creative in doing it. We're doing it right now. I'm trying to look at title positions, whether it's Title I, Title IV. How can we leverage those categoricals? How do we maximize IDEA? All of that is inclusive in our approach. And we'll continue to make certain. The budget outlook has dominated my time since starting as superintendent. It has dominated the conversation for 13 months. But when I get in front of teachers, when I get in front of leaders, when I get in front of community business leaders, optimism is in the forefront of my conversations. And while the last years have been increasing challenging for so many teachers, leaders, support staff, students, mental health workers, it's this renewed sense of optimism that has allowed me to have this movement towards seeing sunny days at the end of this in the horizon. And openly, despite all the challenges, I am committed to this district, committed, and I remain resolute in our work together. It's going to be difficult in this process. It's not easy. And I openly wish that I created this problem so I could own it with you. I own it as 13 months trying to find a solution. I wish it was on me because I would say I'm sorry. But being over $40 million in a deficit, no one plans for that. But we have to work through it, and we will. All that to say, I appreciate it. College and career counselors, and there was a talk about school psychologists. We have not and will not cut school psychologists. So I want to make certain that we're acting in that process. You may see movements from one school to the next, but overall, there is no cut in this district for psychologists at any budget level. We have mental health dollars to help us. We're trying to expand social workers and psychologists and school counselors in our district at a time of need for everyone. With that said, Paulo, can you please, let's go to the PowerPoint. And I'm sorry, I have a lot on the PowerPoint tonight. It's going to be very heavy, but it's information that we need to be able to share. So overall, I want to share where we are from a summer learning perspective, what we will offer during our summer, provide emergency overview of what the new emergency Department of Education that was released on April 9th. An update on the sales tax and share some recognitions in our school district, which I think we will continue to be able to do. So the biggest thing we have to do, and we're thankful for ESSER money and SAI dollars, we've got to figure out how to address unfinished learning within our school district. As we know, so many our teachers are trying to stack standards to be able to help our children be successful. So how do we provide extended learning opportunities within our district to be able to assist? And this is what we're going to do. We've got to overall to strengthen the core, to understand are accelerated to minimize any COVID-related disruptions in the educational environment. We will combat any declines that we see because not only do we dismissal between March and May of last year, but we also see quarantine students in and out, which has been uberly disruptive. And summer learning loss is a reality, especially when it comes to literacy. Math is sequential, so there's foundational skills you can build upon, but literacy, that gap continues to widen, and being able to have enrichment opportunities for further expansion. So in summer school, we're going to the first time offer K-5, Hillsborough High Flyers, and this will be from June 14th to July 15th. to July 15th. This is all about targeting students who are in our Tier 3 and Tier 2 range, and that's identified by internal assessments and identified in our reading plan. Once again, this is all about focus on the foundational skills, what interdisciplinary experiences for our students, to focus on the foundations and fluency of literacy and mathematics. And the goal is to make certain that children have the necessary content to transition in skills to transition from one grade level to the next. We will also offer third grade recovery camp, and this is all about the promotional requirements. We still will have students, and we will get analytics to show that students have scored a level 1 in Hillsborough County. We will target these students while the new emergency order doesn't allow, takes away some of the retention processes. We still want to make certain that any student that scores under a level 2 is really targeted to be able to further assist them be successful. As they transition, to make certain they have a continued exposed to high quality texts and truly starting to fall in love with literacy as they transition from one grade level to the next. And then in the transformational network, we'll be offering MAP, which is a world exposure of art, music, and PE around the world in transformation. This is for students this is over and beyond. So any students that are attending in transformation, the summer school process for academics that have been identified, they will be exposed to an enrichment opportunity. And this is about exploring, global opportunities through art, music, and PE to help them become better ambassadors and help them transition into this initiative. And, this is all about awareness and global perspectives. And you can see that we have a number of explorations that will happen. And this will be for any student that is in Transformational Network and the 11 sites that we will have. And I appreciate our team trying to be creative with the solution. And then overall, we will have Hillsborough Out of School Time program. This is host. So anyone that, any of our parents in our community that needs opportunity for host, this will be K-8. There's a $30 registration fee, and there will be $80 per week. And they, once again, will continue to be exposed to enrichment opportunities, potential field experiences, and engage in academics as well to make sure summer learner loss is combated. And then we have additional that we'll have dual language success camps. We have extended school year for students with disabilities. We have migrant school readiness summers, and we'll have voluntarily pre-K kindergarten summer as well for students within our organization. From middle school, we do have to transform in our middle school. We're looking to create a transformational plan. Once again, we will offer any student that needs to enhance their grades 1/4 of middle school, their grades for their course selection. We will help them with providing, opportunities to remediate their grades and to allow them to transition from one grade level to the next. And then also we will have Algebra 1 Booster for those students who may not have been successful in Algebra 1. We will have host, migrant, and then we're also going to offer 6th grade summer bridge for every school, a minimum of 2 days for every student moving from, this is the first time at scale we've had it, from moving from elementary to middle school, and just to get students oriented to how to make that transition and do it in a successful manner, emotionally, socially, and academically. And then we have enhancement program for STEP as well. And in high school once again kind of mirrors some of what we're doing for middle school. We have credit recovery. This is all about students who may not have fully met the criterion of academics, through their grades, and allow them through Edgenuity to be able to have that course recovery or credit recovery so that they can be successful. Some of our high schools will have labs, and some of our students will be able to do it from a remote perspective. And then once again, a number we'll have summer bridge as well we're calling it FAST for freshman academic summer transition. This will be a multi-day opportunity. And then we'll have high school reading graduation boot camps along with Algebra 1 to allow our students to be successful. And then also summer internships and academies where our students can be exposed to pathways that will lend them to be successful as they transition out of Hillsborough County. And then also we will have any student that wants to enrich, we will have a Hillsborough County K-12 summer learning, and this will allow our students to continue to take any accelerated courses or hit their criterion for graduation related to having that online as outlined by the Department of Education. And then also, we will continue to make certain that we have extended school year programs for students that who are in need through our Quest program, summer learning services at the elementary and middle school, and also any tutorial programs that may need students based on IEP-driven formulas. So overall, this is, we'll send this information out to our community by the end of this week so that our parents truly understand who will be eligible. Schools will send out, students will send out notifications of students who qualify for this, and parents will be able to confirm their attendance. And we're going to be very aggressive about students who qualify to try to get them into this learning opportunity, because we know they're gratefully needed to be in face-to-face with our teachers during this process. So for our employment, we will have a bulletin, administrative bulletin that we will launch, and we'll start on April 19th for teachers and educators who aspire to teach this, and the rate will be $27 per hour. A non-instructional report will be paid based on their rate of scale. And then applications will be submitted, and that information will be inclusive in the communication that we send to all of our employees. And thankful for those who commit to that process. When it looks, as you know, on April 9th, emergency order, when thankful for the Department of Education for making adjustments to the emergency order, which on April 9th, it really highlighted a number of elements, which allowed districts and schools to opt in on school grades, allowed districts to have discretion on promotion, and really gave some grace to Bright Futures, and also gave some considerations of EPK for related to the hours connected. So when you look at the elementary, our overall school grades, we have the luxury, we will get our analytics and our data, and we will be determined as we're looking at our data to determine if we want to obtain a school grade. This particularly will help schools that have been persistently underperforming and trying to get out of the differentiated accountability assessment process. So if we see that those schools are moving up and show tremendous gains in movement analytically during the pandemic, we'll be able to identify those school grades to push back on Tallahassee to get them out of any type of accountability. Grade reporting, from our side of it, we will, the Department of Education will continue to upload any information related to holding school districts accountable through ESSA, and it's Know Your Schools, and this is looking at every sub-pocket about how well we're doing with ELL students, ESE, how we're doing with the achievement gap, and all of those criteria so that parents can make informed decisions on the schools, and we can continue to look at our data to drive that work. And then destinations for schools of excellence in lowest 300 will stay as indicators, and also persistently low performing schools as identified in the state of Florida. Promotion. The good thing is that third grade is a gatekeeper for promotion. Those students who they have used the third grade the reading assessment, I should say, ELA, reading assessment as a gatekeeper for retention. This will no longer, for those who do not score a level 2 or higher, this has been removed. This gives all of the ability for retention to allow our teachers and school-based leaders to work collectively with input of parents and students to determine retention at a particular school. Also, from a high school perspective, waivers, any state requirement that has been put in place for a state assessment, those elements have been waived. And at the same token, which is good for our kids, and then the state EOC exams are solely based at the school level, so that will be determined overall from our perspective. And then Bright Futures. One of the biggest things is Bright Futures requires a number of hours for students to be able to hit that threshold, understanding they're in pandemic, as they did last year. We know some of our students may have had barriers to have access to communities, to community events, to community organizations or businesses. So what they're doing is taking that away and making certain that we work with all of our seniors to get them to that threshold collectively. And then also what the state did was extended the deadline. So any student that is trying to seek funding for Bright Futures, that has been extended not only to the end of the school year, but all the way to December of 2021. So if a student is in college, they have the entire first semester to be able to hit any type of criterion to be able to earn that money to help them financially, which I think is the right thing to do for families and the right thing to do for our students. And then State VAM. State VAM State will continue to give VAM. What we do with that will have to be worked through with CTA and along with our HR process. This is why we had a teacher. This just came out, the emergency order, so we're working through that process. This week was concentration on making certain we are sensitive to the hard cuts we had to make. But we're in the process of working how VAM will look within our school district. But you will see the state will have VAM for 17, 18, 18, 19, and also 20, 21. You will not have VAM for 19, 20, but they will give it this year. We do with it with what we deem necessary as it relates to evaluation. We're working through HR and CTA with that process. And VPK, there's a minimum of 300 hours or minimum for our students. That has been reduced down to 200 minutes overall of instructional time, and we appreciate hours. Sorry, not minutes, hours. So that'd be really quick, a couple of days and they're out. But it's hours, 300 hours to 200 hours, and that allows us to have greater accessibility to students within that process. So really thankful for the emergency order. That you see, we've got a lot of work to do internally to make certain that we continue to answer any questions that may happen. We sent out an FAQ to all of our parents and FAQ to all of our constituents, once again being proactive with our communication within our organization. And then consent agenda. We want to thank the board for the consent agendas. We just want to bring up 606, highlight 3 areas. 606 was the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office MOU with vocationary training. This is the first of its kind. And what we are doing now is no cost to the district. We are taking adult education teachers and we're going to provide pathway opportunities to incarcerated students. So this is where we will provide them with instruction of how to, for pathways such as automotive and welding, and we'll continue to expand that initiative. And I thank Mr. Brooks for taking that initiative in those cohorts. There were 38 students involved with that thus far, and to continue to expand that initiative to have the first set of graduates out of that class, which will be coming very soon. And then also 611 was a piggyback for our technical programs with help supplies and equipment and categoricals for a nursing program. And the biggest question here was about this is a $200,000 expenditure. What are we related to piggybacks? Because piggybacks have a lot of pluses, but there's also a delta to that process, and people feel, organizations may not feel that they've had the opportunity to bid. But as you know, a piggyback is a form of intergovernmental cooperation with an entity, looking at if another county or government agency has a contract that we're seeking services for, they may have negotiated that contract 3 years ago and got a better price than where we are due to inflation, and we're able to activate and have access to that contract to bring it over to Hillsborough County to be able to have that better price point. Because as you know, the scale of the economies continue to waver. So it's just allowing us to be able to have a better price point, and at the same time allows us to accelerate in an immediate need within the district. So sometimes, the procurement takes around 90 days to get through, and we follow the procedures, thanks to Ms. Murphy. But we may need something immediately, so a piggyback will allow us to do that. And it gives us a number of advantages. The delta to that is that an organization locally or throughout may not feel that they had an opportunity to see that piggyback that was originated and not being able to compete for business. And we'll continue to work through that process to make sure that we follow procurement and we're pure along the way. And then finally, 623 is the technical agreement with Catapult. This is for the Hillsborough County region of the St. Petersburg Diocese, and this is available through Title II funding. I want the community to understand that private schools and along with charter schools have accessibility to our Title dollars, and we have to set aside money. And when they hit all of the credentials related to how they use their expenditures, our job as the local agency, educational agency, is to approve their dollars if it aligns with overall expectations and provide them with those dollars internally. So please know that we're not using our funds. It's a pass-through funds from the Department of Education that we're extending to make certain that our schools we're spending money that's given to us in an appropriate manner. On to sales tax. Sales tax, once again, thank the community. This is where we've been really responsive with how we're spending taxpayer dollars. And this is a super celebration. $13 million of final completion of acceptance of projects. And they go from roof to fire alarm to HVAC into electrical panels, all to make certain that we have attractive facilities in working conditions for our adults and at the same time for our students. So just want to highlight each and every one of those and thank the executive committee who continues to lead that work. And let me tell you, in the summer, we get a lot of work done. And, Chris Farkas is, in operations, work hard during that time. And we get so many projects done we can't get done during the year. And we appreciate their efforts and coordinated along the way. And then recognitions. Overall, we talked about teacher recognitions, and, we'll get to May. And I agree with Mr. Washington, Board Member Washington. Every day is a celebration for our educators, especially during this hard time. But once again, we have Autism Awareness Month, and this is the purpose for us to highlight and empower autistic individuals and their families. As we know, 1 out of 54 of our Americans are autistic. And this is really about, this is about celebration and acknowledging, what these individuals go through along the way. Because there could be really, cause of impediment of social skills, of verbal and nonverbal language, and restrictions of patterns or behaviors. And we want to acknowledge that our district has beautiful partners that continue to help our students in need, and our parents in need, and families in need. With Autism Society of America, Autism Speaks, and that list continues to grow with Best Buddies and also the Center of Autism-Related Disabilities at USF Health. So we want to acknowledge that. And at the same token, National Child Abuse Prevention Month. And this is where we continue to celebrate in April, but it's every day. And this is a month where the importance of our families and our communities work together to strengthen the process to prevent our children from any abuse and any neglect. And we, our educators are so critical in that, and they help our children along the way tune in to providing resources, and my hat's off to each of them. And then this month, when we talked about month of military child, that we continue to help and wrap our arms around our militaries who have that fluency in and out of our communities. And we thank them for everything they do, and the resilience that our military-connected children, for their tremendous service and sacrifice, and the families that they give to us in the U.S. and overseas. And thank you to MacDill. MacDill is a beautiful partnership, and we thank them every day, and we look forward to growing our continued work with them. And then, as you know, April 5th through 9th was Assistant Principal Week, and thank everyone who extended their gratitude, as I did, for their hard work every single day. And then the Art in Tallahassee. We try to put and connect with Tallahassee on a monthly basis to acknowledge all of our students who are working hard. As you can see, these individuals are up here from Plant High School, Hillsborough High, Burns, and Lockhart. Thank you for your being involved in visual arts, and thank you for staying connected to and allowing us to help you through that process so we have better continuity from kindergarten all the way to 12th grade. And we'll, at this time, I'll ask for, yes ma'am, a legislative update from Mrs. Kristen Davis.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. And here comes our government relations superstar, Kristen Davis. What's the update?
Good evening. Thank you all. So the picture that you saw that Mr. Davis just showed you was Representative Tracy Koster. She had asked, and Ms. Gray, you're very familiar, she had asked for, and you referenced it at our last board meeting, she had asked for some student artwork. So Terry Connor's team was fantastic, and they pulled together some student art. You saw the 4 pieces there that represented 4 different schools. So thank you so much. I will be brief. I'm probably going to turn it over maybe to you, Ms. Gray, or Ms. Snively, about some discussions I know board members have talked about. I did want to mention that we are hearing that budget negotiations will probably start this weekend up in Tallahassee. So we will keep our eyes and ears and noses close to the ground on that. Ms. Snively, did you want to jump in? We had some conversations with a few board members about possibly taking a stand on some conversations around a couple bills, particularly around Bright Futures, perhaps, or the school board term limits salaries. I will mention that during this board meeting, calendared for Thursday morning, is a bill that is for eliminating the school board member salary, but now the amendment has changed it, and the proposed committee substitute changes that to just term limits. So no longer addressing the salary. But it would be a bill that would pass for an amendment to go to voters in the general election of 2022. So the plan is that Thursday morning, the House would vote on this proposed committee substitute that no longer is the salaries, that's now the term limits, up to 8 years of service, then would go to the House, the Senate, and then the Senate would, I would think, it seems like, perhaps take it up, and if approved, then an amendment would go to the, on the to the voters. On the ballot.
Yes, you're right. Well, it would be proposed on the 2022 ballot.
Yes. So I know there was.
I did. And thank you, Madam Chair. May I just?
Yes, go ahead.
couple of-
You're recognized.
Thank you.
Member Snively.
So the two, well, first of all, let me just, before I talk about the particular bills, I'll just say, there are certain things I think that unfortunately politically divide us, even as nonpartisan school board members, with regard to legislative bills and activity that happens in Tallahassee and Washington, D.C. But I think that if we want to open up a conversation, or we could look at possibly doing a workshop, because of the time sensitivity of this, I think there are probably a few things that both parties or anyone could agree on. I'm not usually a big advocate of taking a particular stand that will back one or two school board members into a very uncomfortable corner among their political affiliations. But there are some things that ascend and can cross all parties, and that we could most likely agree on some things. And so when situations that arise like that, it might be worth our while to take a stand on some particular legislation. I know, and the reason I asked Ms. Davis if I could bring it up, Ms. Gray, is because I have many constituents that have reached out to me, particularly about Senate Bill 86, which is the Bright Future Scholarship Bill. It doesn't currently have a House bill companion, but I wouldn't put it past the legislature to get something together before the end of session to
negotiate.
Yes, right. That particular bill has been amended in several different committees, but now it still basically provides that students who work tirelessly to qualify for this particular scholarship could be in jeopardy of receiving the scholarship based on the legislature's budget each year. It's a moving target, basically, is what it is. So I have very many constituents who have reached out to me from both sides of the aisle that say, this is a bad idea. This is not good legislation. It's not good for kids. You could work 4, almost 5 years trying to get your hours, trying to get your grade point out, trying to get your test scores to qualify for the scholarship, and just to turn around and be told in the second year of college that you're not going to get that scholarship anymore. So that's what I brought that up, just to think, gosh, it just seems like, I don't want to put anybody in an uncomfortable situation, but that seems like something we could all wrap our arms around, is that particular legislation, along with whether it's school board term limits or school board pay getting removed from the state budget as well, because school board pay, I think, encourages people to run for office. It's not just the pay, but we do have expenditures that salary does help offset some of those expenditures. And people have argued, well, you should do it because you love the children. Well, yes, of course we love the children. That's why we do it in the first place. I could say the same thing to the state legislature. Well, why don't you just serve because you love the people, right? So anyway, a couple pieces of legislation I figured maybe we could wrap our arms around and take a position on them, and then we could discuss any others that people feel really strongly about. Just the problem was, or the challenge is, the time. We don't have another workshop until the 27th of April, which is a few days before session ends. All we had this morning, I was hoping to bring it up this morning, but we ran out of time this morning, and now we're here at a school board meeting, which may or may not be the greatest place to have this conversation because it's already, 7:30. So I'll defer back to you, Ms. Gray, or Mr. Porter, or Mr. Superintendent, or Ms. Davis, on what ideas you might have for us to either move forward with some discussion and maybe take positions on a couple of items, or just let it happen without us taking any positions. But as we heard from public comment today, people want us to do something. And we have taken positions before. We have advocated from this dais before, and I think people are expecting us to continue doing that.
And in reference to the Bright Futures, I think there's certainly some value into expressing your concerns for our families and our students around shifting perhaps from a merit-based award to an amount that's decided annually in the state budget. So certainly, a letter around that. And then if it were to continue, either one to proceed in either house, if the House were to take that one up, we certainly could then start pulling out some other, some other tricks in the bag as far as, waving in opposition.
Thank you, Member Snively and Ms. Davis. Superintendent Davis would like to say something, then I'll follow up and we'll round this up to a point where we can make a decision.
Yes, ma'am. Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Davis, and I appreciate Ms. Snively because this is a really pressing issue for families. I mean, they have planned for Bright Futures for many, many years, and for the criteria to be changed, the financial needs may not have the resources to be able to provide that quality education to their child, and not only does it, not only is it not going to be systemic potentially, but if you're in your junior year or going in your senior year, in the allocation changes, you may not have additional funding to get to the finish line. And openly, I agree that I'm willing to take a stance with this board on this process, and I'll let.
So yeah, and good for you, Member Snively. I think this board would love to take a stand.
Other people.
We have to listen to you all and Member Vaughn, but I know that I also shared it with Jim Porter, the writing of this. Perhaps that would have to be looked at, the different formats, because it is a changing target, but the thematic, the Bright Futures, what Superintendent Davis was saying, the heart of it could be addressed, as can the heart of changing around not only our term limits and/or our salaries from the local school board perspective. So perhaps the heart of the essence could be addressed. Member Vaughn, please do speak. I know you want to share, and then Mr. Porter, think about perhaps responding to what I was saying. It is 7:30 at night. We do have the entire discussion to do. So I don't want to spend more time than we have to. I'll be quite frank. Member Vaughn, please speak, and then Mr. Porter address what I said, and then we're going to start on our discussion agenda.
I appreciate it, Chairwoman Gray. The constitutional amendment that we're talking about, is that to limit term limit, or is that an additional constitutional amendment around salary?
Not related to salary whatsoever, would remove the salary provision and just be up to 8 years of service.
Okay. And I appreciate you bringing this back up, Member Snively, because as you mentioned, many people stood up here tonight from many different sides of the aisle and have voiced that they want us to support public education and can see what happens when we're underfunded. The next one that I think the superintendent has talked about, and that I would feel I have gotten members from across the aisle to reach out about, is SB 48. Can you give an update on that one and talk about the immediate effects that would have as we're living through a budget crisis and how that might be connected to it?
And Ms. Davis, please be brief, because again, I want to get to the discussion agenda. Make it brief. With that SB 48 is very complicated. It has a lot of implications. Be brief, and let's we'll go from there.
So as you know, Senate Bill 48, actually before session started, passed most of its committees. I think it only had one committee stop when session started. So it's basically on the second reading in the Senate, one more reading, and then basically it would pass the full Senate. The House just a week ago released their version of a school choice bill. I could go into the details of it. It's similar but different, if that makes any sense. And in a sense, we have been told that it is a priority of the leadership to have a voucher scholarship bill this session, and there will be one. Also, it's, a partisan issue as well.
And Member Vaughn, this is a very interesting trajectory because all the bills, most of them change day by day, and so it's almost like a dear, what is that, Dear Diary. You can, by the day, have a change, especially with that. All of it is. So feel free to call on Kristen. I call her all the time. So, Member Vaughn, are you all completed? Because I'm going to have Mr. Porter follow. Mr. Porter, can you follow up and give us some comments with regards to Member Snively's, the essence of these bills?
Sure. And I think to your point, Ms. Gray, and I think it's been referenced by both Ms. Davis and Ms. Snively, that these are moving targets and bills change all the time. If this board and the superintendent want to support the idea of keeping Bright Futures the way they are, I think you could pass a motion tonight to do that, and a letter could be drafted. I could work with Ms. Davis on drafting that letter, and that would avoid getting into the nuts and bolts of this bill, this version of this bill versus that version of that bill. But if you wanted to make a motion to support Bright Futures as it is, that would probably be the most appropriate way to go about doing this.
Okay, the Member Snively will now make a motion.
Yes,
Go ahead.
ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. Then I would be happy to make that motion. Since it, like you said, it changes, maybe it's better to focus on the concept of keeping Bright Futures intact. And so I would like to make a motion that this board takes a position that we keep Bright Futures intact the way it is for the scholarship program for students, and that we send that position to make our voices heard in Tallahassee.
Absolutely. We'll share that with the delegation, as well as I recommend probably the President and Senate, Speaker of the House, the leadership as well.
Okay, is there any discussion? I'm so sorry. Member Vaughn, is that a second from you? Member Member Vaughn second. Any discussion? So now we have a discussion from Member Vaughn and then Member Washington. Oh, you know what, Member Vaughn, it sticks to that's what's happening we have to put some WD-40 in this system. So, Member Washington, you wanted to second it? Was that? Okay, thank you. So the motion is passed, and please, we have to vote. Yeah, please vote when your lights are on. Oh, Member Perez, do we have a reading on her?
She was going to join. She might not be in a position to join yet. So if she's on the line, it doesn't appear that she is.
Yes, I'm here.
She is. So do you need to vote, Ms. Perez?
Yes, I raised my hand.
Okay. It's 7-0, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Member Perez. So wherever you are, we're sorry that you're not feeling well.
So, Ms. Perez, just for the record, your voice is heard, but you're not visible. So, if you need to speak, just let us know.
Okay, it is unanimous. The vote passes as is. Mr. Porter, would you like to do the same commitment with keep the intact the way the term limits end?
That's up to the board.
Yeah. So, Member Snively, make a remark on that.
Another motion just on that to keep the school board term limit free and salaries intact. If that comes up. So it really just keep the way that our terms are status of those protected, if that makes sense. And maybe Mr. Porter can help wordsmith that.
I understand the intent. Just would require a second.
Right.
Okay. So a motion has been made, and we need a second. Okay, we have a second from Member Vaughn. Any discussion? Okay, I see discussion from Member Washington, or was that a motion? Okay, that was a second. Seeing no discussion, please vote when your lights are on. Okay, Member Perez?
Yes, I'm raising my hand.
Okay, thank you. All right, it is unanimous. Thank you. And Member Snively, thank you for being a, well, let's just say an activist, but getting us active in this legislative process. Thank you, Ms. Davis, also for keeping us informed at all times. We're going to now move to the discussion agenda. And I just want to remind board members, when I say you can contact Ms. Davis anytime, I better be careful because she does have a life. But if you can and you want to, she is very adept in giving us updates at any time, except for the evening. So let's go ahead into the discussion agenda. So we're starting out with 501, approve the 2022-2023 academic calendar. Superintendent Davis, will you highlight this item?
Yes, ma'am. To the chair, this is approval for the student academic calendar for the 22-23 school year. As we know, we have a district calendar committee, which is inclusive of 47 committee members, which is formed of divisions within the organization, school-based administrators, its parents, students, community members, teachers, all inclusive to be able to identify a calendar that will allow us to stay within the requirements of the Florida Department of Education for requirements for hours being implemented in the organization. So this is a unique calendar, one that openly that I'm not truly in love with due to the fact that we are having to work that entire week of December, but it's all about making certain that we have the necessary minutes and hours in the first semester, and the committee is the one that brings it to the board, and my recommendation stands with the committee.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. And my only comment is I wish the teachers would buy into having that one day off in October, but they would rather have that whole week of the holiday of Thanksgiving, and the parents do also. Just had to get that in. Okay, so we need a motion for the passage, for the approval. And I have a motion by Member Hahn and a second by Member Snively. Any discussion? Okay, I have a discussion. First off is Member Vaughn and followed by Member Hahn.
Thank you, Chairwoman Gray. I would just like to say thank you for the staff members who sat with me about this, because I did have a lot of concerns about the calendar, and for the committee who works very hard to try to figure out the best calendar that would accommodate everything. I would like to say that I did have some frustrations as well with this calendar, and as I navigated those frustrations, I learned that there is so much that has to revolve around testing, and that testing dictates so much of our calendar, and that's a whole other separate conversation that I would like to voice my frustration at when we have more time. But I would like to say that I agree with you in the fact that the one change that I wish that we could make and that I've advocated for, and I'm not sure if you pointed this out, is I know that right now as it stands, the winter break starts pretty much on what many people would celebrate as Christmas Eve, and it doesn't necessarily give our staff members and our teachers an opportunity to prepare if they celebrate that holiday. And I know there was one kind of substitution of one other day we might have been able to move around to give them one extra day. And unfortunately, I don't think that made it onto the calendar. But I would like to go on record that I wish we could have done that, and I think that's important, and that I did have a conversation and advocate for that. So I just wanted to go ahead and, like I said, put that on the record. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Yes, it's a frustrating dynamic, that calendar. Member Hahn, followed by Member Snively.
Thank you. I agree. It is difficult to kind of end and jump right into the holidays. It's an exciting time of the year for many of our teachers, and they want to prepare for their families. But I do want to point out, one, I believe this is the first time we've had such a large committee working on the calendar, and thank you for including members of the community, parents, teachers. For the very first time ever, students were included on this committee. A diverse group of stakeholders. It was really nice to see. And at the end of the day, it was a tough job. They have a lot of different things they have to take into consideration, And I'm just very thankful we had such a diverse representation on that committee to get all the input. And again, I just thought it was great that students were on that committee because and teachers, because they're living and breathing this every day. Thank you. And they have a lot of great ideas, right, and input. So thank you for doing that, Superintendent Davis.
And thank you, Member Vaughn, Member Hahn. Very good points. And let's go now to Member Snively.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Believe it or not, there used to be more members on this committee, up to 56 if I recall at one time. And so I know, but I do like the diversity on the committee to get the feedback. And I know as a parent, before I became a school board member, every time the calendar would come out, of course, the first thing you look at is, well, how does this affect my family and how does it affect my plans? And I would sometimes get frustrated about that and be like, oh man, can't somebody get this calendar right? And then you get into the school district and you're like, oh, 56 people had to touch this before it actually came to the board. So, wow. Oh, okay. My eyes are open now. But I agree. I think that I had this conversation, I think with the superintendent, that it is tough backing right up to the holidays. I wish we could have that extra day, because even ending on a Thursday would be okay with me if we could get that extra Friday in. But if it can't happen for logistical reasons, at least people know. At least people know way ahead of that it's coming, and that because the board worked for years and the committee worked for years to try and make sure that we got the testing or the exams finished by Christmas, so that kids could enjoy their holiday and not come back from or holiday break, Christmas break, come back and have to take exams. And so I will say that that's the part that makes me very happy, is that we could still maintain that testing at the end is over. Kids can enjoy their break, parents and teachers can enjoy their break, and we're also done by Memorial Day, because that was a big issue as well, being done so that people can have that holiday weekend and be done with school and not be going through, coming back and going through June or part of June. So thank you for everyone who participated in putting that together. It's tough, very tough to put that together, but I think they did a good job. Thanks.
Thank you, Member Snively, and kudos to Colleen Fawcett and Kim Bays and staff and Superintendent Davis, because it's a tough situation, and testing, Member Vaughn, as you're so right, has trapped us even more, and we were trapped before that, so it is a hard one. Board members, let's go ahead and vote when your lights appear. Okay, and Member Perez, is that a yes?
Yes.
So, yes, okay. Thank you, Member Perez. It's unanimous. Thank you, Board. 601, piggyback, 20207, PGB, LG, petroleum and motor oil products. Superintendent Davis, highlight.
Yes, ma'am. Before I transition to this one, I would say that that calendar for 22-23, one thing we learned during the pandemic is that we can be creative. Maybe there's some e-learning days in there prior. So let's just, I'm not saying I can do it, but we'll think about it. All right. So 601 is it's overall this has been pulled because we want to make sure we're transparent with how we're using general fund dollars. And this is a $200,000 expenditure that we're using for petroleum and also motor oil for all of our yellow fleet and our white fleet. And this is once again a piggyback on Manatee County, who had a better price at the process. So being able to link and be transparent with our community about how we're using our funding internally.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion. I have a motion by Member Snively. I need a second and thank you, Member Washington. Any discussion? Seeing none, please vote when your lights are on. Because it's general fund. And Member Gray is Member Perez.
Yes, my hand's raised.
Okay, thank you, Member Perez. It is unanimous. 605, agreement to technical services with PCG, which stands for Public Consulting Group, sole source provider for English Language Arts, acronym ELA, benchmarks for excellent student thinking, which is the new standards, BEST, benchmarks, the B, excellent, the E, student, the S, and T, the thinking. Standards professional development for grades K through 3. Superintendent Davis, will you highlight this item?
Yes, ma'am. This is approval for agreement with PCG, which has been in the school district who conducted our audits. At the same time, they've been leveraging some of our reading initiatives related to high school curriculum. And as we know, we have the new best standards from K-3 to be rolled out within our school district. So being able to leverage the HQRC grant in the process for $1.4 million. In that grant, we had two options. We could provide professional development, to our module to our teachers, or we could purchase a program where we do not need additional programs within our system. We have the right Tier 2 and Tier 3 initiatives. This will be for 2,800 teachers within our school district. And it'll be ongoing about how we have greater alignment and openly provide ongoing professional development for the science of reading, including practices that are all about being explicit in systematic instruction about the foundational skills of literacy within Hillsborough County.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion and a second. I have a motion by Member Snively, a second by Member Hahn. Any discussion? Member Combs, and followed by Member Vaughn. Member Combs, you are recognized.
I've spent quite a bit of time looking at this, and I just want to say I have several questions for you, Mr. Connor. Historically, our district has always done a lot of professional, internal standards. And as I look back at my career almost 20 years ago when I was in the district, we did a lot of internal training. And I know today, you and your ELA team were trained by the Board of Education, by the Department of Education on the best standards, the teaching standards, the vocabulary, the ELA expectations, and that was the second training. There's a large group of academic, there's a large group of people who are working in the academic services, who are administrators, and we have many hundreds of resource teachers who are ELA, who are reading certified. I want to know, why are we outsourcing this while we really should be looking at doing this in-house?
Sure. Thank you for the question. What's exciting is that the DOE has provided this specific allocation for K-3 reading. We have not really invested in early literacy practices, not just in Hillsborough, just across the state and across the nation, like we should. And I think we're coming to realize that early literacy really is where it starts. And so I'm very thankful that this allocation is dedicated to improving literacy outcomes for our K-3 students. We felt that it was really important to invest in professional development into our teachers. And you're absolutely right. We have some of the most phenomenal teachers in this district that I believe can do wonderful trainings for us. And they have. And they've done it in many, many areas this year with e-learning and bringing that online. We spent a lot of money this year with our, advocating for our teachers to actually write curriculum for us. There's a lot that's coming down the pipe with the new best standards. Next month, we will be adopting a new curriculum with Wonders. And on top of that, with all of the pandemic and the simultaneous teaching and everything that has gone on this year, our teachers, we do feel like this would be an extra burden on them to provide, to task them with another task of doing professional development and creating that, because it does take some time to do that. And right now, time is our enemy. We have May, June, and July, and then we start the school year with new standards at K2. On top of that, we really don't start our training for Wonders until May, when we actually officially adopt it. So we do believe our teachers absolutely can do this training and develop it. I think time is our enemy. We've been given this opportunity with the state to really invest in K3, And I think the best way to do that is to invest in the teachers and not a program, because we know that we have a lot of programs out there. And so while I agree with you, I also have to just point out that time is of the essence.
Okay, well, I wanted to just, be very clear that I'm going to vote against this because this is $1.4 million, and I think we can invest that money back into our teachers and in-house. We have a lot of wonderful teachers. We've traditionally done professional development in-house over many, many generations. And I know it's effective. And when you're looking at just K through 2, I can't understand why we're going to outsource it to a company that doesn't really have a long history of, being in education. I believe that our educators here would rally, especially with many of them receiving the cuts that they're receiving, and they're not in the classroom. We have many administrative positions in ROSAC and the ISC building that I know would be able to tackle this. If you're looking at that money, I would like to put that money back into their classrooms, back into enhanced professional development. Am I right with those? Oh, I have a lot of questions about the modules, but I'll go back into the queue.
Thank you, Member Combs. Member Vaughn, followed by Member Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for bringing up the point of the $1.4 million, because that does give you sticker shock right now. The question that I have is I'm trying to understand, are you saying that the state has given us this money that we can only spend on an outside provider, or is this a scholarship that, as Member Combs is talking about, if we develop something internally, this money could come to our district? Can you help me clarify that?
Yeah, so it's not dedicated solely to outsourcing. There's a couple of ways that you can spend that money. We could go out and buy a product that has proven effectiveness through the ESSA evidence. We can go with professional development. We can outsource that professional development. We can do it internally. There are some reservations with doing it internally now with the time, because the time to develop that would probably take us all the way up to August to do that. What's good with this particular product is that our professional service is that this has been vetted in 4 different states. Most recently, Colorado, who had state legislation that said all teachers at K-3 must take this training. PCG worked with them, and with their survey results, 21,000 respondents said that they felt, 94% of those 21,000 respondents said that they felt that they learned a tremendous amount on the science of reading, which is what the foundation of our new best standards are. So we have a good base with this product, and we're going to customize it to our needs, because obviously we have the best standards that need to be implemented, and we want to bring wonders. And so we don't want to shotgun all of those trainings with our teachers. We don't want to have a training on wonders over here, a training over on best standards, a training on science of reading. We want to bring that together in these modules so that teachers kind of have a one-stop shop as they go through, and they're prepared to be successful before school starts.
Thank you. And the other thing that I wanted to clarify is this company, as you mentioned, did our audit. They were one of the runners for our curriculum items that we were talking about as far as being customizable, and now they're providing our professional development. So you and I had talked about it, but I just want to clarify what the procurement process is because this is the sole source. So they're the only provider, providing this professional development on a $1.4 million basis. What did that look like to obtain their services and the procurement of this?
Sure. So because it is a professional service, we did go, we did follow, well, we actually went above and beyond what the statute says. So for a professional service, we don't have to go out for competitive bid, but knowing that we wanted to see what was out there, we did connect with procurement. The vendor did provide a sole source letter. That letter is then advertised for a minimum of 7 days through our solicitation website. We had no respondents for that, and so that's where we land.
Thank you. Thank you, Member Vaughn. Member Hahn, followed by Member Combs.
Thank you. I was around and I was training pre-service teachers when the Common Core standards came out. And it was a very stressful time, not just for our pre-service teachers, but for our current teachers in Hillsborough County, as well as the surrounding districts that I worked with, because a lot depends on having a very strong understanding about standards. One, they inform teachers' instruction every day. They help teachers measure achievement. They help teachers, they give, they provide knowledge and skills to address student learning challenges. So, it's not just a 1 or 2 day training, which I'm sure you got a lot out of that, but it certainly doesn't give you any expertise. So my concern is a few things. One is the timeline. Do I think we have great folks in our district, educators that can write professional development? Absolutely. But I am concerned that we can't wait until the end of summer to onboard teachers with new standards, because it will have dire effects on our students come day one of school. So that really concerns me when you mention time is our enemy, because it is. And look, I know we're looking for ways to support our teachers and give them opportunities, like Member Combs said, and I greatly appreciate that. But I guess I'm very student focused, and I look at a lot of things through the student lens. And even though I'm a teacher and I've trained teachers, and I guess I'm thinking, I need what's best for students, because so many of our students have struggled this year. And I need to know that our teachers are prepared to hit the ground running in the fall with these standards, so that our students have the best opportunities to be successful. And so that is my biggest concern, is the time. And that's just a reality, unfortunately. And what I don't want, morale is already suffering, as we can probably all agree. And I don't want teachers coming back in the fall, having to start training, feeling frustrated with new standards. On top of that, they've got new textbooks they're learning and planning, brand new. It takes a lot of time when you have a new textbook, whether you're in the higher ed or K-12, to start all over with lesson plans and it's very time heavy, time intensive for teachers who have new curriculum. So I am concerned about that, although I do appreciate that we have the talent. I'm just concerned that, one, they're not going to have enough time. We need them onboarded in May, and if we wait till the end of summer and we wait till July and only give them a few weeks, I don't want them going into fall feeling really stressed. It was enough stress with the pandemic, and God only knows what fall's going to bring. We're seeing waves all over the world now with this new pandemic. So I'm going to stop there. It's just, those are just some of the things I'm thinking about. I hope other members will kind of, I know you said you've already made a decision, but.
Well, I would like to also make some comments.
Hold the phone here. I'm going to go ahead and first.
So I'll get back in the queue, but it's just, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Member Hahn. And Member Combs, you're recognized. Following Member Combs will be Member Washington, and then I would like to say something following that. Thank you. Member Combs?
I feel like I was limited in time, so I guess what I'm going to do is I'm going to make comments and then questions. So my first comment is, I feel like it should be the stakeholders and the teachers should drive that, and it's early literacy, so we're just talking K through 2. Second of all, when we're talking about $1.4 million, we're talking about virtual teaching. We're talking about professional development with 6 modules and only guaranteeing that one module those teachers will present. So that's another part that I think is very misleading, that it is not a very deep, comprehensive professional development on all 6 modules. There's only a guarantee that the teachers will receive one module, and that is virtual. And I have complete faith in our school district that our teachers can do that type of module, that type of training for $1.4 million. And finally, we just purchased, a product for $14 million with McGraw-Hill. What type of professional development are they providing for us to secure that? From my understanding, when I look at these modules, a lot of them basically are what you and your team have brought in, SIPs. A lot of that, very, very little of this is new, and very little of it talks about best standards. Only the top agenda page does. If you look deep into the modules, it is really about oral language, phonics, fluent readers, vocabulary, reading comprehension. Do you think as a board, with how many cuts with our reading teachers, do you feel that $1.4 million is worth a virtual program that teaches the introduction of science and reading? I don't think so.
Excuse me. Thank you, Member Combs. Member Washington?
Quick question. Why do we have this short time span?
So we are pressed against the adoption. So, we just did our public hearing this evening. We will do the adoption in May. So then we are, in order to really bring, the vision around this is to bring the adoption process, the best standards, and the science of reading together. We could shotgun some of these things, and we have already jumped on some of the best training with our district staff, as mentioned earlier with Ms. Combs. So it's really about trying to be efficient with our teachers and creating something that they don't get exhausted with. It is in-depth. It is very in-depth. This is a total of 60 hours. To Ms. Combs' point, we have guaranteed funding right now for Module 1. We're looking for other opportunities in the other modules to find funding sources where we can pay teachers as well.
And with all due respect,
Member
my
Combs,
time over?
I'm sorry. You'll have to be recognized first to speak. I believe Member Washington.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next question. So are we going to be able to get money for teachers to come to this training?
So as said previously, we do have funding, Title II funding that we've secured for the first module. So we can guarantee that every teacher in K3 can be paid to do the first module. Then we're going to look at other funding sources. The superintendent and I have talked about maybe some CARES Act money as we get ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 and we're able to budget that out, because this is really a true investment in doing the work that we know is necessary to move the district. We've got to get K3 reading right. And we can't teach teachers just how to use a program like SIPS. We need to teach them how to teach reading, and this covers that. How to diagnose deficiencies, and then what to do to address them. And so I think this will really give us the in-depth training that the teachers really want and really need in a very concise manner and an efficient manner. There are live facilitations. There are self-paced modules. We have the flexibility to work with PCG to make this what we want it, what's going to be best for our teachers. We have a great base with what they've done in other states, but we're going to be able to customize this to meet our needs. And that's the beauty of working with the partner, with a vendor like that, is that they're very flexible and they're going to work with us.
Thank you, Superintendent. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
Thank you,
I'm good.
Member Washington. I'm jumping ahead of myself. I believe Superintendent Davis wants to. Okay. My point is, and I really don't have a point. I'm trying to find an olive branch, and the olive branch may not be had. So, and Member Combs, I'm actually speaking to your points. The idea that Mr. Khanna presents that the time is not really on our side, for lack of better words, that teachers need to be trained, and I'll agree. I think you too, as educators, we want our teachers to have a little bit more preparation than to begin without, being fully trained or feeling comfortable, because that's very stressful to teachers. So, I understand that. And I know the teachers definitely don't want to have last-minute training, especially on new standards. However, then we're juxtaposing the idea that that training we can do on our own. Member Combs, I agree. We've done it with PBAS, we did it with Principal Pipeline, and we can go on down a slew. So what if if there's an olive branch to be had, if we go ahead and, of course, they're getting a stipend, about, what, $15 an hour, Mr. Connor? And that's an advantage because budgetary right now is huge for our teachers, as it is for many people. We do that on the first modula. Is it possible that we can then ensue the training of the teachers afterwards, or can we do and I asked Member Snively to try to think on this, some type of olive branch to, because Member Combs has excellent points, and so do you. So is there something we can do with that regard?
Through the chair, absolutely. I think some of the plan here with the rollout of the modules is to train some of the reading coaches in advance of the teachers so that we have our own facilitators of the modules, because we do have some very highly qualified people that are willing to do that. And so we would identify our own people to help facilitate some of this training, because you got to think there's 3,000 teachers that have to be trained. The capacity to do that, we're going to have to leverage our people to do that as well. So the game plan would be to train our people up in advance to help roll out with the remaining teachers that need to be trained, the amount of teachers that need to be trained. Additionally, there's going to be plenty of opportunity with a new curriculum and new standards as we roll out 3 through 12. This is only K through 3, right? Mm-hmm. We've got a great opportunity with the DOE with this funding. But we're going to have to leverage our own people, our own dollars, unless we get other funding. So when we roll out 3 through 12 the following year. So there's already a plan in place to use our people in different capacities, and we use them all the time. They've been writing curriculum for us all year, and they're going to continue to do that with a new adoption as we roll out K2 next year with our new adoption. So to answer your question, we have plenty of opportunity to leverage our people as we have already been doing.
So that might be the best connectivity, serving the need for time for our teachers to be prepared, yet having the functionality of our own staff become trainers. And I think that's the best of both worlds. I'm going to go ahead. Superintendent Davis, do you want to say anything upon that? Because I'm already visualizing at this time of night what that might look like.
No, I think I'm good. I'm going to support Mr. Connor and his responses related to this process. I mean, I don't disagree. We have some really remarkable teachers in this organization. We have so much training that we'll have to provide that goes further and beyond just the best standards and understanding the science of literacy, but how to really maximize all of the tiered instruction that we have in our classroom, from pedagogy, from classroom management, from positive behavior supports to mental health, all of those elements. So from our side of it, this allows us to stand it up and then have that blended model of professional learning, whether it be face-to-face or transition from a virtual perspective. I do believe that we can be creative in incentivizing teachers for taking this, and the more we get in front, the more we leverage, the greater that we will become with our craft and our practice.
So there it is. I think that we have a little bit of a compromise, not even a compromise, but a way to serve both needs. Let me go ahead and get myself off the queue. I believe Member Hahn, I think Member Perez wants to speak, and then, is that correct? Okay, Member Perez, you're recognized.
Yes, I'm just in line with Member Combs. It's just a lot of money. For maybe we could get more money later for additional training. I was stuck on that maybe we could get additional funding for later training. I'm also not going to support this this item as well.
Thank you, Member Perez, Member Hahn, and then Member Combs, and then we'll go ahead and look for a vote on this issue. And all the while, Mr. Connor, do think of a reply that we're hearing, especially addressing Member Perez's remarks. Thank you. Member Hahn?
Thank you. How long do we have access to the module?
So it would be for about 18 months, but we actually, when we're talking with PCG, they're going to be very flexible. Until we train all of our teachers, they're going to allow us.
So as we onboard new or hire new teachers, or teachers come into our system, they can jump in and start the training at any point.
Yeah, we're looking at some rolling starts. So we would
Okay.
get a first cohort, train, and then do modules 2 through 6 on a rolling start. So probably every 2 months.
So with Common Core, I remember we had Race to the Top money that funded all that training. Is the state giving us a long-term plan of funding PD for the new standards?
So in the recovery plan and the CARES Act, that's where they've outlined. I haven't seen anything beyond 2 years. But when CARES 3 comes out and the guidance comes out for the American Rescue Plan, there may be additional guidance for the next years after that. But right now, it's just really contained to CARES 1 is all we know. And they've been kind of divvying out these grants in different areas. So we were fortunate to get that in for literacy, but they really haven't given us a systemic plan beyond 2 years. Even the state literacy directors that was referenced earlier about training our people, it's only a 2-year position at this point. But more could come as guidance comes out from these next rounds of grants that will come out.
And how long do you anticipate it would take to get all of our teachers onboarded with the new standards? How many,
I think we can get...
what's the timeline, do you think, for that?
I believe we can get the majority of them done as far as the most effective things that we need them to know going into classroom to be successful to start the school year through our professional services day. So if we start this in May and we roll this out throughout the summer, we'll get a big bulk of teachers, and then we'll capitalize on our professional service day to really capture I would say plus 90%, right? You never can get 100%, but we would try to capture as many as we can. And then I think that could hook many of those teachers to continue through the rest of the modules. And by then, we should be able to identify more funding sources to pay teachers, because obviously we want to pay them for their time.
But the CARES 2 for 2 years has some funding in it for this type of PD, specifically for the standards type of PD?
That I can't answer. I do not know that.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. CARES 3, I'm sorry. CARES 2, CARES 3.
Usually what happens is the state will receive that allocation, and then they will provide us the district-specific guidance of how they're going to roll out. This is a part of the CARES 1. This $1.4 million that came out is actually a part of the CARES 1 stimulus dollars.
Right.
And then once the state gets a hold of their CARES 3 money, then they will tell districts what's coming down the pipe as far as how they're going to distribute those dollars.
And if we invested that back into the district and developed the PD like Member Combs is suggesting, what is the timeline for that? I mean, we know with this program they can start training in May, be onboarded by the new year. But you're saying if we do it in-house, it's more likely the training can't start until the end of summer, which puts us our back against the wall. Is that?
That is correct. That's correct. Because we will roll out the new standards for K2 in August. So you hit the ground running with new standards.
I guess for me, I just I remember, again, going back to the Common Core and, how stressful that was for teachers to kind of learning about the standards while they were teaching. It's like building a plane while you're flying it, and in most cases that doesn't end well. So my concern really, again, is, student focused. I want our students on day one to have, the very best in front of them. So I didn't mean to say best, but best and best. Thank you.
I got that association. Thanks, Member Hahn. Member Combs, in your remarks to, since we're going to close this out, can you include what you would like to see?
Okay, well, there's a couple things. I hope that I get that extended time that I feel that other members are receiving on this. First of all, you've received 2 trainings, and as I look at the cuts that we're receiving, most of the cuts at ROSAC are the DRTs, the teacher resources. Why isn't the literacy, I have a few questions and comments. Why isn't the literacy department, which is quite large now in the academic services, Why are they not training? And when we look at the training, we're looking at that occurring in August. I strongly believe that a group of teachers could easily put together a 10-hour virtual module for $1.4 million. I truly believe that we could find 10 teachers in this district that would do that, something that we are going to provide in August. You know, we talked about as a district taking a curriculum that you were going to customize for the entire year. And now your team believed that they could do that. But now our team doesn't believe that we can do a 10-hour module. And so I think once again, this is a chance for the superintendent and the cabinet to reach out and say, we believe in the teachers in this district. And I believe if we're outsourcing that, we're saying, we don't think you're capable, you can't do it enough time, you're not going to do a good job, and I totally disagree. So for me, $1.4 million means a lot of teachers, means a lot of paraprofessionals, means a lot of ESC support. So I believe that our teachers could easily do a module like this that's a virtual model for $1.4 million. And I think when the taxpayers and the members of this board look deeper into this, they're going to ask themselves, why did they hand over and outsource something where we could bring it back here?
Okay, so, Mr. Connor, can you give clarification? Again, I left off where we're going to have this olive branch, where we're having both, the module and then the teacher training. Please respond.
I can address some of those concerns. This is an investment in early literacy, and that's what this grant is designated for.
Grant.
It's a grant, and it has to be spent in K-3 literacy. The best way to do that is to invest in our teachers. You're absolutely right. The literacy team in the district is going to be very busy writing curriculum for our new adoption. They're going to be spending hours doing that. Those DRTs are going to be working around the clock, 12 months, developing curriculum and rolling that out in phases. It can't be done all before the summer. That's why we need to leverage someone that has a vetted base that we can build upon, because it's vetted. We know it works. It's worked in several states. We can customize it. We can work with the vendor. Our teachers, we're going to continue to work with them to partner with us as we develop new curriculum. We roll out standards. There's so many different trainings that will go on. This is one piece of the puzzle as we attack literacy in K-3. And so I think without this, it's going to really put up some barriers for us in getting this rolled out effectively and efficiently before the start of school.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Connor. We're getting really much into the weeds, not really with respect to Member Combs, but I believe that after Member Vaughn and Washington make their remarks, we're going to take a vote. Member Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you. I would just like to say that if we had 2 meetings a month, we wouldn't maybe have 5-hour-long meetings where people felt rushed on these items. So I'll digress. I'm a little bit confused because I'm hearing 2 different things. I'm hearing, number one, the great thing about this and why we would want to invest in it is it's already ready-made and we're concerned about a timeline, but I'm also hearing the great thing about it is it's customizable, which means that a piece of it would fall on us to design anyway. So it's confusing to me. I would just like to say that I tend to agree with Member Combs on this, and I am going to vote no as well. That I do think as we're cutting every single thing to the bone, and we've had teachers stand before us all day long begging for, their programs and their jobs, that we can go ahead and invest in this internally. I appreciate Member Hahn's idea that we want to be prepared and that she had anxiety around the Common Core. I will say from my perspective, and this is just my experience, teachers are so used to standards changing consistently that they are able to very well respond to the changes and read the standards and take the development and I feel that they will be prepared, but again, that's just my perspective. So I want to share those thoughts. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Member Washington?
Okay, I'm going to look at it from a logical point. I know we are doing stuff for students and I think it's very important. But my concern, we're in a budget crunch. And I know what we're doing, but maybe we can do it in the house. I think it's important to really look at our vision, what we want to do. K2 is very important, and you know that, Dr. Hahn, because you do it all the time. But I also, after sitting down here evaluating it, I think we could do it in house with the teachers. I think when we project, we don't have monies, and then we go out and spend $1.4 million. To me, that's not a good picture. Maybe it's just me because I'm old-fashioned. I don't know. But I just believe if we can do it in-house, let's do it in-house and save the $1.4 million and pay less, and we still could get the same effectiveness because we do have great teachers in Hillsborough County.
Okay, member.
Okay, Sue, Sue want to respond? Okay.
Superintendent Davis, very important to respond. We have to have clarity.
Sure.
Things are getting very confusing, but what you just said, Member Washington, needs to be addressed.
Yes, ma'am. So through the chair, thank you. So this is in no way, shape, or form does this cabinet or this superintendent or anyone, we don't disagree that we have talented leaders and teachers within this organization. We do believe that we have high flyers that can help in this process. There's so much on our educators' plate right now. And then as we're going through testing, high school goes all the way through testing. As we have to close out the school year, our teachers are exhausted. Not that we would have individuals ready and to do it. We're going to have ongoing professional development catalog for teachers. We're going to need teachers to help train with those with other subsets of items. And at the same time, with new curriculums coming on board, and then being able to address the gaps. Any curriculum that we would have developed, or any curriculum that we have identified and adopted, there's always going to be gaps in there. So Mr. Connor's team and linked with potentially teachers are going to be facing and diving into that curriculum to identify any barriers that may exist. So being able to go outside and bring content experts additional on top of what we currently have, and then finding incentive programs to get teachers involved in this process, I think it just strengthens us. I can't say it. We don't have time. When we talk about building a curriculum, that was months ago when we had many months ago talking about we could get staff on board to be able to accomplish it. So being able to have a already established, proven curriculum modules for our teachers is only going to strengthen that process. And maybe we put some type of accountability measures in there for effectiveness with that module as well that we can put in there with PCG. But openly, I think it just time right now to be able to pull individuals to concentrate, to rebuild and provide. I think it's a lot. Not that we cannot do it, I just think it's a lot, and I respect everyone's viewpoints.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. Yes, indeed. Both cases are being presented with great amount of expertise, but we still have a few more comments. Member Washington, are your lights are on again? Did you want to speak? Oh, you're all done. Okay, I'm sorry. So Member Hahn, then Member Combs, and then I'm going to finalize and call for a vote. Thanks.
Thank you. I appreciate the extended conversation because, it is a lot of money and we need to have these conversations. It's important. So thank you, Chairwoman.
You're welcome.
Standards do not change all the time, respectfully. Common Core has been around a while. Standards are in place for years. So teachers are used to being flexible, though. I will give you that. But standards don't change all the time. And no one is saying, no matter how you vote on this, that we don't have faith in our teachers or believe they can do the job or do this particular job. My focus is on the students, and this board spends an awful lot of time worried about the adults in the room lately. And I'm worried about the students. They have missed so much this year. Many of them, it will take them years to recover from the loss academically that they've had to go through this past year. especially our youngest in our schools. Many did not attend kindergarten or pre-K, so they're not going to come in with their readiness skills. And so they deserve to start day one with teachers who are going to be highly effective, and a lot of that depends on not just memorizing the standards, understanding them, and it's going to inform their instruction every day on the job and allow them to be more effective for our students. Can teachers create this training? Yes. Do we have the time for that without negatively impacting students? We don't. August is not enough time. And so I respectfully, disagree with saying that August is enough time. It's not enough time. It's enough time to memorize standards, but to really understand and how to utilize them. Is it a 10-hour or 60-hour module, you said?
So it's 60 hours.
It's a 60-hour module, not a 10-hour. Okay, I just want to clarify that because I was confused with some of the comments. So, I understand that you want to keep the money in-house. I do, I get that. And we have very excellent teachers. But I'm still, and maybe it's PTSD from the Common Core days, it still makes me anxious that teachers are going to have a very short window that will bleed in to the first weeks of school or months of school, given where our students are now, how many vulnerable students we have. Thank you. And
Thank you, Member Hahn. Member Combs, and this will be the final remarks.
Yes, and
thank you. Go ahead. You're recognized.
Sorry, Member Chair.
That's okay.
One last thing is that when we're looking at 10 hours, I believe that you could have a group of 10 teachers and they could create those modules within 10 days. I truly believe that. And if you really look at Module 1 that we're talking about, $1.4 million, it is the introduction of program, scientific approach to reading, introduction to reading, effective instructional practices. Most of the best standards that we're talking about are not even in modules. So your argument about it being everything that you say, Dr. Hahn, I agree with, but I believe that with $1.4 million, we can even do a more intensive, more in-depth training that will be much further than outsourcing it. You're handing $1.4 million to a different provider. I can't imagine the hundreds of hours that we could do for training for the children that you talked about, those students from pre-K, from kindergarten. I would love to do the math on $1.4 million and a teacher making her hourly wage. How many professional development trainings that we could create virtually, that we would own, that would be in-house? I mean, to me, we are looking at times when our teachers are being cut, and we want to spend $1.4 million outsourcing that instead of having in-house professional development. And we have a large group of academic service individuals who are been trained by the Department of Education, who just received their second full day of training. I believe that our teachers can do that. There is no question that I was involved in professional development where within 5 days we created the entire new teacher training program, and much of that was used for many years. And I think I was paid $300 for that. So I think it's outrageous.
Thank you, Member Combs. Member Snively, and then Chairperson Woman Gray.
Thank you, Member Gray. I appreciate hearing all sides of this as someone who is not an instructional expert, because I just come from a different perspective, and I understand both. I'm trying to understand both sides of the picture. I think what I'm hearing is, and I think where Member Gray was also trying to get to, is a place to say the message from the board is when we can use our teachers and it makes sense to use our teachers, our very talented teachers, then we want to invest in our teachers. When we don't have the time or the resources to do that, then we have to outsource when that happens. And to understand that our financial situation is dire, and the superintendent and the chief curriculum officer is coming to us with this, knowing our financial situation, you don't take that lightly. You're counting every penny. And so to me, it speaks volumes to say, this is how serious the situation is. We don't really want to spend any additional funds if we don't have to, but we have to right now. So that's what I'm hearing you say, is that we don't really have a choice. For the benefit of our students, we have to outsource it at this juncture. But in the future, when we have the opportunity to use our talented workforce to create professional development modules, that we would do that. And I would think the message from the board would be just that, right? We understand not every single program can be done in-house. If that was the case, then we wouldn't have contracts with anybody. We'd do everything, but we can't. We just don't have the human resources possible to do every single thing, even if they are talented. So a vote for this particular program, again, is not a vote against teachers. It's not a vote to say we have no faith in our teachers to do this. It's just a vote to say we don't want to put one more burden on the backs of our teachers at this juncture. We're going to outsource it, but maybe in the future we can concentrate on giving teachers the opportunity to, take advantage of these instead of outsourcing them. Is that the message that you're getting? Because that's the message I'm hearing from the board.
A clarification from Superintendent Davis.
Yes, ma'am, to the chair, correct. Also, when you look at it, I've had multiple conversations with the Schultz Center. I'm just giving you an example in prior work and currently about if you outsourced one module, Mr. Connor, what would you believe one module per teacher would cost?
So I've priced that out. So it's actually about $200 per module.
Okay, per teacher. So when you look at this could potentially, if you had to outsource every bit of this to a provider, would be around $4+ million to be able to do 2,800 teachers with 4 modules. I'm just giving you an example because many I give you Schultz Center because that's in Northeast Florida. When you do reading endorsements 1s, 2, 3, and 4s, you have to pay for that professional development ongoing, and it's extremely expensive, and you don't get to keep that module when you pay for it. It's training, you get certification, and you move forward. Sorry.
Member Snively, are you completed?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So, I think we've spent a recognizable amount of time, and the points are very well said on both parts, I know. I also think, and I wanted to jump back to that Common Core, yes, I am definitely reminded of Common Core. I had to go through that. I had to actually order books, how to teach, the Common Core standards. I had to order it for all the teachers. So we spent about a year from a workbook, how to teach. We didn't have training, to your point. Remember, Han? So we the teachers, we went through, without training, standards. And I'm going to go from my teacher's perspective, that when I go into a classroom, be it Jesuit, be it Clayo Elementary, whatever classroom, I want to be prepared day one. Because the first week of a teacher's life in a classroom makes or breaks the success. Teachers will tell you that. If you don't have your class organized and a good syllabus and the classroom management week one, we are facing a tremendous disadvantage to our teachers if we don't have them ready. However, again, Member Combs, I absolutely agree that we should inherently, after this first 60-hour, which does include the salaries, the stipend, and the materials of the $1.4 million. After that, we definitely need the teachers to be trained, because then they become even better. So I, again, am looking for, that's my rationale for voting for what you're proposing. If that be not the case, say it now, because I'm not going to vote for it. But I would like to know for sure that we are going to have the teacher training after this first module. That is important. So, if you can say that, I do think that Member Perez has another point. We'll take a vote. Can that be, is that agreeable? Okay. So there it is. Member Perez, I apologize. I know that you want to speak. Go ahead.
Yes, I'm just simply, my point is, on the heels of the superintendent's comments regarding the state of financial affairs that we are in currently, and if we don't get right-sided, that there'll be a potential takeover, by the state, and we're talking about $1 million and plus, that we're looking to outsource. When we're also looking at the possibility of having more children in a classroom, more students in a classroom, and eliminating classes that these students want, that's affecting the students more so. And I understand, Member Hahn, what you were saying, but right now that's what I'm looking at. There's more things in Hillsborough County that are affecting our students as they're coming into our classrooms. And I don't think that providing a module from an outsourced provider is going to be it. I believe putting this funding, having our teachers that we were talked to this evening receive notices via text message, letting them come together, do this work for the students that they verbalized to us are so passionate about. I think that's the answer for us.
Thank you, Member Perez. What I think is, I'm going to ask the question. Does this have to be decided tonight? Because I absolutely think we need to shelve this. Obviously, there's intense discussion, and that's what I want to know at this point in time.
It's pretty critical that we get started on this work. I want to be clear. These dollars wouldn't save any jobs. We know we've talked a lot about paying teachers or positions. This grant was submitted to the DOE with approval because it has to meet certain criteria surrounding K-3 literacy. And so I want to be clear that, I know we're kind of mixing the two issues that have come up tonight with budget cuts and all, but this is an allocation specifically designed for K-3 literacy. And in order to get to where we need to be for an effective launch of August, I do think it's pretty critical that we get moving on this right away.
Okay, board members, I'm going to go ahead with respect to Member Vaughn and Member Combs to have a vote on this particular matter. You've heard great, very important cases on both sides, and I want to thank Member Combs for the research she has done, which definitely gave us pause and gave us a great amount of latitude for conversation. And so if you'll reflect on what was said, board members, at this point in time, Member Porter, Mr. Porter, can you go ahead and rephrase the motion that we're going to be making, just so all board members are clear when they vote yes or no?
This is a motion to approve agenda item 605. It's an agreement for technical services with Public Consulting Group for the reasons that Mr. Connor specified. If you vote yes, that means you're supportive of this agenda item. If you vote no, that means the agenda item will be denied and the contract will not be approved.
Okay, board members, please vote when your lights are on. So, Member Perez and Member Hahn, did you vote already? Okay, and Member Perez says no. Okay, so did you all? Okay, so now we have. The motion passes. The motion fails. Okay. All right. So. Okay. Thank you. All right. All right. So that concludes that. So we're going to go ahead right now to our next agenda item. This is agenda item 616. This is regarding the reporting services for due process hearings. Addison Davis, Superintendent Davis, will highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am. Through the chair, 616 is Anthony Reporting Services for due process hearing. This is all about making certain that we have transcripts during due process. This is for academic program reviews, audit services, and the reason we're bringing this to the board because it's $75,000 out of the general fund.
I need a motion and a second to approve C616. I have a motion by Member Combs and a second by Member Washington. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, please vote when your lights are on.
Oh, I
And
pressed the wrong one by accident. Sorry. Can I change that?
So, Member Vaughn?
Can I change my vote? I pressed the wrong one by accident.
Yes. Okay. Member Perez, did you vote? Oh, we're not voting. Okay. So before we have a second, any discussion? And now we're voting. Yes. Yes. We're voting on 616. So the vote stands with a unanimous vote in the direction for this particular agenda item.
Member Perez voted no.
And Member Perez voted no for 616. Thank you, Member Perez. Thank you, Member Vaughn. 617, budget amendments and monthly financial statements for the periods ending February 28th, 2021 and March 31st, 2021. Superintendent Davis is now, looks like Mr. McCauley will highlight this item.
He's changed in front of you. We are going to pass this off to Ms. Johnson and let her discuss this item.
Hey, Ms. Johnson, you're recognized.
Good evening, board chair members and board members and superintendent. Before they get started with the budget amendment, we're going to tell you we're going to be doing March only. If you have questions about February, we're open to take the questions, but they'll be reviewing March because that's the most latest budget amendment. And also, as you all well know, that we're going to be changing reports and we're going to educate the board so the board can be educated on projecting out and understanding the different funding sources so decisions can be made based on those funding sources. I understand that's different from what you guys just voted on, but I know definitely we're going to educate everyone, even our constituents going forward, and we're going to be projecting so these reports become more useful reporting structures and the boards can make decisions based on not a snapshot in time like this current month, but going forward and have an outlook when you're making these decisions as far as what to do, what to approve before a board member meeting. So Susan will start with the budget amendment and Stephanie will follow through.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Davis, Dr. McCauley, Professor McCauley. So the month of March didn't have a lot of activity. Basically, the operating fund decreased by $241.9 thousand. That was largely due to the decrease in investment income, which was caused by a shortage in cash, as we all know, and low interest rates. The miscellaneous revenue also decreased, and that's our fee-based programs. And the largest part of that was due to the loss of field trip revenue. We did have a slight increase in state license tax and lease revenue, and that is actual revenue that we have received to date. On the expenditure side, you're going to see a decrease in the 5,000 instruction function and an increase 7,400 facilities, and that's a charter school capital outlay payments. The other increases and decreases were miscellaneous budget transfers initiated by our schools and our district office. And Stephanie Heaton is going to highlight the financial trends and the fund balance.
Good afternoon.
You're recognized, Ms. Heaton.
Waiting for the PowerPoint to load.
Let's see there. So, Pablo, what's going on?
I can start with the balance sheet. Oh, perfect timing.
There we go.
Okay. One of the things that I wanted to point out with the balance sheet is if you look at cash and cash equivalents, it's $82.9 million. And we are constantly projecting and forecasting our cash balances, which is a big concern right now. One of the things I wanted to point out is last year at the same time, it was $204 million, so we're down $121 million, which is right in alignment with our projections. It's just important to note that the forecasting is matching that, what we're seeing. We're going to go to the next slide, and this is revenue. We're going to look at trend data. I'm kind of switching up the layout, just it makes a little bit more sense. So all of the changes in revenues and expenditures actually create the increase or decrease in fund balance from month to month. So I thought it would be more relevant to go through those changes first and then look at fund balance. This is our federal dollars, and in 2020 it was about $2.2 million, and in 2021 it's 1.4. One of the things that's important to note is the difference is $850,000, and that was due to last year. It was a decrease this year over last year, and that's because last year we got a revenue reimbursement from FEMA for Hurricane Irma. So when you are comparing these from the same point in time, one year over another, sometimes timing and different things that are happening create differences. Okay. The next one is federal through state. Now this is good news. In 2020, we had $783,000. And in 2021, we had $2.4 million. There was change in the Medicaid staff in Tallahassee, which is great for us because they went back and actually started looking at the reimbursements and have allowed what was previously disallowed. So we do project to see that increasing. The next slide. This will be our state revenue. And in 2020, it was $887 million. In 2021, it was $940. There's a $53 million difference, which seems on the surface really great. It seems like we have $53 million than we did the prior year. But $30 million of that is for the new teacher salary allocation, and the $23 million is for charter schools. So it really is a zero net effect to us. The next slide is local revenue. In 2020, we had $509 million, and in 2021, we have $515, and that is an increase in revenue. We had an increase in property tax dollars. Although the fee-based programs decreased, it was still an increase overall of $6.2 million, and it's the net effect of both of those. Our non-revenue sources, which is on the next slide, basically that's just non-operating revenue, and this is related to transfers. When the state gives the district money for the charter school state capital outlay, it has to be recorded in the capital outlay funds and then transferred over to the general fund for payment, which matched the budget transfer that Susan identified earlier. That's a $1.5 million increase related to the charter school outlay. In 2020, it was 9.7, and in 2021, it's 11.3. The next slide is salaries. We wanted to show the difference between 2020 and 2021 at the same point in time for salaries. In 2020, it was $816 million. In 2021, it was $804. Interestingly enough, the salaries decreased $11 million over the prior year. And that is due to a combination of increases in $9 million, and that was related to schedule time. So the increases are hitting and causing that, the salary increases are creating that increase. But there's decreases of $20 million, and it's what we would have expected to see in a COVID year. We have a reduction of additional assignments, non-permanent, non-instructional assignments, personal leave, sick leave, professional duty elsewhere. All of that decreased and decreased to the tune of $20 million. So the net effect is $11 million overall. The next slide is employee benefits. There is a $16 million increase in 2020, being $244 million, whereas 2021 was $259. And that increase is related to retirement. There was a adjustment or an increase of $13 million. Health insurance went up 2, and unemployment went up $2 million. Purchase services. In 2020, we had $227 million, and in 2021, we had $230. We had a $2.9 million increase, and that is, I call this the combination account. Purchase services has a lot of different things running through that account. It's travel, rentals, communications, charter school payments, substitutes. It's just a variety of things that hit it. Overall, the net difference was about 2.9, and that's mainly, while there were increases and decreases in all of different accounts, overall it's really related to the increase in charter school payments. Energy services is the next slide. In 2020, we had $24 million. In 2021, we had $25. Again, this $1.6 million increase is related to increases in natural gas, petroleum, and electricity. And that, remember, we opened the 3 new schools, Belmont, Sumner, and Tampa Heights, that contributed to that. The next slide is materials and supplies. In 2020, there was $44 million spent up through March, and in 2021, there's $33 million spent up through March. So there is a decrease of $10.8 million when you're comparing it to the prior year, and that is specific to a reduction in textbook adoptions and cost controls that have been put in place to try to mitigate spending by reviewing every budget request and making sure that things are purchased for wants versus needs, or needs versus wants, excuse me. The next slide is capital expenses. In 2020, we had $13.2 million. In 2021, it was 5. Capital expenditures can cover anything from remodeling to computer equipment. One of the things that we've really tried to focus on is anything that can be charged to the capital funds as appropriate should be charged to the capital funds to keep those costs off the general fund. And everybody's done a really good job with that this year. The last slide, or the last trend data is other expenses. Again, DOE named that account other. It's just a combination account. It's interest, dues and fees, substitute custodians, judgment settlements. There was an $851,000 increase in 2021 compared to 2020, and that is the partial payment for the charter school capital outlay state payment went through that account to be paid. The last slide we want to look at is our fund balance. And one of the things that I want to highlight is when you look at the horizontal lines in March, that is the prior year, it's $169 million, and the solid shaded yellow is this fiscal year, it's $210. So there is a $40 million increase this year compared to the prior year. One of the reasons I wanted to go that trend data first is just to show you that a lot of this is very much timing related. It by no means means that our financial position is $40 million better. Clearly, cash showed the decrease when you compared it to the prior year, but it's all relative to timing. And that's why when you look at one year over the next, it sometimes can skew a picture because, for example, Hurricane Irma reimbursement is not going to happen this year. So it's just important to note that. So, thank you.
Thank you, and I want to thank the procurement staff, Corey Murphy, certainly Stephanie Heaton and Susie Garcia, for not only sharing today, but sharing with us individually what you went over. And this is very good edification for the public to see. The only problem is, and I'm not going to say that Member Hahn's eyes are not up to the test, but both of us couldn't see the slides too well because it was a little bit fuzzy. So we may have to put more ink in the printer, whatever it takes. So at this point in time, I need a motion and a second to approve C617. I have a motion by Member Combs, a second by Member Washington. Any discussion? Discussion? Member Snively, and then Member Vaughn.
I just really want to take an opportunity to welcome Ms. Johnson. We're glad to have you in our school district. You have an impressive background, and I appreciate the what was a 3-to-1? I would say 1-to-1. It was a 3-to-1 meeting that we have had with regard to the financial statements for February and March. But I appreciate the information and the explanation, the detailed explanations that you offered, assuming you had those conversations with every board member. But then I also, again, want to say that I'm looking forward to seeing some of the reporting changing to what we talked about on the trending data as well as the projections. So looking forward to seeing that by the time the new fiscal year comes around. Hopefully by that time we'll have that figured out, not just for board members, but for the public as well, to make it easier for public consumption. So thank you and welcome.
Thank you, Member Snively, for remembering to welcome Ms. Johnson and Superintendent Davis. We got to get your etiquette, because that you need to remember to remind us that she's new. I'm blaming it on someone because I feel bad. Oh, sorry about that. Yeah,
I'm that guy. Don't worry. I got Teflon.
Forget I said that. Delete.
That's right. I thought I did a formal announcement today at the review.
Yes, he did. So, Member Vaughn, I apologize for the jovial intermission. You are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Luckily, I don't have a lot of questions because you guys sit with me before every meeting and are very patient while I ask quite a lot of questions. One thing I did want to point out, because I've seen a lot of misunderstanding and frustration, and I'd just like you to make clear to the public, in our conversations about our budget and what's going on, a lot of people still think that we have access to the lottery money. And I see that continually over and over again. Doesn't the lottery fund us? What's going on with the lottery money? So I just want to go ahead and touch on this to clarify for people who think that we still get that money, in regards to the fact that we are no longer getting that money, as you can see in line item 3344 in the general fund. And can you just touch on that a little bit more so people understand that we don't have access to the lottery funds for this?
So this year, we were not funded for discretionary lottery at all, and normally the lottery funds Florida Performance Award school recognition funds, and we didn't get that at all this year, so we got 0 lottery dollars this year.
Can I ask one follow-up question? How much would that normally be in our budget? What would you say that's a loss of?
Okay, Ms. Snively's going to tell us, because I
Okay.
can tell you.
Ms. Snively's recognized, Madam.
Approximately $120,000 a year. It works out to be about 50 cents per child. So about $120,000 per year. So if my memory serves me right.
So even when we got it, it was not a substantial amount of money. That was a big...
The discretionary portion was not substantial. They did give us school recognition, which went to the A schools and the schools that increased the letter grade.
Right.
And that dollar amount, I can't tell you off the top of my head. I just don't remember. How much was it? It was more than that.
About 50 cents.
I can't tell you that
Okay.
off the top.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
I think Member Snively saying about 50 cents per student. It's shocking, and it's very disappointing, but we are reminded every year how much we don't get from the lottery funds. And the FEMA, that's another one. So, board members, please vote when your lights are on. And here we go voting. And Member Perez, let's see if we have... No, Member Perez, we do not have a...
Wait a minute.
Whoops.
She's on a text here because she's texting me about the queue. You vote?
No. Yeah.
Oh, you
I'm voting for it, yes. I
Yes,
don't know.
okay. Thank you, Member Perez. It's unanimous. Thank you, Board. Next item. This will be for item 619, purchase of psychological assessment materials from Riverside Assessments and from NCS Pearson. Superintendent Davis?
Yes, Mr. the Chair. This is just making certain that our psychologists have the necessary materials and through this exclusive provider that provides test kits, also record forms, along with scoring platforms. And this is good. The reason I'm bringing this to the board in a discussion manner because it's $120,000 in our general fund, and this is making certain that our psychologists have the necessary materials needed to ensure and offer our students a right comprehensive evaluation and related to per the Disability Educational Impact Act, and this allows us to be able to be inclusive. As we know, 14% of the student body that we serve are students with disabilities, so making certain that we have the necessary elements and equipment to make sure the evaluation process is clean and clear.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion and a second to approve item C619. I have a motion from Henry Shake Washington. Can I have a second? Ms. Perez, as a social worker? Oh, okay. Sorry, Ms. Vaughn. Seconds. Any discussion? Member Snively?
I just do have a question, and maybe this is something that we can begin doing on some of our financial impact sections of these agenda items. Have we spent this before? Is this about the same amount we would normally spend? Give us a little maybe historical data. Do you know, as far as that goes, what we normally spend on a purchase like this? Is this normal?
Yes, ma'am. It is normal, and we have used Pearson and Riverside. They are actually a national publisher for this product, and this historically has been used in Hillsborough.
And so, as far as the amount that we use from the general fund, is there anywhere else we could get this from because of the impact it's having psychologically on our students? Does it have to come from the general fund? Could it come from the CARES Act?
I have to go back and look. I don't know if this can come to the CARES Act. If we prove it tonight and I find and I can do additional research to determine if we can use this and leverage it, then I can be able to move funds properly as outlined by the Red Book.
Just because it's supporting the psychological well-being of our students, and that is kind of really important right now. It's just been, exacerbated by the COVID pandemic. So just trying to be creative with other ways of spending money from the general fund.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Snively. Member Perez?
Yes, I was going to ask regarding the psychological. Doesn't something like this come out of the mental health dollars?
Through the chair, the answer to that is no, it cannot. Mental health is, while it is directly related, mental health doesn't allow us to use this as an expenditure.
Can I ask why?
Mr. McConnell,
to the chair, this kind of expenditure is a very typical, common purchase in school districts across the state, if not the country, and specifically relates to the evaluation process that is done when a student is suspected of having a disability. So it sort of steps outside of the whole COVID ESSER world. And is not as much a function of the impact that COVID, for example, might be having on a student, nor is it considered part of the mental health aspect of it because it's really focused on the suspicion of a disability.
So then we can't do that under Medicaid dollars, maybe?
I would have to defer to Tracy Brown and Dr. Monica Vera-Tirado on that one.
So, Ms. Perez, thank you for the question. This is not something that we typically use other dollars for because we do it for all kids as well. However, we can take a look to see if it's If we can do it out of Medicaid funds, yes, ma'am, we will absolutely take a look to see if this is something that could support that. I will work with the team that we meet with, that you meet with us also, to see if that's an option for us. So I will absolutely investigate that.
And through the chair, if there's anything related to a different funding source, I'll make sure the board's apprised of that process. Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Member Perez. Do you have any further questions?
Yeah, so can we not vote on this evening and wait to see what answer they bring back to the table?
I believe you'd have to make a motion for that. Mr. Porter, can you advise?
Yeah, you can make a motion to continue it, and if you do that, we would need to hear from the superintendent about the timeliness of whether this needs to be approved tonight or what the ramifications would be if it were not approved. So, Ms. Perez, if you wanted to make a motion, the appropriate motion would be to continue this until the next board meeting. That would require a second, and then in discussion, I would encourage you to hear from the superintendent about the impact of a delay.
Okay. If I could make a motion to bring this back to the next board meeting in order to get more information about other funding sources.
You're the only one.
Superintendent, will you please address the impact of delay, if there is one? Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. Yes, we have a vote on the floor. Second. Okay, it's seconded. Can he now comment on the impact?
Yes, ma'am. I don't believe there's any type of timeline related to the delay of this. I'm going to yield to Mrs. Brown. However, us moving forward with this process, any changes that we deem necessary within the next 30 days, we can bring back to the board for approval or refinement of acknowledgement of the actual funding source. This just allows us to move forward. If we feel if we find out that Medicaid can be used as that funding source, we'll bring the item back as an informational update and be able to leverage it. Dr. Vera-Tirado, you want to use it? Go ahead. You could go to that.
And say Medicaid dollars, though, are reimbursing general fund. So remember, so there isn't like a separate Medicaid category that we get. They reimburse us for the costs, and so it goes back to general fund. So I was just going to remind you of that. Ro, just come on board. So
in fact, if we approved it tonight and the money came out of the general fund, and then tomorrow you found out that Medicaid could cover it, we would just get reimbursed and it would go back into the general fund. So there may not. Is there then a need to delay? I don't.
Okay, let's have clarification. Thank you, Member Hahn. Clarification, let's get back to in order here. Superintendent Davis, what's at stake here?
Ms. Brown.
Yes. Thank you,
Ms. Brown. Clarify.
Yes, I've been in contact with my supervisor of school psychology, and we are in need of these tools, these instruments at this time, because we are in the process of evaluating students for possible eligibility for disability services.
Okay, so Member Perez, that's the response to a possible a vote on tabling it. But I believe we still have discussion. Member Snively? Oh, we're done. Member Vaughn?
Getting delirious up here. My question is in regards to parliamentary procedure. If Member Perez removes the motion or conversation to take it to the other meeting, but she does want follow-up to make sure that we've seen if we could get this funded with Medicaid or money. Can we make a motion to have an update on it at the next meeting to make sure that there's some sort of follow through?
So through the chair, respectfully, I follow through 100% of the time. So I promise that I made the notion that I would follow through. I would make that a reality as soon as early as I know it, and I'll work within the next 24 hours to make that follow up to every one of the board members.
So let's go ahead and have the clarification, Mr. Porter, where we're at right now.
So there was a motion on the floor, and the motion is a motion to continue. So you need to the motion either needs to be voted on, or Ms. Perez could withdraw the motion, or the maker of the second could withdraw the second.
Okay, Member Perez, where do you stand?
Okay, I will withdraw the motion.
Okay.
With the knowledge that we will have the information brought back to us within, what did you say, Superintendent, within the next 24 hours or 48 hours?
Through the chair, as soon as I know something. As you know, I like to work quick, so if I can get it done in the next 24 hours, I will. If it takes 72, as soon as I get that answer, you know it'll be in your inbox.
All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Member Perez, are you satisfied?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Porter, then we're going to go with our original motion.
Which is to approve agenda item 619.
So the main motion stands. Please press your button when the lights appear. And it is, whoops, hold.
Ms. Perez voted yes.
Yes, okay, it's unanimous. Thank you. 701, we'll do that one next, and that is to approve the resolution of the impact fee fund disbursement from the Hillsborough County Board of County Commissioners for site acquisition, construction, and construction management of the new pre-K 8 UU school located within the Waterset development located in Covington at Covington Garden Drive. Superintendent Davis?
Yes, ma'am, through the chair. As you know, the Hillsborough County Public Schools is in the process of designing our new pre-K 8 UU, which will hold around 1,800 students. So this is just bringing to the board, originally we brought it in January for 2021 approval of the $44 million we're asking the commission, the county commission, for impact fees and relevant student station proportionary shares. So what this does is just breaks that $44 million up, where $42 million is identified, within related to cost per elementary student stations, and then we've already accepted around $1.9 million of the proportionate share. So just being able to identify those two separately for the Board of County Commission, we recognize it and approve it that way versus in a lump sum $44 million. So just breaking out those two particular areas. Mr. Farkas?
It was
got a thumbs up.
Sorry,
I'll take that.
You nailed it. It's exactly right. It was a requirement from the county commission. They asked us to send it back and separate that out, that $2 million of proportionate share and 42 under impact fee. So you did exactly right, Mr. Davis. Thank you, sir.
And to your point, I brought this forward just to make sure the new board members were aware that we are receiving funds from the impact fees and that there are absolute results. So that's a good thing. I need a motion and a second to approve this item, 701. I have a motion by Member Combs, a second by Member Vaughn. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, please vote when your lights are on. What's going on with you?
I'm holding my nose while I vote.
Okay. So we have a Member Perez. Is that a affirmative? It is affirmative. It is unanimous. Board members, thank you for your patience. We are now going to go to board comments.
Oh.
And we have one more? I apologize. The property insurance.
I need that.
I had to add that. It wasn't on my script. Okay, 713, property insurance. Allison Davis, Superintendent.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, because we really need this one. This coverage ends on May the 1st, and this is all about a quoted purchase for excess property insurance, which this is really excess property for loss of parcels such as due to fire, any type of flood, or any named windstorm, etc. What this allows us to do is just have proper coverage. You will recognize a 6.9% increase, and this is due to we've taken on additional properties such as Belmont, along with brand new Sumner High School, and let Mr. Farkas kind of.
In Tampa Heights, because we were
Tampa Heights. That's right.
So remember, Tampa Heights was insured for just over $7 million, and it cost $29 million to rebuild. All those are up. So what it equated to was over a $300 million increase in our property values. We did a lot of back and forth with our insurance broker, First Florida Insurance Brokers, to find the best. And remember, for the new board members, it's actually a quilt. We don't have one insurance company that handles our 29 million square feet. We actually have about 15 companies that does it. The lead company is Lloyd's of London, but there's 14 other companies that provide that service. in the email that Mr. Davis sent to you was I wanted you to compare what our rate was compared to other large and contiguous districts. And we have the best rate of any of the districts around there. So First Florida's done a wonderful job of shopping that and going back and forth with the companies to get the best rate. The reason it was added a little bit later was because the market is changing so quick. We wanted to get the best deal we possibly could. So it was still 7 days before the board meeting, but we got it in on time to have that. And it ends May 1st. It'll get re-upped. It's paid for out of millage fund, so it's paid for out of the tax dollars that come out and not part of the general fund.
Thank you, Mr. Farkas. Board members, I need a motion and a second to approve this agenda item. I have a motion by Member Snively, second by Member Washington. Any discussion? Seeing none, please vote when your lights are on. Okay, Member Perez? She voted yes. Thank you, Member Perez. It's unanimous. Now, we get to board comments, so let's go ahead, drum roll. Board comments. I know that we're going to have probably not a long list of this, but we will hope. So we have, now Member Combs, remember that you can press your button too, because we have an item. We do have an item. Okay. Member Hahn, then Member Vaughn, Member Washington, Member Combs, and Member Snively.
Actually, Member Perez is first. I just had no way of putting her name up there, so.
Okay, Member Perez, you're on. Go ahead and share. Thank you, Member Hahn.
Yes, thank you. So I would like to talk about Kelly Services. Kelly Services, in 2017, we paid out $15 million to them. And in 2020, we had a 3% savings. And it was $14,550,000. That was 2020. When we're looking at a district that we're trying to save some funding, we talked this evening about bringing it back here to the district, bringing it back in-house, and looking at maybe forming a partnership with the union to do a bank of substitute teachers. And looking at the fill rate, because the fill rate has come down. They no longer do the fill rate like it was, out of the barn, gun-ho, and then all of a sudden those rates started decreasing. I would like to see if we can bring this contract to our board meeting to discuss it at our next board meeting, if that's possible, because I have some concerns about this contract, but I feel that if we're looking for money, $15 million back to this district is a lot of money.
Thank you, Member Perez.
I would like to make a motion that we bring the Kelly Services contract to the next board meeting for discussion.
So, let me. I'd like to say something.
Member Perez, I don't think you need a motion. We can go ahead and bring it in front of the board if you like. Superintendent Davis will remark on that. Go ahead, Superintendent Davis.
Yes, ma'am, to the chair. I appreciate the thinking behind it. Definitely, Hillsborough County years ago had substitutes internally. And for the reason I believe because of the fill rate was in the 60s, at that particular time, leadership decided to transition to a company to be able to better fill positions. And you're looking at over the last couple of years, and I'll let Dr. Whalen kind of validate this. They started out with in the 82, 83 range, and I think their low point may have been 79. Well, prior to this year, because this year I believe their fill rate may be in the 60s. And when you look at not only 60s overall at the entire school district, you look at it being in the mid to upper 50s in transformational schools, but I think that's a discrepancy that will happens regardless of a pandemic or not, at elevated at different times. We do spend historically around $14 to $15 million on this particular contract. We do know that there's other school districts that are size that both have it, a service, and also those that particular have it in-house. So we're right now trying to figure out and weigh the options. What I would like to recommend and is that we have a workshop coming up on April the 27th. The topic was ROSAC. Openly, there's no movement with ROSAC. I can tell you right now, we related to having conversations for that. There's right now, I understand there's no appetite. So maybe moving, we can touch on that briefly, but maybe moving and transitioning to have a conversation of where we are with substitutes during that particular time, so that we can talk about what we offer, what we're seeing with trends, what we pay, what they actually pay per sub, what they're charged, which I believe is a 1.246 increase in rate of pay, and is there a potential savings internally? The biggest thing for us as an organization is that we will be leveraging trying to save every employee that we have within the school district this summer. So there will not be a big initiative push for hiring other than hard to fill positions. So if this was going to be a part of the conversation, it could be timing, could be right, because we could do a campaign for substitute teachers. But openly, I think this creates angst for human resources and others, as some school districts that have it internally are trying to transition externally, and some internally have done a really nice job. So there's pros and cons to both of them, but if we can save money, we're definitely part of the conversation. Dr. Wellen?
5 minutes. Okay. No. Superintendent Davis, the outsourcing, and there's thematic about outsourcing among some of the board members. Member Perez, would you be open to having a workshop, as suggested, but also encompassing other outsourcing? I know that we have been strongly, this board has strongly voted for the not outsourcing of the early literacy PCG. So I think perhaps we can maybe umbrella or concerns with outsourcing in a workshop with the substitute as well. So what I'm saying and asking, Member Perez, would you be open to having a workshop regarding that subject matter? Inclusive would be the substitutes, the Kelly Services.
Yeah, well, Kelly Services by itself is it's an animal all its own, and something that we really need to take a deep dive into, to really look at what we've been paying. Kelly Services has been paying our substitute teachers $8 an hour, $11 an hour, and $12 an hour. And then the comparison districts, they have 5 comparison districts, and the total of those 5 comparison districts come up to 106,940 students in five districts. We are 220,000 students. So their comparison districts don't even compare to our district.
Right.
So right there, it's not something that we could just run through. It's something that we really need to take a deep dive into.
Well, that's what I suggested would be a workshop. And if you can remember, we did do a deep dive into the Kelly Services. We did the assets. We compared it to the traditional versus Kelly Services. That was done before. I am open to a workshop, so I believe we could probably put that, but there is a possibility that another subject matter could be inclusive. Would you still be open to a workshop regarding Kelly Services?
Yes.
Okay, so let's go ahead and settle that among the board members. We'll put it on the schedule, and then the details can be worked out with the superintendent, et cetera. And that's a very good suggestion. Is that your concluding remarks?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Member Hahn and then Member Vaughn.
Thank you. I'm going to go through my list pretty quickly. It's late. I'd like to show just a short video of the STEM Spring Break Camp that was held at Monroe, and it was inclusive of kids from Just and Booker T, Sharamonte, Lanier, West Shore Elementary, and I'm probably missing some other elementaries, but Pablo, can we show that video quickly? Thank you, Pablo. I appreciate that. So it was a great week. And, you know, that camp was supposed to take place last year, but because of COVID, we had to cancel it the very last minute, the day before. And I just want to take a moment to thank the Urban League of Hillsborough County for funding, sponsoring this camp, Stanley Gray for being a great leader in that effort. Larry Plank, Executive Director of Hillsborough County K-12 Science Education. His DoD grant also supported this grant, this camp, the Tampa Bay STEM Network for their sponsorship, and the teachers and administrators who supported this. Thank you to Madison Middle School for hosting us. They have an amazing campus and a wonderful STEM magnet program. Nicole Tuminella, District DoD Resource Teacher, Antonio Young, the Monroe Middle School teacher who was an instructor during the camp, Stacy Summers, the Woodbridge Elementary School teacher who was an instructor during the camp, and the administrator on site was there every day, Mr. Cordovia. Appreciate all of the effort that went into that camp. Also, I don't want to forget about our STEM fair. It's so sad we couldn't attend this year in person and have everybody there, and it's such an exciting time. 21 students from the Hillsborough Regional STEM Fair competed in the state of Florida STEM Fair last week, and 2 students placed first overall, Madison Feng of Liberty Middle School and Arco Ghosh of King High School. Arco is named awarded Best of Fair State Championship for his project and will represent our district at the state of Florida at the International Science and Engineering Fair for high school students in May. 2 other Hillsborough students will also compete at the International Science and Engineering Fair. Anya Patidar from King High School and Shlokal Patel from Hillsborough High School. I'm so sorry if I'm butchering these names. My apologies. Month of the Military Child. If you could show that picture, story time. We partnered with the Jackson in Action 83 Foundation to bring 3 new Storytime online videos to our schools and community. Vincent Jackson and his beautiful wife, gracious to do this, Lindsay, developed a series of 3 children's books designed to help kids and their parents cope with some of the challenges military life may bring. By reading these books, Lindsay read these for us, and the hope is that parents and their children can communicate about their feelings and find ways to solve problems. The books are designed to be fun while highlighting both the struggles and triumphs of military families. And each of the books will focus on one of the three pillars of the foundation of the Action and Jackson Foundation, which are emotional, educational, and physical health of military children. I want to give a big thank you to Lindsay Jackson for her time in the studio recording these books. Greatly appreciate it. Look for them on our website. We'll be pushing those out, and they'll be available through our social media and our YouTube channel. I want to share the flyer. Kicked off the book fair this month. This is a virtual book fair. You can go to the book site. The link is on my social media page. It's on the district page. All the books that we don't get donated through the virtual book drive, which is you go onto the site, you purchase one or many books. The books get sent to me at my district office, and I use them to create home libraries. Here it comes. This is what a home library looks like. The kids get books. They get bins to keep them in their home. They get a letter to the parents in English and Spanish with some activities that they can do with the books at home. And we put them in these nice red bags that Mayan donated, and they go home with this wonderful home library during our early childhood literacy fairs. We have 2 in May. Information on that will go out soon too. May 8th in Plant City, and May 22nd in East Tampa. So really excited about that. We have anywhere between 800 and 1,000 families that attend those fairs, and we give all the kids a home library. And they get lots of other books from the partners. We have about a dozen community partners. So I just want to give a big thank you to school board member Jessica Vaughn for going online and purchasing 4 books for our book drive. I'm going to go on and purchase 4 books. And I'd like to challenge our other school board members to match Member Vaughn's donation. You can go to, yes, for less than $20, you can fund, Jessica, you have funded a home library with your 4-book donation. We typically put 4 books. You got to go on the site. I don't know if I can take your cat. Oh, we'll talk after the meeting. We'll figure it out. I'm like, maybe. We'll get it done.
Thank you,
And I'm sorry. One last thing, Mayan numbers. It would be remiss not to just put up the slide for the elementary schools and the middle schools that were our top schools, and some of you can see your schools in there. Do we have that PowerPoint? No. Okay. I'll put it up on social media and I'll share it at our next meeting. But we have a number of schools that were some of our top readers, and we have some Spring Break Challenge winners that I'd love to make sure that we, talk about. But fun facts, our students have read 4,717,947 books on Mayan just this school year. We're not even done yet. How awesome is that? So our kids are reading, and thank you to Mayan. Mayan provides electronic libraries, and not just that, they have so many wonderful resources and activities for our teachers and our students. Oh, thank you. Thank
Member
you.
Hahn, you are doing a superior job, and thanks for mentioning STEM. So, without further ado, we have Member Vaughn. I don't know if you can outdo this woman, but you did buy some of the books, so that's all right. Well, now Member Snively is busy as a bee next door. Go ahead, Member Vaughn.
Hopefully, Member Snively will beat me on that one. I know she loves competition. So I would just like to reiterate that I would love for us to have 2 meetings a month, so we weren't here for 6 hours going through the agenda. But I'm going to digress from that. One, I would like to wish our Muslim families happy Ramadan. Tonight starts Ramadan, which is 30 days, holy days for our Muslims families, and I just want to say happy Ramadan. Also, I appreciate Member Gray talking about Autism Awareness Month. I would like to say that the information behind that is changing, and the movement is no longer about autism awareness. It's about autism acceptance, and we're actually moving away from the color blue and more towards the color red, and there's a movement in that to progress to a new understanding of acceptance in autism, and I'd love for our district to move with those times, but thank you for talking about that and bringing that up. And I would also like to talk about a spectacular thing I did a couple weeks ago where I went to Oasis. And I believe that Pablo has a few pictures of that for me. For those of us who aren't familiar, Oasis is a grassroots, volunteer-driven organization serving at-risk, low-income Hillsborough County students. They provide clothing, shoes, hygiene items, and other basic necessities to students in need of assistance. They have 3 locations. One is in our Manhattan office. One is in Tampa Palms Elementary, where I visited here. And one is in one of the schools in East Tampa. I don't remember off the top of my head which one. They work with our social workers to make sure that our students get what they need by allowing the social workers to come and fill out a form of whatever their students need and essentially shop for them. They are an amazing organization. They support our students so much. We have hardworking volunteers. That is a principal. She was a principal at Maniscalco and a few other schools who are so passionate about supporting this. It is an amazing program. They're rebranding and trying to get more community support. They're also trying to upgrade their technology so that they can do this mobily by going on site. And they need new technology to do that. So if you're looking to give back to the community, if you have clothes to donate, there are several drop-off Oasis sites. One has been moved to Childs Elementary, and you can go to www.oasisopportunities.org to find out more about it. If you have time to volunteer, if you can donate some money, it is a fantastic organization that helps our students. So I wanted to highlight that and thank all of the volunteers who make that possible. And that's it for tonight. Thank you very much.
No, I actually have stuff in my trunk I could donate, running shirts, but I'll get with you later. Thank you, Member Vaughn. Very important that we are giving to those in high needs population for sure. And Member Washington.
Thank you. Pablo, can you show it for me? Okay. First, I'd like to thank Thaddeus Bullock, whose incredible work that has a tremendous impact on the Tampa community, and especially in District 5. Mm-hmm. Now you can see I got a green thumb. They got. We are in the garden there, planting. That's Sly Miller Magnet School, and the WWE have started the first community garden at Sly Miller Magnet School. And the Sly students and the Milton High School students constructed the above ground planters. I don't have a green thumb, so I don't know what I'm doing really. But we're having a great time there because the parents, we had students there, the media was there, a lot of people from the WWE was there, along with Stephanie McMahon, who runs the WWE. This will be the first community garden in Hillsborough County Public Schools at Slide. We're going to have 5 more gardens planted. So along with the University of Florida, who came in with a partnership, which was great. That's right, y'all. Came in during that time. Okay. But we had a great time. The kids enjoyed, and this is going to be a community garden to feed the people in the community. So that's something new that we're starting. It should be really good. Good food. It should be fresh food. That's right. Okay. So next, the next we have, I'm going to be real brief, is the Magnet School of America Award. Dunbar, can we just put that up there for me, Pablo, please? Yes, you can see the 2020 Magnet School of American Merit Distinction is up there. And they had that's one of the schools. Dunbar is one of the schools that received the award. It was based on 10 areas of the rubric. They had the school vision mission alignment. They had magnet theme integrated into it. They had the PD aligned with the magnet theme and enhancers of the instruction delivery. Then they had the magnet program. School promotes equitable access to all demographic groups. Then they had diversity infused to magnet theme. And last, they had the partnership forming parents and community organizations. So I just want to give a big shout out to Dunbar, Mrs. Cynthia Grimm, along with her faculty for doing a great job. And in closing, Mrs. Johnson left. I will tell her. No, okay. Okay, I wanted to welcome to Tampa, Florida. But anyway, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Sheikh. And you're just such a great asset to the neighborhood neighborhoods plural that you serve. Member Combs and I'm going to let Member Combs do a lot of the authoring. But I want to respond real quick about the 7-hour board meetings to Member Vaughn. We, and I know I'm sitting next to a person here that we've experienced 7-hour board members frequently, even when we had 2 a month. Am I correct, Member Snively? You're correct. And it is difficult. I always thought 4 hours was way above my tolerance, but even though we've had 2 board meetings a month, we have gone 7 or more hours. That is something that we try to avoid. And, of course, me when 9 o'clock, obviously I failed tonight. Member Combs, very interested in the migrant population. She's going to say a few things. Pablo, get the slideshow ready. And go ahead, Member Combs, and then I'll follow through.
You know, one of the things that, Ms. Chair Gray and I, we went out to migrant farms. But before I start talking about that, I do kind of want to bring it back to a couple comments and just to make sure that, I know that Dr. Whalen has worked so hard and this whole team has worked hard with all the teacher cuts that we're doing. I really think it's important that we sit down again, Dr. Whalen, and all of us sit down and really start looking at, the top level cuts. I've been saying this from the very beginning. I do believe that we are top heavy in this district. I do believe that the cuts need to come from the top and go down. And then the other point I wanted to make, and I know this is all about the things that we're doing, but I also didn't have an opportunity to talk about something that I think is very important, and is the assistant principals. I think it's very important that our community, I talked about this at the workshop today, and I've mentioned this numerous times, the reason that when people are identified as assistant principals is because they've done a great job as a teacher, and they've gone above and beyond as a teacher, and that's why we identify them as this assistant principalship. When we look at the cuts and we think that most of our teachers who go into the pool will be placed, I strongly believe that we need to look at every single one of our assistant principals and make sure that they have a landing somewhere. I strongly believe that because there is no reason a person in this district would want to go into administration if they feel that they have some of these assistant principals just found out on Friday that they're going to be let go. And some of them have been in this district for 25 or more years. So I think it's very important that we look at them. I want to talk about, many wonderful things that are happening in our schools, but I also think we need to think about those people that are going to be completely displaced and that we try to find a place for them. I think that's very important, working closely with CTA and whatever we need to do as a district. If we have 24,000 employees, I think we can find a place for those 50 people. And I think that's very important. So I wanted to say that. Now, going on to something that is very difficult in our community is also our children. Because we know at the end of the day, it's about students and it's about children and what we're doing for them. One of our largest group of, disenfranchised groups is the migrant families here in Hillsborough County. I was astounded to find out that we have the second largest program in the state of Florida here in Hillsborough County. Nearly 2,000 students from elementary, middle, and high school qualify for the migrant program. These students are living in a manner that I think many of you would be surprised. And we're going to share that video with me. For someone like me who was born in a third world country, who's experienced poverty, who I've lived in Asia and Southeast Asia for a long time, where I've seen poverty in India and places like that, in China, it is shocking to see that that same poverty exists here in Hillsborough County, and to see that 63% of our students, our student population, are living at poverty or below poverty. Also, I also feel like our Hispanic population in this district, those voices are not really heard. That is 38% of our students are from the Hispanic community, and we often don't hear those voices. So I think it's really important that everybody listens to the voices. And I wanted to share a video of Miss Chair Gray and I. We were able to go out to the migrant farms. Miss Mayo and her team really, shared what so many children experience. And these children, are not in schools. They go back from Michigan to here. They're not getting a full education. And often are scared of losing an opportunity to be in America. So often they're maybe not being provided services in the schools. So I think it's stunning to see what poverty really looks like in our county and in our country. And Pablo, I wanted to share that video.
And before we get started, I also want to thank Carol Mayo, who is the director of the Migrant, Eveline Garcia, Inez Colon, Gracie Rosa. Certainly the migrant population is indicative of over, I think, 81% of our students are at free and reduced lunch. We have a tremendous amount of poverty in our school system, in our school district. We will be having a workshop called The Correlation of Students in Poverty and Educational Success. There is a large amount of academia that we know is true in terms of a loss, depending on the income, the family's income, et cetera. I think we all intellectually know this. So we're just going to see a slide. I do want Member Snively also to have her place in the sun, but this is the workshop will be had, and it's already set up. Superintendent Davis will have, and Shay McCrae has showed what we are doing as a district. So Pablo, go ahead and show us the slides, and we'll see some not so nice realities. Thank you, Member Combs, for joining me and exploring part of the population that is not often recognized, and more on this later. And we're going to go ahead right now. Member Snively, I apologize for kind of bumping ahead of you. But yeah, we're getting through this board meeting one by one, frame by frame. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Member Gray. First, wanted to ask the superintendent when we're going to start talking about protocols for fall 2021. I have many constituents reaching out to me asking, when can we make masks optional? Why are we quarantining healthy children? Can we get rid of e-learning? That's mainly from teachers. Mm-hmm. When can we allow volunteers back in school? And what are our plans for sanitation moving forward to ensure that if we do allow masks to be optional, that we still have a clean environment for students and faculty to work in. So you don't have to answer all those questions tonight. But I do believe we need to start talking about these things. And I know it's a fluid situation. I know things are going to change, but maybe start talking about what Plan A should look like or could look like versus Plan B and Plan C. There's just a lot of uncertainty, and I think reemphasizing how it is a fluid situation. But there's also been, kind of studying some of the CDC guidelines, and there's also a lot of loopholes in there, and there's some things in there that, in my opinion, there's some conflict between the World Health Organization and the CDC and the local health authorities, and I think we need to, leverage some of what we should be leveraging so our students can have some normalcy back in the classroom. So I will admit I have mask fatigue, like many others do, but I do understand that people are also concerned about safety, and we've got to find that balance somewhere, because I want kids to come back to school, and I don't want them not to come back to school because they feel forced to wear a mask, when we have seen the rate of transmission in schools is not the issue. It's the rate of transmission in the community that is the issue, and data supports that. So just putting it out there. You can come back with that at the next board meeting, or you can continue to get input from other board members individually. I think it's important for each board member to have their views and their opinions shared with you so that you can see what direction this district should go in. Okay. I wanted to also thank you I had a couple events that the superintendent was able to attend. It was the Plant City Chamber of Commerce and also the Plant City Business Advisory Board, and you did a great job. I know you've been out canvassing the district and talking to different stakeholder groups, and I got a chance to see you in a couple of different environments, and I was very impressed by your presence and your ability to field the questions and concerns that constituents have. So thank you for doing that. And then I wanted to mention we had some guests at the beginning of the meeting for the Future Career Fair, and I sent Pablo a video, and I'm not sure which is going to come up first, either Recycled Tunes or the video, but maybe. Okay, I'll do that first. Okay, so before we show the Future Career video, there's a program that I wanted to talk about called Recycled Tunes, and it's the folks that do the Gasparilla Music Foundation sponsor this, and I've been in contact with them to talk about how important it is to get instruments in the hands of our students, because as soon as they start liking music, then we have this issue with demand, right? We want our music teachers to teach middle and high school, well, all levels, elementary, middle, and high school. But by the time they get to high school, we've got to build that funnel for kids from elementary school up through middle school and high school, so that our bands and our orchestras and our choruses and all of the music classes can be sustained. And so there's a musical instrument drive coming this Saturday, April the 17th from 9 to 2. It's in Riverview. It's at the Winthrop Pop-Up Market, and it's going to benefit our schools. It's going to benefit the students who may have more challenges getting instruments into their hands because maybe they come from a disadvantaged family situation. That should not be a roadblock for our students who want to play music, and we could get these in the classrooms as well for our teachers. So if you have a gently used instrument, which I don't know about you guys, but I have a guitar under the bed. I think there's a ukulele in my daughter's room. I think somebody has like probably another brass instrument somewhere in the house that may or may not get used. So there's a lot of opportunity for people who may have a gently used instrument to donate to Recycled Tunes. And this won't be the only one. They'll be doing more, but I'm trying to bring them out to East County a little bit. They usually do it in conjunction with Gasparilla and in Tampa. So wanted to make the board members aware of that. I'll share that out on my social media page. There's an invitation, Facebook invitation, so if you all want to share it out from there, you're more than welcome to do that. It has all the information on it. Okay, now, Future Career Fair, which you're in this video and you're in this video, and we had some guests today that talked about it from the Business Advisory Board in Plant City, and it's coming up. So listen in, tune in, here we go.
Hi, I'm Susan Sullivan, principal of Plant City High School, and I am so excited to share with my fellow senior high principals an awesome opportunity for our graduating seniors this year.
The Future Fair is a great event that gives our students an opportunity to meet with local business leaders that currently are looking to hire brand new employees at the end of the school year.
It allows our children to discover endless possibilities about the workplace, the transition to a career that will help them, be successful not only today, but for many years to come.
We are working with companies in your local area to provide opportunities to meet and greet with CEOs, owners of the business, HR reps, and leaders of the division they might be working for.
The idea of finding actual jobs for children and our future adults is critical.
This year, it will be in a virtual setting, so all seniors in Hillsborough County will have the opportunity to participate.
It is giving them the options of getting out into the workforce, finding a job, of finding a career that meets their needs and allows them to be independent, self-sufficient, contributing members of society.
This opportunity our students will have is to meet with the decision makers of multiple companies and be able to get their resume or get their face in front of these companies so that as soon as they graduate, they'll have an opportunity to not just find a job, but hopefully find a rewarding career.
It's a great way for our seniors who don't have a plan after graduation to get a job.
So we want to encourage you to get your kids, your students, sign up today for the Future Career Academy Future Fair.
It's so important to allow your students to get registered so they can have this opportunity to get in front of those businesses and ensure that we prepare our students for life.
Get your children engaged with the Future Fair. This is their opportunity.
Get these kids registered right away.
Get them signed up so that they can help make our community stronger.
The pride that you as a principal will feel when your students leave you and go directly into the workplace in a career, not just a job, I just can't tell you how great of a feeling that is.
Yay, this is our 6th year doing the Future Career Fair. I can't believe it's been 6 years because we started in the Plant City High School auditorium and now it's going to be out at every high school in the school district because we can do it virtually. So thank you for the folks who were able to take a little time to make the promotional video, and we want to encourage our principals to register those students so they can attend that virtually. And I think that's all I have. Thank you.
But Stacy Hahn has a threat and a thank you. So now, go ahead. I have a threat. You're going to do a thank you.
Thank you, Member Snively, for purchasing 18 books in the last 18 minutes.
Yeah, this is a very competitive bunch, I have to say. Board members, thank you for extending your evening. Staff members, thank you. And Superintendent Davis, and good night.